up from Tillamook last night, giving us a little briefing and overview. If anybody missed that, it was quite interesting about the economics and natural areas that intertwine in Tillamook County, which are a little different than everywhere else in the state, like everywhere is. But we'll start with board member comments going around the table. Last will be Barb Boyer, who's just joining us on the board this meeting. So we'll start with Bruce Buckmeister and work our way around after hopping over. Barb. Last. We tell you you're going to be last, and then we make you first.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Bruce Buckmaster, Fish and Wildlife Commissioner from Astoria. Latest news, Dateline Fish and Wildlife. I think people have read that we've been actively involved in pinniped management that will hopefully benefit the ESA-listed salmon and steelhead populations, primarily in the Willamette, but also in the greater Columbia Basin. We had a permit from the Marine Mammal Protection Act to remove sea lions at the Willamette Falls, and another that is streamlining the process to deal with problem sea lions throughout the Columbia Basin. We finalized, along with the state of Washington, the Nez Perce Tribe, Bonneville Power Administration, Corps of Engineers, Bureau of Reclamation, a 3-year interim flexible spring spill operation at the Columbia and Snake River dams. And certainly that is something that was worked on by our department, trying to improve the out-migrating juvenile salmon passage and survival. After a decade of negotiations, Oregon, Idaho, and the Idaho Power Company have reached an agreement on water quality requirements as part of the federal relicensing of the Hells Canyon project in the Snake River. The Idaho Power will be placing non-ESA listed hatchery spring Chinookans and steelhead in Pine Creek. That would be in Oregon above Hells Canyon, to evaluate whether that is productive habitat for those species. And if so, then fish passage will be revisited 20 years after relicensing. So this is obviously part of a very long game. And on something that's not directly related to OWEB, we have launched, the department has launched an electronic licensing system. And as one might expect, it is it's a state agency, electronic program, and it's had problems. But generally speaking, we're finding that people are adapting, particularly those who have worked with electronic licensing in other states. There have been a couple bugs that have been addressed, and patches, I don't know the current terminology for that until I'm old, have gone out, and we're well on our way. We expect that the electronic licensing will save the agency about $1 million a year when it gets done. I have all of my fish and wildlife licensing on my smartphone. So as long as they don't drop that, I'll be legal. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Meg Reeves. I'm a Water Resources Commissioner from Corvallis. At our last meeting in November, the Water Resources Commission adopted the agency's new strategic plan, which we're very excited about. I'm sure you guys are aware that in the late, I think it was 2009, the department was tasked with coming together with other state agencies and adopting an integrated water resources strategy for the state for understanding the resource and the demand and trying to manage that. That was adopted in 2012. It was then, we just revised it and in 2017. And so it's a very broad high-level document and many tasks in that document, but involving many agencies with water resources in the lead. So the strategic plan is an attempt to kind of focus the effort, which is very necessary because it's so broad, and the department's portfolio generally is so huge that there was a strategic plan in place, but it was kind of, it had been on the shelf for a while, and the hope is that this one will be a more useful document for really focusing effort within the agency. So I'm not going to go into detail about it, but it does identify 3 kind of big priorities for the agency for the next 5 years, and then objectives within those priorities. The priorities are to modernize management of Oregon's surface and groundwater resources to meet in-stream and out-of-stream uses, and to work to secure Oregon's in-stream and out-of-stream water future in the face of increasing scarcity, which we're definitely seeing, and foster a forward-looking team dedicated to serving Oregonians with integrity and excellence. That last point, we had a lot of debate about including an emphasis on essentially development of a really highly functioning workforce as part of the strategic plan, and in the end decided that that was an appropriate thing to do in the context. And I think it's done a lot, just the process of putting this strategy together has done a lot to foster communication within the agency and just kind of get people revved up and energized to do this work. So I'm excited about it, and hopefully it will be useful to the agency. The only other thing I wanted to talk about is water conditions, which are dry generally. I mean, compared to a normal year, I guess. The snow water equivalents, this is a January 14th report, just yesterday, were low across much of the state. The statewide snow, and it varies, of course, but statewide it's 66% of normal, and the statewide water year precipitation is 75% of normal. Statewide stream flows for November are 60% of normal, with conditions being at about 56% east of the Cascades and about 63% west. The comment in the water conditions report was that the stream flow data is continues to trend low in spite of recent precipitation, recent rain events. And the U.S. Drought Monitor shows that 92% of the state is in moderate drought, 23% of the state is in extreme drought, and the whole state is abnormally dry. The NRCS publishes a Basin Outlook report from January to June each year, and so they just published for January. And I think what was notable about that is that they report snowpack deficits, but also are saying it's still early, things can change, temperatures can stay cold, precipitation can fall as snow, so it's kind of a wait and see, but dry. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Your updates were a bit dry this morning.
I would say that.
Good morning, Jason Robison. I'm the tribal representative on OWEB. I wanted to welcome Barbara to the OWEB board. Look forward to getting to know you and getting to work with you a little bit more, Barbara. Kind of starting out with not the best of news, but as you can see around the table, we're missing some of our key OWEB board members, and that's because we have a government shutdown right now, and that shutdown is impacting tribes and tribal programs. From grant reporting, for those that are involved with the Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Fund, their reporting has been down since the shutdown. So for those grantees, tribal grantees that have to report, there's no ability to report. Drawdowns are held up. And payments in some cases have been held up because of the shutdown. There's also a general decline and lack of communication coordination now with federal agencies. So there's a lot of things happening on the tribal side with regards to government shutdown that may not be making headlines and making big news, but tribes are significantly impacted as this continues to move forward, as are we, not having our federal partners at the table. Now, some good news, however, is that tribes continue to move forward and host events and have activities. And so I wanted to announce that the Cow Creek tribe is hosting their culture conference coming up on the it's the 4th annual conference on February 13th. And that is open to all of our project partners, SWCDs, our OWEB board members, and participating agencies. And so if you want to attend that, let me know and I can get you some more information on that. We've also been working with the Confederate Tribes of Coos, Loram, Kwasayusla, the Coquel, and the Cow Creek and NRCS on a Working Effectively with Tribes training, which is going to be open for NRCS staff and our Soil Water Conservation District staff. That's going to be coming up. We had postponed it due to the shutdown, and we'll be moving that into sometime in March or April, so we'll be providing that in a little bit. And then as we go forward, and I think we're going to do just written updates today on some of the subcommittee priorities, but as we look at the Focus Investment Partnership, we're going to be conducting some outreach to tribes on some of the priorities there, and so we'll be continuing to outreach to tribes and get input as we move forward with some of our new priorities. So, thank you.
Good morning. My name's Liza Jane McAllister. I'm from Wallowa County, a Corriente breeder and grass-fed producer, and I represent the public at large on the OWEB board. I think the most important thing I want to announce is that the 6th generation on the 6th ranch was born last week. And that's my grandson. So.
During an OWEB board
During
subcommittee.
an OWEB, yeah, that I had to hang up on real quick. So that's pretty exciting. But other than that, I would just want to let you know the Columbia Basin Task Force that I serve on. We finally, after 2 years, finished our recommendations for the Columbia Basin and salmon and steelhead recovery, and in a couple weeks, if folks are able to show up, we'll be finalizing those recommendations. And the Marine Advisory Fisheries, there's some more to that title, but they oversee NOAA, and they've agreed to let us continue working for the next 2 years to implement some of those recommendations. So I think that's really a great thing to move beyond building a plan and actually put it to work and see how that'll work. So that's happening as well. And we're going to get to hear from the Grande Model Watershed, I think, in our meeting, so they'll have good news about our area to share as well.
Good morning, everyone. Gary Marshall, OWEB board member, public at large. Got a comment about programs, and I like it when I see them work. Oregon Department of Ag has designated strategic implementation areas over there in our region, Malahir River, North Fork, and the Middle Fork, and they were over there presentation, and our own Courtney Schaff was there representing the OWEB board, and there was a good turnout at Druzy, and it's a good program, and I think that and people got a lot out of it, so it was great. People have asked me here yesterday and today a little bit about our weather and how it's going over there. And best way I can think about commenting on is one time a gentleman by the name of Henry Vogler III, there in Harney County, a prominent rancher, years ago, I was talking to him, and he said, young man, do you remember when in the Bible story in the days of Noah, when it rained for 40 days and 40 nights, and the springs burst forth and water covered the earth? And I said, yes, Henry, I remember that story. He said, well, Harney County got 2 inches out of that storm. And so I think that's kind of where we're at right now over there. So, and one more thing, personal note. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the magazine 1859 that's published over in Central Oregon. Well, take a look at the latest version of that. My granddaughter's on the front cover, so Hadley.
Will Newhouser, Public at Large member from Yamhill County. Just two small things. I think the biggest thing locally in the county is the, I believe, ongoing, I haven't had an update in a little while, transfer of preserves from the Nature Conservancy to the Soil and Water Conservation District there. And then had a chance to get an update from Meyer Memorial Trust on the Willamette Initiative, the next version of it that they're looking at for the next 10 years or so. You know, it's which is a huge area to try and coordinate and think about. So there's a lot of big challenges there that are intriguing and interesting. So I'll pass on to Randy.
Good morning. Randy Labby, Public at Large member of OWEB Board from Portland. I thought I'd just share for those of you that are not aware, one of OWEB's good partners, the Nature Conservancy, is redoing their building in Portland. Their existing building that they own, they took down right to the frames, wooden frames, and started over. It's a very unique building. It's on 14th and Belmont. And when it's done, which will be in April or May, those of you that are in Portland and have a few moments to go over, or in Portland traffic, a few hours to go over there and see it, I think you'd enjoy it. It's built with a lot of resources from the Nature Conservancy's preserves in Oregon. But the main reason for mentioning this is that it'll be called the Oregon Conservation Center, and any conservation group that you're involved with, if they have a meeting in Oregon, the facility is going to be open for other groups to meet. And there's some really efficient and extremely well-designed meeting rooms that can be utilized by your group if you give them sufficient warning. And try to take them up on that sometime, because I think you'd enjoy it.
Hi, Steve Brandt. I represent OSU Extension, and Jason reminded me about the federal shutdown, and of course that affects the university in a similar way in terms of any federally funded grant or program clearly has an impact that can be small for delays and lack of meetings and slowing partnerships too large, and the longer it goes, the worse those impacts are going to be. On a more positive note, OSU just always has a lot of things going, and I won't go into all of those. Just this week, for example, on Monday, they opened the new Portland Center, which is a new presence in Portland in the Meyer and Frank building, 40,000 square feet. It'll have OSU Foundation in there, alumni services, teaching, and I guess there's over 40,000 OSU alumni alone living in the Portland area. So that had its open house last night. And then on Friday, the Board of Trustees is meeting, and one of the things they're looking at, which I'm sure Maida will appreciate, is trying to develop performance metrics for their strategic plan. So pay attention if you need to. But what I really want to talk about is fish slime. And one of the key things, there's some new results that just came out really in the last few days, which is quite interesting and actually does affect OWEB and some of its monitoring programs. One of the fundamental things to manage salmon is to know how many are migrating up and down in a particular stream. And to set up a weir in a particular stream can cost around $80,000 and about $30,000 a year to monitor that. That's counting the number of fish that go up and down. In Alaska, which has about 1,000 streams that support salmon, there's only about 5 of those that are really regularly counted. Well, there's a new technique called environmental DNA now that's been proven effective, where they're basically the fish slime, as the fish are swimming up or downstream, they slough off DNA, and you can take a 1-liter sample and get a concentration, a species-specific concentration of that DNA for a cost of $35, and that's been proven to be really accurate in coho and sockeye salmon in terms of looking at the numbers and timing of migration. It's not as accurate as having a fish counter there, but you can get 100% coverage on streams for very small amount of money at $35 a sample and be able to monitor both the abundance of upstream and downstream migrations and the timing. So that was funded by the National Geographic Society, and one of my colleagues in my department about 4 doors down just published that paper. So look forward to that as a sort of one of these new technologies to be able to be used effectively to get widespread coverage on streams looking at migration rates of salmon.
Good morning. I'm Jan Lee and a member at large from Sandy. I work mainly with the conservation districts and also the watershed councils. As a member of the Clackamas Soil and Water Conservation District Board, I wanted to report that we are doing quite a few working land projects. There seems to be considerable interest right now. We're purchasing a 300-acre tract of forest land from Weyerhaeuser that will be the key piece for about 500 surrounding acres right next to Eagle Fern Park. And we're working with a group that has a permanent wetland project to acquire that, as well as some projects with individual landowners. We recently had a meeting with our 10 watershed councils. Our district represents all of Clackamas County, and we have 10 councils within our boundaries. We try to meet quarterly and report and talk with each other so people know what the partnership is up to and how each person fits into it. As a member of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts Board, we've been working on reorganization, looking at our 60-year-old entity and moving it forward, hopefully, into a newer age with new technology and other tools. And my other hat is a city councilor for the city of Sandy. And I bring that up because we're doing a large wastewater project because our town has doubled in size in the last 20 years and is expected to double again in the next 20. And we're working with 2 watershed councils, the Clackamas River Basin Council and the Sandy Watershed Council, because we will have to have effluent in one or the other of those streams, and we want to do the kind of job that will serve everybody in the community.
Well, good morning, everybody. Barbara Boyer. So I'm really thrilled to be part of this board. OWEB's been in my alphabet soup for many years, so I'm pretty familiar with the programs, but I did appreciate the 2 trainings I went through, the OAHP and the FIP. Those were very useful, so I wanted to thank you guys for putting that together. So I am the Board of Ag representative on the OWEB board. Our last meeting was in McMinnville at the Oregon, at the Yamhill Heritage Museum. If you all have not been there before, it is a beautiful museum. It's a $5 million museum, and they have 0 debt. So I think that is phenomenal. It's all been donated. And it's the history of Yamhill County and agriculture. So if you're ever in the area, it's a beautiful place to visit. And they actually have the largest plowing competition, horse plowing competition, I think in the United States. And there's like 25 teams coming in April to plow the fields. So it's really exciting to see. So our last board meeting, we dealt with some coexistence issues on canola. So we're dealing with that in the Willamette Valley in the specialty seed crop industry. So we got an update on that. And then the other contentious issue is solar on prime farm ground. So we heard a lot about those. And then Mena even came and presented to us and talked about the 100-year water plan. So that was a really good update. It's just the beginnings of that talk through the governor's office. So that was a really great update because I think there was some good brainstorming that happened at that meeting. So I guess, and then we have 2 new board members on the Board of Ag, an onion grower, Kurt, I cannot say his last name, Yoshimoto out of Ontario. And then Shantae Johnson out of Gresham area, a farmer, fresh market farmer. I will be attending the FFA committee, the state convention on behalf of the State Board of Ag. And that is in Redmond, spring break. and I'm going to be judging a couple of events there at the FFA convention. So that's my Board of Ag update, and then I was asked to give a little bit of background about myself. I'm a transplant from New England. I moved here when I graduated from the University of Connecticut, so I've been here 30 years. I thought I'd be raising nursery stock for my whole entire life until I fell in love with a farmer. So now I buck bales for a living. So my husband is 4th generation Oregon farmer, 3rd generation on our property, which is south of McMinnville by a mile. His family was affected by the Camp Adair movement for World War II training. If you guys are not aware of that story, the history is awesome. It was actually the largest town in Oregon in the late 30s when they trained the troops for World War II. So they relocated my husband's family up to McMinnville, outside of Airlie, from Airlie. And so they got there 1938. And in 1943, everybody had the original landowners had option to buy their land back, and the Boyers are the only ones that did. So that piece is still in the family. My niece and nephew have that farm down there. So we farm about 1,000 acres, and it's just my husband and myself. We hire no help. And I have a small CSA. I have 20 families that I deliver vegetables to once a week. And we have taken 24 acres out of production, and we're in a CREP contract. We're in a year number 16 of that contract because we have 4 miles of riverfront on our property that goes through our property. So we want to keep the river as healthy as possible. We were early adopters in the CREP program. So we did not do it for monetary reasons. We did it for the generations ahead. And that is how we make all our decisions on our farm. It's not for us. It's for the generations ahead of us. So, and we're being pushed, the urban-rural divide. We're only 1 mile outside of McMinnville. So, and we have a 400-acre track, continuous track there. So we feel the pressures of a growing area. We actually have been highway farmers for a long time, and we're starting to give up a lot of our acres off the farm because we can't handle the traffic with our equipment anymore. So we're feeling that push. So that is my history, and thank you for welcoming me.
Randy Labby, co-chair. Thanks, Barbara. That's really quite a story. Maida's going to take us through the Blue Book, but just before, I'd like to introduce and welcome my colleague Will Newhauser, Nathan Jackson, and Lois Loop, who, would you raise your hand, and who are here. And later this morning, we're going to deliberate on the rules for the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Fund program. And I want to thank you all and your colleagues for the work you've done this last year. It's just incredible to me. They've met 9+ times, and so the work that we're going to review has been well ruminated over for the whole year. Maida?
For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, just a few logistical reminders, and then I'll walk you through the blue folders that are in front of you. We are doing audio minutes, so when you bring the microphone down, make sure that you state your name so that we know who was speaking. I did receive, to Jason's point earlier, I received a number of emails on non-official email accounts from our federal partners who were not able to join us today, and it was heart-wrenching for them. They enjoy this board a lot. The conversations that we're having around the Focus Investment Partnership Program, a lot of those folks have been here since the inception of that program, and while they know that you will deliberate well and make good decisions, it's really tough for those folks to not be here today. And what we can't decide, so we've got a little side pool going with the staff, is whether that makes the conversation more robust with less people here or less robust. So we'll see how the co-chairs manage that agenda process moving forward. The other thing I did want to say for the record, although I told a lot of you folks this yesterday, my hair matches our binders because I lost a bet with our staff. And the state of Oregon does an amazing job raising money for the Oregon Food Drive every year. It's a big deal for the state. A lot of agencies, the Department of Agriculture, for example, they actually go and volunteer at food banks. Many of the state agencies raise funding, and OWEB, while a very tiny agency, has been mighty, not only typically winning on behalf of the fundraising for all the small agencies, but also per person, generally ranks in the top 1, 2, or 3 in the state for giving for the food drive. And so I bet them that they couldn't keep that up, and I lost. So they got to pick when I colored my hair, and a board meeting was one of 2 opportunities. I'm not quite sure what to bet them next year. So in your blue folders, first, if you open to the left-hand side, for those who are new, which is many of you, we keep the voting rules on the left because OWEB's voting rules are very different than any other entity. The 18 members, the 7 of which are ex officio, we actually only have 1 ex officio member here today, and that's Steve Brandt. For the rest of you, we do have a quorum, and we have enough people here to vote on our funding decisions, which require a supermajority. And you'll see if something does become other than unanimous, we'll refer back to these voting rules so that you can make sure you know where those votes are going to turn out, because it's a pretty high level. If 3 or more voting members object to an award of funds, that proposal is rejected. So that means 2 noes are allowed, 3 noes, rejected proposal. The next thing in your books, there's a yellow sheet, and again, for those of you who are new, we've got the agenda timing document that's blue that was in the front of your folder. We have a replacement because one of our federal presentations today wasn't able to happen. So please use this yellow as your reference for agenda and timing. Following that, there's a salmon-colored sheet that is proposed motions, should you choose to use them. Motions you may change them, but these are some for you to look at and use. And then we have 2 items. There's one that has an H up in the upper right-hand corner. That should replace page 3 in your agenda item H. We had a change on that document that was around the funding amount. So we want to make sure you have the right funding amount. So at your leisure, if you can replace that page. And the reason we did it here in the blue books is we wanted to make sure if you'd taken any notes that you knew what you were replacing. And then agenda item P, again, we have a replacement here. I'm trying to remember, Derica, what was the change on agenda item P? Can you, or does anybody, I don't remember for sure what the shift was on that one, but it is a replacement. In P? In P. That's your next document. And then the remaining couple of items, the staff put together a 2-pager just about the Focus Investment Partnership Program. Those of you who were on the webinar had a copy of this sent out to you, but we wanted to make sure folks had it. It's a nice description of the program. And then some information both about the board and about the staff. So that's everything in your blue folders.
Agenda item P, the change is very minor. It was just we changed item E.
Okay. Oh, because there was a reference. Okay. All right. That's all.
Thank you. Any questions, Amanda?
I just have a minor observation. I believe this is the first meeting with the new logo.
Oh, that was what I was supposed to. Yes, thank you. It's not minor, it's major. We now have, based on feedback from you all, based on a lot of work from our staff, a new agency logo, which is on the front. There was some very interesting conversations in trying to figure out how we describe this agency in a logo form. So this is it. You will see it not only here, but we will have new name badges for you all and other materials. And one of the things that we really wanted to highlight in this is what a watershed really is, that this is a mountaintop to river and everything in between. And we're hopeful that this represents that well and was designed in-house by a team of staff.
Randy Labby, co-chair. I'd like to direct your attention to tab B the October 16th and 17th meeting minutes. Regrettably, I was not attending that meeting, but do we have a motion and/or do we have any modifications of those minutes? Errors, omissions?
I move the board approve the minutes from October 16th, 17th, 2018 in Gold Beach.
That was Nathan. Will Newhouser, second.
It's been moved and second. Would all those in favor signify by saying aye, please?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
It was Jason.
Sorry, for the record, Jason Robinson.
God, no. I'm looking over at Jason.
Whatever name you want to.
We were doing exactly the opposite with Nathan a while back.
So the next tab is item C, the subcommittee updates, and we're not going to have reports. Those are minutes are in your board book. Hopefully you've memorized them by now, but the Focused Investment Subcommittee update with Chair Jason Robinson, extensive work during this interim meeting time. Alan Hennings, Chair of the Monitoring Subcommittee update, and Chair Meg Reeves for the Open Solicitation Committee, and Chair Debbie Holland for the Operating Capacity Subcommittee. All those are in your book, and if you have questions, you can direct them to the chair. Thank you. Yes, Jason.
Jason.
Jason Robinson, for the record. I just wanted to thank Will Newhouser for stepping in November. I was on a family trip during the interviews for the FIT process, and Will graciously stepped up and helped co-chair that opportunity. So thank you, Will, very much.
Sure. Any more comments? All right, we'll move to the strategic plan update. Maida.
For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, this is under agenda item D in your books. As a reminder, and again for the number of members we have who are new, the strategic plan was approved last July, and you'll find in the at the very front, in front of all of the tabs in your folder, we have a 2-page at a glance that includes all of the strategic plan priorities and strategies. So the front page talks about the agency generally, including the who we are portion, which was a lot of work that the board did to really describe how we want to show up as an agency. And then the backside of that are each of the priorities and each of the strategies. As you know, there is a full strategic plan document that we provided out to all of you previously, but this will be in your binders every time so that you've got a place of reference. So that's the first piece. And the second piece that I want to briefly touch on before I step into a couple of specifics that we want to highlight. Attachment A is a big, I think for everybody, it's a 11 by 17 fold out. This was something that was requested by you all that staff are working on every quarter. So what we've done is taken each of the strategies, so the left-hand column will always be the strategy, and then next to that are the things that have been done in the last quarter. In relation to each of those items. So, for example, under Priority 1 Strategy 1.2, increasing involvement of non-traditional, there isn't anything that we reported in the last quarter, but next quarter we may have something to report. So this will change. We're not going to use this as a flowing document because it's going to start being a lot of pages. Staff are keeping a full record of this at the office, so if there's anything that we ever want to go back to. But each quarter, you'll have an opportunity to take a look at what's been done. And then what we did based on feedback from you all is that the outputs, the next 3 columns, the outputs, the outcomes, and the measures are largely going to stay the same, except as we work to Member Brandt's comment earlier to get our measures more refined, we'll be adding measures on the right-hand side so that we've got, we're working a lot on getting better measures. What we've done in those columns, however, is bolded those outputs that we worked on in the last quarter. So the outputs and the outcomes aren't going to change, but you're going to see which ones those actions tied to in each quarter. So just a frame of reference for what the heck this thing is and why things are bold and not. Before I highlight a couple of specifics, any questions about this, Liza Jane?
Yes, Liza Jane, I really love that sheet to see what's happening and keep us current. But backing up to our new, what's this titled? Our strategic plan for 2018, and then the next sheet, is that intended to continue because it drops back to 2010 and
Yes.
2013?
Thank you for highlighting that, and I should have previously, again, for the record, made a Lofsgarden. There's this funky space that we're in where we have the new strategic plan, but the bottom half, that next document that is in all of your books that says OWEB Strategic Direction and Priorities, the goals at the top no longer apply because that's the old strategic plan, but the long-term investment strategy at the bottom still does. And one thing that I neglected to do that I had on my list between October and now is to take that and build that into one document. We didn't want to lose, especially because you're working on focused investments so hard this board meeting. We didn't want to leave that part out. So what you'll see in April is a document that combines both the long-term investment strategy and the priorities and strategies. But that's why this is kind of hanging on for one more meeting.
Liza Jane, thank you. You made it. And the guiding principles, operating principles, they stay the same?
Yes-ish. Again, Maida Lofsgarden for the record. These were developed back with the last strategic plan and were things that were both developed by board and by staff. We have not revisited these, and I think one question I would maybe ask of you all, not necessarily to answer today, but it actually feels a little bit like the who we are is replacing some of those guiding principles. There's some very robust verbiage that we've come up with since, and it feels maybe a little bit repetitive to, and this feels a little bit lower level than I think we are now with our strategic plan, but we've not specifically revisited those, and that might be something we as staff or working with the executive committee could talk about. Does this still stay, or do we have some new language that can replace it?
Yeah, well, New Hampshire, I think that's a good idea to have that review.
Okay. All right, we will make a note to follow up with the executive committee on that. Gary.
Maybe I just have one comment on this pie chart on this page.
Yes.
Under the large blue portion of it, it has restorations and acquisitions, this big chunk. The reason I bring this up is Georgia looked at that and she said, wow, acquisitions are huge.
Yeah.
And I would suggest we break out the acquisitions from the restoration part of it just to make that clear on that. So.
Yeah, for the record, Maida Lofsgarden, and I think I'm looking to Renee because she's been around longer than I have. We are able to, right? Yes, because the acquisition portion of that is a fairly small portion in comparison. So we can absolutely break those two out. And we are right now finalizing the numbers for this coming year. So we'll be sharing them with legislators and others so we can make that change for our new materials. All right, other questions about this before I jump into just a couple of specifics? Okay, so you will see this every quarter, and what we're going to try to do, again, not going through all of the details, some of I guess two pieces to this. There many times other agenda items in this book will relate to the strategic plan. And so one other thing that we did, and I'll show you an example, if you quickly flip to agenda item G as an example. One addition that we've made is at the top of every staff report, we now will tell you what strategic plan item that staff report ties to. And the reason is we started to go back and develop a report for each item and realize that oftentimes it's a staff report. It's about focused investments. It's about working lands. And so you'll see at the top of every page how that item fits in with the strategic plan. And then what we'll do each meeting is highlight one or two things that probably are not in a staff report. So the two things that I want to mention, going back again to item D, under Priority 3 Strategy 1, one of the things that we are working on is how to evaluate and identify lessons learned from OWEB's past capacity investment. That was a strategy you wanted us to work on. By way of background, we work with Department of Agriculture. Between us, we have provided support and investments for watershed councils, soil water conservation districts for more than 20 years now, which is pretty big. That's rare. A lot of states don't have that opportunity. It helps us really ramp up our ability to do that work on the ground when there's space capacity funding for those two types of organizations. We are now just beginning the process of evaluating lessons learned in this, one of our longest running programs in the agency. At the end of the process, we're hoping to be able to really tell the story of the value of those investments, and we're also hoping to find out what new and innovative tools we might want to look at moving forward. We know this has been an excellent program. We know it has changed how we do restoration on the ground in Oregon. What we need to know is what are the components of that are most effective, and what are some areas that we may want to think about improving on in the future. We are working with a number of folks. We reference here both Dialogues in Action, who helped us with our strategic plan, also Reciprocity Consulting, and then a team of some amazing experts who have been thinking about this type of work both in and outside of the university system, in nonprofit world and otherwise, who are helping to advise us on how to set this up right. This is, as I'm sure both Jan and Barbara would note, this is a very touchy place to go, and we want to make sure that we evaluate appropriately, that we're thinking about the right metrics, and that we are not doing this with any type of punitive approach. It's to learn and to inform you so that we can think about how we invest better in the future. So I'll stop and see if you have any questions about that, and if you have specifics, we have both Courtney and Renee here who can answer any detailed questions, but any thoughts, questions, feedback on that? All right. Nope. So at this point in time, that is our only specific update. Again, you'll see many others that are tied to specific staff reports later on. And that's all I have.
Randy Labby, co-chair. We're going to move along to item E, and you will note that the first two subject matters under that category are written reports only, so that you have the Focus Investment Partnership monitoring and the salmon license plate report written in your books. Presumably you've had a chance to absorb those, and Made us, with a team of hundreds here, is going to take the budget and legislative segment, item 3.
All right. For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, we wanted to make sure we had enough time this morning for this conversation. So I will just ask, as Eric Hartstein and Renee Davis are coming forward, if there are any questions about those first two items, about either our work to put together new salmon license plates or our FIP monitoring, we are more than happy to answer any questions you might have about those two areas. Jan.
Yes, this is Jan Lee. I was wondering how this strategy fits into the governor's water plan.
The FIP monitoring strategy, Renee, would you like to speak to that?
For the record, Renee Davis, Deputy Director. So, Jan, I would describe it as not a direct and explicit linkage at this point, but I think in terms of the structure for the focused investment partnership monitoring and really relying on theory of change and the results chain process to ensure that we have this ability to really check if the strategies that we are implementing on the ground are the right ones to get to the anticipated ecological outcomes. I think that piece certainly is something that we are already starting to think about in the water vision conversation, in the early discussions about not just the set of actions, but how do we ensure that we are tracking progress towards those. So I would say that more of the spirit of how we're developing the FIP monitoring can inform that. And in some, specific cases, like with some of the stream flow restoration work in the Deschutes, as an example, there is a more direct link, but I would call it kind of informative and indirect at this point.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Okay.
Again, for the record, Renee Davis, joined by Eric Hartstein, will be walking you through item E3, budget and legislative. I will start with the budget piece and then turn legislative over to Eric. So specifically, I'll be talking with you today about the budget development process in preparation for the 2019 to 2021 biennium. By way of brief background, a couple pieces. One is that agency budgets are structured in two parts. For those of you who are newer to this, I know that this is old hat for folks like Meg. We have base budgets, which essentially reflect current service level, and that is something that as we are putting together our budgets initially are simply kind of ported over from the last biennium. Each agency, though, typically does have additional funding requests that they want to make to the Department of Administrative Services and the Governor's Office. Those are called policy option packages, or POPs. And so we develop those two pieces of agency budgets separately. In terms of the timing and process for budget development, as some of you will remember, at the June board meeting, you approved a set of concepts, really budget concepts, that you requested that staff incorporate into our agency request budget as we're looking towards next biennium. In August of last year, we submitted our agency request budget, or ARB. It included both the base budget and then these policy option packages that we're asking for funding for a range of different activities. We'll get to some of those later. Following the submission of ARBs to DAS and the Governor's Office over late summer and into the fall, then a process begins where the Governor's Office and DAS are not only looking at individual agency budgets, but also thinking about the Governor's priorities, how agencies can help support that, what additional initiatives might be needed, and all of that is then summarized and released in the form of the Governor's recommended budget, which came out in late November. So in terms of, this is the key part, how we fared in the Governor's recommended budget, OWEB actually fared quite well. We received nearly all of the funding requests in the forms of policy option packages that we had requested in our agency request budget. So if you take a look at the staff report, or the director's update rather, towards the bottom of page 1, you'll see the bulleted list. And so I'll just quickly walk through the program continuity package. That is essentially just continues two positions that we currently have, the two conservation outcomes positions. So some of the work that Jan just asked about related to the FIP monitoring piece, those positions are really critical as we have more of a focus not just on what are we getting by way of restoration outputs from our investments, but really transitioning into outcomes. How are we changing ecosystem function and process with our investments? A program enhancement package that would add two new positions. One is an additional partnerships coordinator with the FIP conversation that you'll all be having tomorrow. That will mean increased workload for staff, so an additional partnerships coordinator will help with that. And then also a project manager for our online systems work. As Bruce was mentioning, transition to online can sometimes be a little challenging and clunky at times. We've actually been quite successful and intend to continue to really grow our transition to online systems and tools, so have requested a position for that. And then some contracted services funding to help with the whole range of needs that the agency has, and whether that be some of the due diligence contracting for the acquisitions program, some additional monitoring funds that might be needed. So those funds were included in Governor's recommended budget. We also requested some contracted services funding for what we've titled Conservation Policy and Strategy Coordination. So this is really large-scale interagency work, efforts like the Water Vision work, sage grouse conservation work, so some additional funds to help the state broadly advance those efforts. And then we ask in our budget for a whole host of different grant funds on the grant side. And so we received approval for, obviously, the Measure 76 lottery dollars that would be flowing in next biennium, carry forward for both operating funds and federal funds that we currently have but have not yet been allocated. Some funds from Oregon Department of Forestry for the Forest Collaborative grants. We expect to continue to receive funding from them to administer the Forest Collaborative grants on their behalf. Funding from the Natural Resources Conservation Service that would help to address both capacity and technical assistance needs in coordination with local groups where we have shared priorities and interests with NRCS. Some potential funding through the State Revolving Loan Fund loan program in coordination with DEQ to address septic issues in communities around the state where leaky septics can definitely impact water quality. We heard the commissioner talking about that some last night. And then finally, some potential funding for habitat restoration and monitoring work in advance of salmonid reintroduction in the upper Klamath Basin. So those are all of the pieces that we did receive in Governor's recommended budget. We also received something that we didn't request. It's a good thing, but it wasn't something we had thought to ask for. We are one of 13 agencies that were given internal auditor positions. So given the amount of money that this agency moves as part of the Governor's Smart Government Initiative, 13 agencies were identified as receiving internal auditor positions to just help make sure that all of the appropriate checks and balances are in place for that fiduciary responsibility. It's not a criticism or a bad thing, just being very proactive in addressing some of what has been a gap around auditing within the state system historically. A few things we did not receive in Governor's recommended budget are both the operating side, the staff positions, and the contract funds, and also the grant side for the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program. So we'll talk about that shortly if you have questions about that piece. Revenues are continuing to grow, but definitely slowing from some of what we have seen in the past. We expect lottery revenues to continue to grow modestly into next biennium. If you look broadly at the state budget and all of the revenues, still though we struggle with having those numbers pencil relative to demands of some programs, and whether that be education or public safety, plus the PERS challenges. So just a glimpse that we're seeing still growing but slowing growth in revenues. Relative to next steps for the budget, I started working on our budget presentation last week. We will present that to the Natural Resources Subcommittee of Ways and Means sometime in the coming weeks. We've not yet been scheduled, but things seem to be scheduling earlier this session, so we likely could be up in late February into early March. Following the budget presentation, we then would actually have a work session with the Natural Resources Subcommittee, and ultimately our budget will go to full Ways and Means, probably not until later in session. We tend to be a little bit late in terms of final decisions because of some of the flow through to other agencies that our budget includes. So we'll keep you updated, certainly at the April board meeting, and if any additional surprises or opportunities come up, we'll let you know. So I don't know, do we want to pause for questions here about budget before going to
Yes, and I have a couple comments on budget as well.
Gary?
It's Gary Marshall. Renee, does these POPs become part of the base as time goes on? As they move on through time, are they become part of the base for the next biennium?
So they will, so for the record, Renee Davis, they will not become part of base per se until, so for example, with the Conservation Outcomes Coordinator position that was in the program continuity, we've requested that that be transitioned from a limited duration position to permanent. If that in fact occurs, then our next budgeting time, that would actually become part of our base budget.
Okay, and so, I mean, like what happens like with this septic tank issue and things like that?
We would continue to request those funds.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Did you had a,
And Bruce has a...
I'm sorry.
I was interested to hear that they were going to fund the budget showed an internal audit position. That is relatively new at ODF and W. And one of the things is that as it got started and created an internal audit committee, primarily with staff, some external audit experience. They did choose to have a commissioner serve on that committee. And the information that comes back from the internal audit by having that linkage to the commission, I think is valuable, and is something that, as you get started on formatting that, the nexus between the commission or the board and the internal audit offers some good information flow.
Yeah, thanks for that information, Bruce.
Barbara Boyer. So the internal audit caught my attention also. So is it dedicated to just OWEB, or is it going to be shared between agencies?
For the record, Renee Davis, at this point, we would have an OWEB-specific internal auditor. I think that question certainly has and may continue to come up. For example, Water Resources Department, who we use in a shared services context for things like human resources and information technology, also received one. I think there are certainly pros and cons based on what we've heard from Katie Koba at DAS about giving an internal auditor the ability to really get in and focus and know your agency intimately. So that would be a benefit of individually focused auditors, as opposed to spreading them out among 2 or 3 agencies where you don't have that same benefit.
Will.
I realize this is a little bit speculative, but can you talk a little bit about how this process may intersect with things like the governor's 100-year water infrastructure plan and the possible cap and invest? If there are additional work required by OWEB for these other major programs, does that get factored in later or now, or how does that happen?
For the record, Renee Davis, I would say that on Water Vision, the conservation policy and strategy contracted funds is getting exactly at the question that you're raising, where we know that very large multi-stakeholder interagency effort will require some additional staffing, facilitation, just lifting to stand that up. We have not requested positions to do that. Instead, we've gone the route of requesting contracted services funds in support of the collective. I think certainly through time, as we better understand what our role looks like, we could, even for the 21-23 budget, come back with a request for a limited duration position that is specifically focused on that, if we're playing a leadership role on the natural infrastructure side. On the cap and invest, I would say it is too early to say. Certainly we, among other agencies, have been mentioned as a possible mechanism for some of the incentives programs that could flow out of that. At this point, our expectation is it will take some time to actually stand up those programs, so we would have enough lead time to request additional staff resources, but we certainly may need those if we are looked to for some of the fund administration for that. But we would have lead time to put that together, certainly. Maida, anything to add on either?
When I jump in, I'll mention a couple of things.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
All right. Quickly, for the record, Maida Lofsgarden, just a couple of things to add to what Renee highlighted. I'll start with this last question and work a little bit backwards. Between the water infrastructure and the climate change package, I guess one thing that I would say is, I think for all of us in the natural resource agencies, as we go through the next 5 to 10 years with those programs moving forward, I think we're going to see a lot of things look different. And that's part of why there are small pieces that we all have in our packages now to move some of these initiatives forward. But I think that I really have a ton of respect for the different agencies, the governor's office and the agency directors, who are really trying to be thoughtful and step back and say, okay, if we're going to do these things, these are generational change things, it may look different for a lot of us down the road. So I think more to come on that piece. On the audit, I do just want to mention one to the reason we're a really small agency to have an auditor. We have an insanely big budget. We're at $100 million plus budget, and that makes a lot of sense to have an auditor come in. The other thing that we share with Water Resources is they make every single payment for us. So there is this funkiness about having an auditor sit here and an auditor sit there when our payments go through them. So we'll be working in very close coordination. And I want to mention two things that are not in our budget, but that we'll be keeping a very close eye on. The first is the strategic implementation area funding, the water quality funding that's at Department of Agriculture. That will tie strongly into some of the grant decisions that you all will be making. So more to come on that, but there's some great funding for staffing positions at ODA that will really tie well and work both cooperatively and support of each other with some grant funding that we'll be asking you potentially to increase in April. And then the Agriculture Heritage Program, while not in our budget, you'll be hearing tomorrow from Kelly Beamer, who will be talking about a strong push that is being made in the legislature for that funding to come through the legislative budget directly. So we'll continue to track and report on those things, though, because they're not in the governor's, the Ag Heritage is not in the governor's budget. We can't lobby in support of it, but we will keep you informed.
Good morning, Mr. Co-Chairs, members of the board. For the record, Eric Hartstein, Senior Policy Coordinator. Give a really brief update on the remainder of the legislative session, which actually begins a week from today on January 22nd. Session will last for approximately 6 months with the constitutional sine die on June 30th. So attachment A to the director's update contains a document that has the relevant OWEB related committee assignments. For those of you that follow the legislature closely, you might notice that there are some different committees than there have been in previous sessions. Pre-session bills are now out. There's about 1,400 bills that are floating around. And other than the budget bills that Renee and Maida noted, and another technical correction bill that we have for the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program, there are no other bills that directly impact OWEB at the moment, but as those of you who do follow the legislation know, that can change. So we'll be keeping the board updated as the session progresses. So the one other bill that I noted is a technical correction bill for the Oregon Ag Heritage statutes. It's House Bill 2086 right now. There may be an opportunity for, if a legislature does push a funding package, that the language in the technical corrections statute might be tied to a bill that also contains funding for the program. Some of the changes in the statute that would include removing the requirement in working land conservation easements or covenants that agricultural land be in continued use, and inserting language that the agricultural land will be preserved and protected. There's some clarifying around the succession planning program that is intended to benefit agricultural owners or operators. Further clarifications that conservation management plans are developed, whereas working lands, conservation covenants and easements are purchased. Clarifying that the technical assistance grant program includes expanding eligible applicants for the program to all organizations that are eligible to enter into conservation easements or covenants, making clear that the relationship between the Ag Heritage Commission and the OWEB board, and that the OWEB board is approving program rules, as you will do here shortly, with assistance from the commission, and that the commission itself is not approving the rules. And finally, similar to other OWEB grant programs, the proposed statute revisions would revise language to allow technical committees to advise both OWEB staff and the commission. So with that, I will pause and see if there are any questions.
Just a quick clarification for the record, Maida Lofsgarden. All of these statutory changes came as a result of the rules conversations. And so you'll hear more about that later, but what we found when the commission did a phenomenal job of digging in to working on the rules, we found out that some of the things that needed to be in rules actually had a statutory nexus. So largely what you see here is a fix of those things, and then some great feedback also from Department of Agriculture to make sure that some of our language in the statute was appropriate and worked from a larger perspective. Lisa Jane.
Question, Randy? Meg Reeves, I'm just wondering, forecasting, if you can, do you expect this to be a challenging set of changes to move, or are they pretty uncontroversial?
For the record, Eric Hartstein, I expect this would be smooth sailing in the legislative session.
All right.
Would be my
I
looking into the
promise not
crystal
to
ball,
come
which is
back.
probably never a good idea.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Lisa Jane, did you?
Liza?
This is Liza Jane. With that said, Eric, I could use some help understanding about why the first requirement would be changed. It seems to me that that's the intention of the whole program, is to preserve agricultural use on land. And why would it be changed to preserve and protect? So will I hear that later? Will someone convince me? When's the time to get better understanding for that?
So for the record, Eric Hartstein, hopefully I can make this clear, that the intent of the statute revision would be if a piece of property that is in agricultural production, if the owners decide to maybe take it out for a season or two, that the land is still preserved for agricultural use, but it doesn't need to be in continued use for agriculture. So you can have a year or two of rest.
For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, I'll add a couple other examples to that. So another example would be there's a transition in a family and you've got 4 or 5 years where somebody is old, not able to farm it. It doesn't fall out of a requirement that it has that affirmative continued use. But the other piece that's really important from an easement perspective, strong feedback we got from the land trust community, is when you require, the way it's worded right now is basically an affirmative obligation. You have to put in the easement that they have to farm it. And legally, that is a really, really, really hard thing to do with a landowner. If something happens, like for a few years where they don't farm it or there's a family transition. And so putting that onto a land trust, that requirement that they have to farm, is very different than what was intended, and that is preserving the land for farming. So it doesn't get converted to a Walmart. It doesn't get converted to, as the conversation we were having this morning about a solar farm, that makes it incredibly difficult. But while recognizing that life things happen, and that if you force, we don't want to force farming, we want to make sure farming can happen. And the language made it so that for land trusts and others, it would be incredibly difficult to enforce. So it was actually just it was a subtle error in language, but a big policy that needed to be addressed so that we weren't kind of sticking out like a sore thumb in the easement world.
Gary?
Gary Marshall. So my question is, so before, the way it is written right now, is that if it wasn't farmed, they would be in violation of that? Is that correct?
If, for the record, Maida Lofsgarden, it would strongly beg that question, and that's not the question that we wanted to beg in this process. We want that relationship to be specifically between the land trust or other conservation district or others and the landowner, and this forced a very different conversation between those two. So we want this to always be a conversation between the land trust and the landowner, and that made it a little bit more difficult.
Makes sense.
Any more questions?
Yeah, thank you. Maida, so it seems like there's lots of opportunity to preserve and protect land through easements, and this was intended for ag specific. And is there anything in it then that to address those life issues that it has to at some point be still ag land, because
Yes.
otherwise it looks like everything else.
Yes, thank you for.
And I know it's hard, and that's okay, but it just seems critical to leave that in the
Yes.
front.
So for the record, Maida Loftsgarden, no property will enter into the system if it is not currently working land. That is the base for the program. So a property that is being proposed for the program has both basic criteria that it's a working land, and that's defined, and evaluation criteria. So what this does is says, we don't know 25 years from now what's going to be happening on that land if there's a family transition or something else. But it has to be available for farming. It has to be farmed right now to even get into the program. So that is what makes it a working lands program from the get-go. And Will might be able to.
Yeah, Will Newhouser for the record. I would say my recollection of the discussions around this whole just sort of general topic were driven mostly by ag producers, in fact, who were concerned about having this sort of obligation where it's so confusing. There's so many directions in which farming may go at any one time, and that over the long term, family transitions is the easiest one to describe and most likely, but consistently came back and said, look, it's very hard to tie to any specifics and to make a specific rule about. This is more general even than this one specific topic, but that the fundamental thing that really mattered was preserving the land for being in agriculture, than trying to identify any given moment, what that would be. Because land gets split up, people transition, they simply can't farm for a long time for whatever reason, and that the most important thing was not what it is currently being done or what might be done, but that it not get permanently unable to be agriculture again. And we struggled a lot we kept trying to tie things a little more specifically in many areas, and we kept coming back to, might be good for this year, and in 10 years it might be good for a completely different crop or ownership situation. And so as long as we can keep it so that it can be farmed or ranched, that's the thing that they really felt was the most important concept.
And I'll make one more note for the record, Maida Loftsgarden. The challenge in this one was that none of us, all the way back to the work group that established the statute, that was the assumption, that this was available for farming. And so it actually was an error on all of us that we didn't catch that. I think it's 2 words. We didn't catch it all the way through the process. And so what's interesting for us is we're having a debate about something that was never debated up front. It's just that when the language was drafted, it was drafted wrong. So we're trying to get back to the intent all the way back to the work group. But what it's done is then popped up this debate that both, and Will's right, both the agriculture community, whose concern was more bluntly came from the Farm Bureau, is if it gets converted fully to a wetland, for example, it's not able to be farmed. It's not just about buildings from the agriculture perspective. And from the land trust perspective, it was, you've created an enforcement nightmare for us. So neither side really felt comfortable with the language that we missed. It shouldn't have been drafted that way kind of from the outset. I don't know if that helps. I'm looking back to Kelly, who might speak to this when she does her public comment at some point as well.
Okay. We better move along. Any questions for Renee or Eric before we do so? Thank you both.
All right, next up is public comment. A reminder for people, if you want to make a public comment, there's yellow slips. Bring them to Derica, and we'll get you called up. Right now, we have just one. So rush the stage if you've got something else you want to say. So first up is Oregon Conservation Partnership, Sean, Kelly, and John.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Kelly Beamer. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts, and we are before you today as the Oregon Conservation Partnership. And for those who are new to the board, this is a three-way partnership between the communities of watershed councils, soil and water conservation districts, and land trusts. And collectively, we represent about 160 organizations that are on the ground working and implementing voluntary conservation, and that's the common thread that we share. And we have a few areas of focused work that we complete together through a MOU. And so we're going to share a little bit about our progress over the last 6 months working together. And I'm going to start with talking a little bit about communications and also strengthening capacity for working lands conservation on the ground. And I'm happy to respond in another capacity probably tomorrow to your question, Liza Jane, about that specific issue with the Oregon Ag Heritage Program. Two quick updates. One is to share a little bit about our collective work to provide coverage throughout Oregon for working lands conservation. About 6 years ago when I started this position, that was one of the things that popped up, that we don't have strong land trust or SWCD districts on the ground that can hold working lands easements throughout the state. It was sort of a new frontier. So over the last 6 years, we've worked with partners, including the Land Trust Alliance, OWEB, NRCS, to really look at how we can strengthen that and have local entities that can work with families to conserve their farms and ranches. So the update on that is we're finally at a place where we brought on the Solid Ground Consulting. They're a very strong, reputable consulting firm in Portland to write a business plan for an Oregon Agricultural Trust. We have a leadership body on board with leaders from the Land Trust community, the Land Trust Alliance, Soil and Water Conservation Districts, the Farm Bureau, industry, folks from Tillamook, for example. All coming together to guide that. And so that's really looking out at other states that have these entities, how they're doing, how they fund their work, and so we can kind of look at that as a model, and also boost up existing groups that are doing the work and give them the tools that they need. So that's on the capacity side, and to touch on the communication side, I think it's an area that's really exciting for all of us. How do we tell our stories better? And it's what I hear you all focusing on as the leadership of OWEB through communications, through the movies that Lotto did. We've been fortunate to have a PR consultant work on our behalf who secured 42 individual earned media stories about voluntary conservation really throughout Oregon. So those have hit local TV stations and newspapers. And as a result, we've had landowners who have seen it on their evening news saying, I have property, I want to volunteer, and I want to connect with my local SWCD or Watershed Council or Land Trust. So it's resulting with more connections with more Oregonians, which is our overall goal. So we'll be continuing that work. We got a grant from the Brainerd Foundation to continue that PR position in the next year. And so that's the quick front.
You're such a great cheerleader. I'm Shawn Morford. I'm the Executive Director of the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils, and I want to update you on a couple of things that we consider sort of our bread and butter events, two particularly interesting webinars recently, and a little bit of a Connect conference update because you won't be meeting again until after Connect. So we have continued our monthly third Thursday webinar series, and one particularly notable one was in December. The session was called Seeing Our Conservation Through the Lens of Climate Change, and we had 52 people participating. That was our biggest one yet. So that really tells us that we are really starting down that path of conversing with SWCDs and watershed councils and land trusts about what does climate change mean to us, how can we talk about it, what is our language we should be using, and how do we incorporate it into our planning. The webinar that's coming up on Thursday this month is Low Impact Development, the role of watershed councils, SWCDs, and land trusts in urban development. So that also, so far we've got 34 people signed up for that, and I'm sure that will grow in the next couple of days. Jumping over quickly to Connect. So you may have already heard, but Connect registration is open. It's going to be April 9 through 11 at Sun River. And as you know, you may remember that this is an annual conference focused on voluntary conservation. About 300 or more people attend it. You help support it, along with NRCS and others. Most of the sessions are now secured, and there's a one track specifically for wildfire, which is new this year. There will also be sessions on climate change, on oak habitat. OWEB is doing a couple sessions on grant management. So it's going to be a really comprehensive event. Along with that, the network is doing something sort of pulling back an idea of having a watershed management camp, particularly focused on we counted them 14 new coordinators and executive directors that we have in the Watershed Council community over the last 9 months. So there'll be a special track for those folks. And I better stop so John has a chance to say something.
Thank you. So John Keith, Executive Director for the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts. I want to touch on a couple items. One is one of the deliverables we promised the board is our government relations toolkit. So it's a toolkit that can be used by all the partners, and it lays out what you can and can't do for the districts, which has been a sort of a fuzzy area for a lot of them. So we hope that'll provide a roadmap for those who want to get more engaged. And we got, as we've heard here today, a lot of stories to tell, and we can always use a lot of people telling those stories. So we're looking forward to having that implemented. The other thing is what's been really valuable, and I've seen really how far we can go as a partnership is with our legislative efforts, working together, identifying the issues and concerns, and then mobilizing where we can together to work on those issues. Some of the issues we're working on are, as this group knows, tide gates, the 401, DEQ, permit costs. The partnership sent out a survey to ask the districts what their concerns or how it's impacting them and the cost of those. But also tax issues when working lands and when property is bought or sold and they have a deferment. Can we get that waived when in some cases it's not? So that's an important issue. Also conservation and recreation bill and the farm to school funding program. So again, I would just echo the comments down here. The partnership has been fantastic in terms of moving things forward that we just couldn't do by ourselves. So I think it's been a good one. Thank you.
Great. And do I have time to add a 1 minute? It's a 45-second video I wanted to share with the board. Okay. And I'm just trying to do this kind of ad hoc up here.
We're not giving you the mouse again.
Maybe, well, if there's any thinking. Oh, yeah. Oh, there you go.
We could take questions. Well,
right. Is there any?
Yeah, if we have any questions from the board while that gets queued up.
We're not getting a lot of love from internet here, so we could skip it, but. Okay.
We've got our top IT person.
Just as a quick lead, the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts and the Land Trust Alliance, through a grant that Meyer funded, put together a series of short videos to show how our members are working throughout local communities to support water health, food, and and really community infrastructure. And so this is sort of the teaser. The film is called Wild Possibilities, and I would love to share. It's 11 minutes, so we don't have time to see the whole movie, but I encourage you to take the 11 minutes. It's sort of a dose of hope, I feel, when I watch it. So I was hoping to give you just the quick trailer, but if logistically it's too much,
Maybe at break, if you can get it running, we can play that.
Yeah, we can pull it up at that point.
All right, any last questions from the board for folks? Great, thank you all. Next up is agenda item H, programmatic effective monitoring of funding requests. Renee and Ken.
Okay. Good morning again, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Deputy Director. I'm joined by Ken Fetcho, the Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator, and we're going to be talking with you about several monitoring efforts we have underway, and we actually have funding requests associated with those. One of those requests will be made tomorrow. I'll explain that in just a bit. We were planning to show a video, but based on Kelly's experience, we will not be showing a video. We may try to tee something up at lunch, see if we can get the connection up. And in that case, we would show ours, and we welcome Kelly to share hers with you. So for this particular agenda item H, and Maida mentioned you have a replacement staff report that was in blue folder, so please refer to that for this. We're covering 4 different monitoring topics. We're starting with the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, or CREP, performance tracking work. Ken will be walking you through that. And also an update and funding request associated with the Middle Fork John Day River Intensively Monitored Watershed, or IMW. Just keep adding to Barbara's alphabet soup that she mentioned earlier. And then I'll provide updates about the Telling the Restoration Story initiative that we kicked off last spring. And then also a quick update about some funds that will be requested tomorrow associated with enabling the new implementation FIPS that you'll be awarding tomorrow, with the ability to work with Bonneville Environmental Foundation to develop their results chain. So we will jump right in. I guess the one request is if you have clarifying questions, please ask those during, because I want you to make sure that you have the clarification that you need on topics. But if we could hold deeper conversation until after to make sure that we get through all 4 items, that would be great. So, Ken, take it away.
Good morning, co-chairs, members of the board. Ken Fetcho, Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator. Let's see here, number 2 on your staff report is the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, or CREP, is a cooperative venture between the state of Oregon and Farm Services Agency with technical support from the NRCS and local implementers. So this program's intent is to restore riparian areas on agricultural lands to benefit fish, wildlife, and improve water quality. Landowners who qualify voluntarily enroll in CREP receive annual rental payments and state and federal cost share incentives to install improved conservation practices such as livestock fencing, planting trees and shrubs, and installing livestock water facilities. So as a follow-up from the statewide CREP effectiveness monitoring study that was completed in 2017, we've been speaking to local CREP techs and I'm exploring the development of monitoring tools to track performance of CREP practices over time, to provide valuable feedback to landowners to adaptively manage their CREP buffers, but also to report on outcomes associated with those conservation actions. Recently, OWEB has recruited 2 CREP technician leads, one on the east side and one on the west side, to help develop what we're calling a monitoring checklist in consultation with the other OWEB-funded CREP techs and NRCS and FSA that will be tested on a subset of contracts in 2019. In addition, the technicians will be repeating the Stream Visual Assessment Protocol, or what's known as SVAP, on a subset of contracts, and so that will help describe improvements to stream habitat, This monitoring method is done prior to the landowner enrolling in CREP and installing these conservation practices. So repeating it and comparing results on a range of buffers on the east and west side will provide information to describing outcomes associated with the conservation practices. So in addition, OWEB staff plans to recruit 2 additional OWEB-funded CREP techs to have a total of 2 on the east side and 2 on the west side, sort of piloting this effort and providing a report which we anticipate receiving in the fall after sort of they collect and summarize all those results. So we're expecting a final report that we could share with you guys that will provide a summary of their findings and recommendations for CREP performance tracking into the future. And staff is requesting up to $25,000 to support this effort to develop and pilot a performance tracking approach for CREP.
So one brief thing that I will add is the CREP effectiveness monitoring study that Ken referenced was statewide, very ambitious in scale, and quite expensive. It absolutely was necessary to understand how the program has performed to date. The reality in talking with CREP techs around the state after that is it's absolutely justifiable that studies like that occur, but they wanted more real-time information coming in so that when they're out on the ground with landowners talking through how are things going with management of these actions that you're putting on the ground, what are some tools that they can use to really get at some of those adaptive management needs. And so this felt like a really great move in the right direction around performance tracking that wasn't quite the extreme of going to a very broad effectiveness monitoring study, knowing that we will periodically continue to undertake efforts like that, but giving some real-world management tools on the ground for CREP techs. So any clarifying questions on that piece?
Looks good.
Okay.
So now, again, Ken Fetcho, Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator. I'll move down to number 3 on the item H staff report. The Middle Fork Grande River Intensively Monitored Watershed, or IMW, has been monitoring the effects of cumulative restoration actions since 2008. Recently, the IMW Working Group published a 10-year summary report, and a year ago, January of 2018, we invited John Selker and Jim Rizicki to report on some of those findings. Hard to believe it was already a year ago. There are 2 principal areas within the IMW study area where there is large-scale restoration and monitoring occurring in the IMW study area, and that is Camp Creek, which is a tributary to the Middle Fork Grande River, and in the Mainstem Middle Fork Grande River itself. In 2008, a total of 25 habitat monitoring reaches were established, 10 in Camp Creek and 15 in the Middle Fork Grande River, to begin measuring an array of stream habitat attributes that are important to fish, are sensitive to land use changes, and can be measured consistently by field crews. These sites were again sampled in 2014, and those results were reported in the 10-year summary report that I mentioned. These sites are up to be resampled in 2019 and are an integral component for the IMW to track watershed scale changes associated with restoration actions and other contributing factors such as forest management, land use changes, high water events, and wildfire. These periodic physical habitat monitoring efforts complement the ongoing monitoring efforts that occur annually in the IMW. In addition, the Malheur National Forest is also providing valuable cash match to this monitoring effort. So these funds that we're requesting will support the repeat sampling of all 25 sites and a report summarizing the results, including a change analysis over the 3 sampling events, and to compare those habitat conditions to reference sites in the Blue Mountains ecoregion. Staff requests up to $75,000 to support the long-term habitat monitoring efforts associated with the Middle Fork Grande River IMW.
For the record, Renee Davis, a quick add, given that Rosemary isn't here to provide some of the context. So this funding complements funding that NOAA Fisheries provides via Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission to help address some of the fish monitoring work that sits with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and their crews in Eastern Oregon, and then also work by the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs and the North Fork Grande Watershed Council to have extensive monitoring stations in place around both flow and water temperature. So this would be a supplemental funding request that would provide really critical complementary habitat data as part of the time series to fit the various pieces of the puzzle together with the fish and water data. So any clarifying questions on this piece? Okay.
Looks good.
All right, so jumping to telling the restoration story. So quick reminder, in April of 2018, the board first awarded funding for a new Telling the Restoration Story targeted grant offering. The intent of this offering is really to build on existing work. So looking at locations where we've had a concentrated investment in restoration work, and not only OWEB, but certainly including OWEB, but other entities, whether it be NRCS or private foundations, but also looking at locations where we have existing high-quality monitoring data that might begin to tell the story of how that restoration work is in fact impacting, hopefully positively impacting, the ecosystems in a particular location. So we have been working since spring of last year with the grant program staff to identify where these areas are around the state that are ripe with this existing investment, existing data. Also, where we could capture a diversity of different restoration action types, so not only looking, say, at in-stream work, but also bringing in, say, irrigation efficiency or floodplain reconnection projects. And then finally looking at where we have local partners that have capacity to take some spare time, not that any of them ever have much spare time given the amount of work they're putting on the ground, but to work in a coordinated fashion with the agency to really build out and develop this quantitative story about restoration investments and their effects. So again, the intent with this is to build on existing work. It's not to fund new data collection, but rather to enable the analysis and or interpretation of existing data. So we do have that quantitative piece, but then also to build out the story itself in the form of what could be a variety of products, whether those are two-page handouts, online story maps, videos that help provide visually context of the work that's happening, a sense of place and the landowners who are engaged. So you'll see in your staff report, page 2, the bulleted list, we have 7 stories that are currently being built out, nice diversity, both in location and action type, ranging from, just I'll hit on a couple of these, some really innovative fish passage techniques down in the Warner Basin to floodplain reconnection projects in Meacham Creek over in Sioux's region, and also in Upper Mackenzie in Deer Creek, and then getting at some of the upland work that's happening in the Upper Willamette around Coyote Creek, some of the wet prairie and oak restoration that's happening there. So we've had beyond enthusiastic reception from local partners when we've approached them about this. We hear regularly, we've been wanting to do this, we haven't had the resources, we haven't had the reason to carve out the time to do this. So they are diving in with both feet, which has been fantastic. As part of this work, we have laid out that we hope and expect them to have their products completed by summer of 2019, but if some flow in sooner than that, we may have the opportunity to feature them in, for example, our budget presentation. It's nice to be able to have those real-world examples that have quantitative data attached to them about the restoration effects. So still holding on to the hope for that opportunity to play out, depending on when our budget's scheduled. As part of the scoping, though, to identify this initial set of 7, there was no shortage of other possibilities. And so this is why we're coming to you today to ask for an additional $100,000 in funding from the open solicitation and programmatic effectiveness monitoring line item to continue to enable build out of some additional stories. What we expect with the next slate is that rather than simply being retrospective in nature where we're able to capitalize on existing data sets, we are beginning to see some opportunities to use this funding for telling the story to match up with currently opened project level effectiveness monitoring grants where they are doing data collection now. They've scheduled data collection over a 3 or 5 year period, and being able to pair that funding proactively so that they know there will be a telling the story opportunity and can maybe be building in some of that analysis sooner, maybe beginning to talk with some local partners about video development to be able to get some of that footage when they're out in the field doing the monitoring work. So moving into more of what we would call a hybrid space where it's not simply backcasting, really kind of capitalizing still on projects that are existing but are still active rather than simply looking retrospectively. So with that, I'll pause and see if you have any clarifying questions about this piece.
Yeah, go ahead.
For the record, Jason Robinson. Thanks, Renee. I'm a real champion behind telling the restoration story. I think it's a great program, and I think the more we can tell all the different unique interactions of each project that we're funding, the more information we can get out there to our constituents and our stakeholders, and I think that's important. One of the challenges in telling the restoration story is that the story doesn't end, and so you can tell what's going on today, but it's hard to tell how that restoration story continues into the future, and so I just want to challenge us to think long-term in how we tell that restoration story, and that comes down to monitoring. I think it's extremely important. Another challenge is really coming up with the metrics to show not only do we pull the community together, we provide value and dollars back to the community through these programs, we put streams back in a condition where we're moving the watershed benchmark. But a big question we get in the UMQA oftentimes is, so what does that do for the fish? And we're really challenged across the state in terms of having good, strong metrics for our fish returns. And so just wanted to kind of point that out, that as we think about telling that restoration story into the future, those numbers are so important, and that's why that monitoring component is so key. So thank you. Good presentation.
Thanks for that, Jason. And a couple just quick follow-up items for the record, Renee Davis. One piece that we are encouraging our local partners to do as they are developing these stories is to capture some of what you were hitting on, some of the lessons learned. It's not necessarily only the quantitative story, but it's what have we learned, how are we adaptively managing, how can we share that, and absolutely agree on how do we connect that up to the things that people expect to be shifting by way of fish populations. Both Department of Environmental Quality and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife have been really critical partners in reviewing the applications that we're getting around this, and already our wheels are turning around. How can we more at the statewide interagency level help to enable some of those better connections up to the limited but available data sets that we may have from our agency partners too.
Gary?
Gary Marshall. Renee, so in this package, are these funds capable of carrying this story on to the audience, and who is the audience, and how's this going to get published and passed around?
For the record, Renee Davis, so yes, the funds are targeted at analysis or interpretation of data and to actually develop the communication products. So whether that be 2-pagers or online story maps or videos, we're not prescribing what the products will be, but are leaving it open to some innovative thinking from our local partners. The intent certainly is to be able to speak to all of you about the story of our restoration investments and its impact. Certainly to be able to use more broadly, if we think about strategic plan priority 1, about broad awareness of the importance of restoration and some of what it provides to Oregonians. Being able to use it in that context, certainly with the legislature, as I mentioned, it's helpful to have those real world stories. But what we're hearing from our local partners is they're thinking about the products with a lens too of how do they, one, can be able to speak back to their communities about the importance of that work, but also for landowners who they hope to work with in the future, being able to have that. So we're not just kind of doing the rah-rah look at OWEB. It really is a local story that we're telling that's helped be enabled by our funds.
Yeah. Thank you. That's what I'd hope for.
Randy?
Randy Lavey, for the record. I just want to echo Jason's statement that and congratulate Meta and the staff on getting these initiatives on the ground so early in the strategic planning cycle. It's incredibly sad that Rosemary's not here today. This is one of her hottest buttons, and great job.
Thank
it's
you.
Exciting.
Thanks.
Any other comments at this point?
Okay, I'll jump us to our fourth and final. This was the video we were going to show. We'll do that later. Okay, so moving us into results chain support for the new implementation FIPS. Again, quick background. In April of 2016, the board awarded funding to the Bonneville Environmental Foundation, or BEF, to help the agency develop what we now affectionately refer to as the progress monitoring framework for the implementation FIPS. So the timing of this was the board meeting immediately following the award for the first 6 implementation FIPS that you made in January of 2016. The intent of the work with BEF was to really establish a consistent framework across FIPS, so it doesn't matter if we're talking about sage grouse habitat, if we're talking about closed lakes, basin, wetlands, native fish habitat, but a consistent framework to be able to track progress, measure progress on, and then report out on the progress from those very large-scale implementation FIP investments. With the reporting out being 2 pieces. One, certainly this kind of standard restoration output metrics that we think of, how many acres, how many miles, but as Jason noted, beginning to connect that up to what are the changes that we are seeing in the habitat with ecosystem process and function, ultimately, albeit a number of years out, connecting up to fish population dynamics, to really have a sound logic model in place to help guide that work through time. So the other piece that was intended with the progress monitoring framework was getting back to this adaptive management piece that I mentioned earlier, to encourage the implementation FIPS to not only have a logic model in place, but to have the ability to walk through, identify what the predicted outcomes are, do the monitoring, and then have a mechanism to take those lessons learned, take those findings, and adaptively manage their approach on the ground. So since the board awarded funding in April of 2016, and you've seen some presentations from BEF, their team has worked with each of the 6 implementation FIPS to essentially walk through a theory of change process. If you look at the top piece of this schematic, theory of change essentially kind of lays out, here are the restoration strategies or the on-the-ground strategies that we're using, here are the implementation results that we're seeing, and then ask some questions around, are those reducing the threats, whether those threats be to habitat or individual species populations? What are the ecological results that we're seeing? Are we seeing more ability for braided channels as opposed to a single incised channel? Are we seeing greater diversity in riparian forest habitats through time, with the ultimate intent of being able to point to, are we improving the status of an ecological priority? So how that plays out is development of what Alan Henning affectionately refers to as wiring diagrams that are results chains. So that's the jumble at the bottom of the screen that shows all of the connections among strategies, threat reductions, those ecological results, whether it be near term, intermediate, longer term, that you would track through time. And the intent of this product, along with a crosswalk that helps to connect this to each of the FIPS monitoring work, is to understand, are we actually measuring the right things to be able to understand how we're moving the dial? And from early on with the FIP program, we'll continually emphasize to us, these should be moving the dial. We may not get to recovered fish populations in 6 years, but we need to be seeing progress going in the right direction. So how the FIPS have used the results chain work and the crosswalk that has been produced from their efforts with BEF, one is to help fill monitoring gaps. Some of the supplemental funding that you all provided last April is filling exactly the types of gaps that, as they walk through the results chain, compare that to their monitoring on the ground, they see maybe we actually missed this piece, this measure that we could be monitoring, and we're helping to fill some of those gaps. The other way that we're beginning to use this in-house, and it was mentioned in Director's Update D1, I think it was, E1, I can't remember what number or letter it was, is to develop progress tracking reports for the implementation FIPS. So at certain points in time, we can take the information about this is the expected outcome, here's the monitoring data that we have, how are we moving along that dial, how are we beginning to move that needle. So given that the FIPS that you all will be considering tomorrow did not have a requirement in their strategic action plan template to use a theory of change approach or a results chain approach, we want to make sure to still provide that support with BEF for the implementation FIPS that will be awarded tomorrow. So the funding request that will come to you in item 02 tomorrow is to provide a small amount of resources to support those assumed four implementation FIPS, but that is up to you tomorrow. Enable them to work with Bonneville Environmental Foundation between January and July to complete the results chain and crosswalk work so that they are able, before they dig in with their actual funding, to assess, are there some gaps in monitoring that we might want to fill up front that we might not have accounted for. So the formal funding request will come to you tomorrow, but this is the explanation behind that. There are some other pieces that funding will help to cover around FIP partnership, agreement develop, et cetera, that Courtney and Eric will discuss tomorrow, I believe. So, any questions on that item?
Not seeing any. All right, thank you.
I have a question.
Oh.
It wasn't a clarifying one, so I was waiting.
Okay.
This
is Jane's ready for discussion.
Yeah, just possibly. On the CREP, Ken, is that intended, first of all, CREP is always on private land. They don't, right, because it's a government, so.
It can be on state land.
Excuse me?
It can be on state land.
Oh, it can.
Yes.
So for the record, our former NRCS employee, Maida Lofsgaard, will help clarify.
Okay. Well, will this information help CREP have adaptive management? Because what my experience with that program has been, there isn't room for it as a landowner. The contract has to run out, then they'll consider changes. So can that be stepped up to where they would use that as well to change what they're seeing?
So for the record, Ken Fetcho, Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator. I think it just really depends on how you define adaptive management. And so the way we're thinking of it, they're trying to collect information that is really helping them better understand how those conservation practices that they committed to implementing are going. So some of the things that they have to do is, for instance, eliminate invasive plants, right? And so some of this ongoing sort of checklist monitoring, when a CREP tech is out there, they're going to be looking for certain things. Did all the trees and shrubs they planted, did they survive? Is there any impacts to the fence? Is there, new invasive plants that have popped up that maybe the landowner isn't aware of? And so some of those things that we are thinking that they could help identify and communicate with the landowner, going, hey, here's some of the things we're seeing, let's work on this. This information can also be used for informing management practices. But the goal is to have them meeting the terms of the contract and be eligible for re-enrollment when that contract expires. And so I don't know if what you're talking about adaptive management is, putting in a stream crossing or, so I need a little bit more information on what you're thinking about adaptive management.
This is Liza Jane. I'm thinking, will NRCS use that information to change their practices, what they're supporting as practices?
Oh, interesting.
Or is it
That's not the intent of this.
Okay, thank you.
So one quick follow-up for the record, Renee Davis. I would say that as part of the CREP effectiveness monitoring study, the CREP techs came together to develop an adaptive management guidebook, essentially capturing what they have learned through time. I think that is the scale rather than this, which is more targeted to a tool to work with individual landowners. I think as we come together as partners on the CREP program and can daylight maybe some of those larger scale learnings, I think that's the space where there's potential for adaptive management of the program. But as Ken said, that's not the specific intent of the CREP performance tracking piece.
Yeah, Jason.
For the record, Jason Robinson. Renee, I did have one question on the results chain. So we were reviewing the applications for this round of FIPS, was there any conversation with the applicants about the results chain in that, and kind of what were some of the preliminary discussions like and feedback?
For the record, Renee Davis, I may defer to Andrew and Eric on this because I wasn't in the conversation. So we asked questions that were not specifically targeted in the questions in the application at the results chain because that was not yet a requirement as part of the strategic action plan. But to begin to get at what are the metrics and measures essentially that you would expect to use and what is your game plan for monitoring. So it's not a perfect connection between I don't believe that results chain came up elsewhere, but again, I defer to them, so we should check. We have, though, for the strategic action plan template that the current development FIPS are using and others who may be referring to it, whether they're funded by us or not, we have specifically built in not it must be the results chain that uses this Maradi approach, but a theory of change approach as a really critical foundation for their strategic action planning. So we're still in a little bit of this in-between space, and that's why we're requesting the funding because we did not explicitly ask that of them, and we think it's unfair to expect that they would just magically have aligned all of their monitoring to an approach like that.
Thank you.
More discussion from the board, questions? Looks like we're good. Thank you. All right, we're about to move into a break.
Well, we have motions.
Right, oh, that's right.
I can do
Just for the first three.
Randy Labby for the record. I move the board award up to $25,000 from the open solicitation programmatic effectiveness monitoring line item in the 2017-19 spending plan to support grants that develop and pilot a performance tracking approach for CREP, and delegate to the executive director the authority to distribute the funds through appropriate agreements with an award date of January 15th, 2019.
Scary, I'll second it.
Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Randy Labby, for the record, I move the board award up to $75,000 from the open solicitation programmatic effectiveness monitoring line item in the 2017-19 spending plan to support the effectiveness monitoring program associated with the Middle Fork John Day River intensively monitored watershed, and delegate to the executive director the authority to distribute the funds through appropriate agreements with an award date of January 15th, 2019.
Gary, I'll second again.
Any discussion on this motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Again, Randy Labby. For the record, I move the board forward $100,000 from the open solicitation programmatic effectiveness monitoring line item in the 2017-19 spending plan to support grants for additional retrospective analysis to tell the restoration story, and delegate to the executive director the authority to distribute the funds through appropriate agreements with an award date of January 15th, 2019.
Gary, I'll second.
Any discussion on this motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. That motion carries also.
Thank you.
Now, having jumped the gun earlier, I'm back on track. So we're about to take a break. We'll come back at 10:15 for agenda item I, the Oregon Ag Heritage Program. There'll be a 10:30 public comment for this action item. So if you have any public comment for the next agenda item, please fill out one of the yellow slips and give them to Derek at the far end of to the right of me. So we'll take a break for 15 minutes, be back at 10:15. Thank you.
We do.
So.
Randy Labby, co-chair, and I'd like to call your attention to item I, the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program, and I would like to just state at the outset of this, you'll note we have 95 minutes, and I would hope that we can find a sweet spot between micromanaging our commission and providing oversight in general of these rules. I would hope that that sweet spot would take less than 95 minutes, but I don't want to constrain our questions or our duty to provide oversight. I just want to say that please be disciplined in your comments and your questions. And as well, I'd like your forbearance. Will and I have decided to do the motion that's last here. And initially, it's a routine reappointment of Ken Bailey and Mary Wall. And so I'd like to handle that action item first before we hear from our panel.
Will Newhouser, for the record, I'd just like to note, so the way the Maida probably has more details on this, but the way it was set up, some people, these guys in particular, were on a very short one-year term in order to create staggered terms so that everybody doesn't start in the same year and everybody end at the same year. So this is this is the end of their short segment, and normally it's a how long, 2-year appointment, Maida? What are the regular schedule is 2 years?
The regular schedule is 4 years,
4 years
with a 4-year re-up. So you're going to get another set of a couple people next year, the year after, so that we're then on a rotating cycle for those commissioners.
Barbara Boyer, clarifying question. So the people who are on 1 year, they can go for 2 more 4-year?
No, only 1 more 4 years. So those first commissioners, Ken Bailey, Mary Wall, they were, I think we asked, for the record, Maida Lofsgarden, we asked, for example, the Fish and Wildlife Commission and the Board of Agriculture to tell us which person they wanted in a shorter slot or longer. But for somebody like Mary Wall or Ken Bailey in this case, their total that they can serve is only 5 years. And the next folks will be only 6 until we get ourselves to that 4-year rotation. And that is typical for new commissions that are formed so that you don't get in this all new people every 4 years.
Jason?
Jason Rouse for the record. And just a clarifying question, I assume this is correct, both Ken and Mary want to stay on and continue to move forward.
I have so many ways I could respond to that. Maida Lofsgarden, for the record, yes. And their respective Board of Agriculture and Fish and Wildlife Commission, the 2 agencies have requested that they continue as well.
Well,
Ready to enter.
you're a commissioner, but you can still make a motion.
Will Newhouser, I move the board reappoint Ken Bailey as recommended by the Board of Agriculture and Mary Wall as recommended by the Fish and Wildlife Commission to the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission for 4-year terms.
Jason Robinson, I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any question?
Yeah. So, Will Newhouser, I would just like to say as OWEB board liaison to this commission. They were both very effective members, fully engaged, and would not have had the same result without their efforts. So I really recommend them to be reappointed.
Any further question? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, thank you. Both of those commissioners are legends in their own area. So, Eric Williams, Lois Lee, Nathan, thank you again for your presence here and your service over this last year. It's been really impressive.
Thank you, Co-Chair Randy Labby and Will. Eric Williams, for the record, staff at OWEB. I'd like to have the two Ag Heritage commissioners that are here with us today introduce themselves. We're very fortunate to have them here for this part of your agenda today. So turn it over to Lois.
For the record, Lois Loop. I'm a commissioner on the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program, which I've tried to figure out how we could shorten that. I mean, OWEB, but OAHP didn't really. So anyway, my background is, I think, particularly suited for this commission. I live on a 4-generation agricultural farm outside of Salem, and I worked for the U.S. Department of Agriculture Farm Service Agency for 30 years, the last 10 of which was concentrated on the state level, handling all of the conservation programs, including CREP. And I was telling Ken, tickled to death to see the monitoring going on, but always one of my favorite programs, because I could see the potential and the value of those riparian areas. I can tell you that even all the years that I've worked with committees and with groups making decisions, this had to be one of the most enjoyable, exhausting, but enjoyable. It was a very dedicated group. The diversity of backgrounds was wonderful because it gave us the opportunity to challenge different opinions and points of view without any controversy. Well, occasionally controversy, but it was really a hardworking group, and I felt like the personalities really gelled. And so I really appreciated the fact that the Ag Board nominated me and for the position with a concentration on water quality. And I enjoyed it. There were times when the trip to Prineville was less than enjoyable, but that's okay. It, I think, resulted in a product that we can be proud of. So appreciate you taking a good look at it, determining whether or not you feel it met your standards, and hopefully can clarify things that you have questions about. But thank you for the nomination, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board, for the record, Nathan Jackson. I am the tribal representative on the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission. I also manage the day-to-day operations for the agricultural operations for the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians. I have been very impressed with the work of the commission and especially of the OWEB staff. The staff did an absolutely fantastic job of guiding us and helping us come to consensus and decisions without ever influencing our decisions in any kind of undue manner, but laying out the options and how we might go forward and really lending an amazing amount of support that made every minute of our time where I think we were about every 3 weeks in Prineville for a day there, and really made the effort to travel and do this work worthwhile. So I know you all work with the staff closely, but again, from another perspective, the staff is amazing and they're to be lauded for their efforts. One thing that I am very proud of with this commission is it is definitely an Ag Heritage Commission. even though there are members on there that don't necessarily have, by title, an ag focus. For instance, Lois is the water quality representative, but she is an agriculturalist. I'm the tribal representative, but I am an agriculturalist. I'm also the president of the Oregon Cattlemen's Association. I think there are only 3 people on the entire commission that don't have some direct tie to agriculture and agricultural production. So it has been very much a focus throughout the rulemaking process that we were focused on protection and enhancement of agricultural working lands and keeping them viable for agricultural production, and I appreciate the opportunity to serve on the commission.
Thank you. Randy Labby again. As Will indicated before the break, we have the opportunity to have a public commentary at 10:30. We have not received any requests for that, so if
There's one coming.
There is one coming. Okay, good. And we might as well handle that now before we get started. Oh, good. Okay, sorry, Eric.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Co-Chair Labby. For the record, Eric Williams, OWEB staff. What I'd like to do is just give a brief introduction and summary of our process that led us here today, including an outline of the contents of the rules that are before you. And then we'll do the public comment and come back. And like we typically do with rule adoption, we'll walk through each section, and I'll ask you if there are any components of that section that you would like to have more detailed discussion on. So we'll walk through the entire list of rules that way, and then come back and visit those places where you wanted to have some focused discussion. So as a matter of background and introduction, the commission was established by law in 2017. And as you know, you all appointed the 11 commissioners in January of last year. So not quite even a year ago, January 31st. And that commission started meeting the very next day, which I think is maybe a measure of enthusiasm of our executive director, but I think it also is a reflection of the enthusiasm that the commission approached their work with. Coming, as Lois mentioned, to Prineville for numerous meetings, the commission met 9 times to develop this set of rules, and they were mostly day-long meetings, some of them day and a half. And so there were a lot of conversations that were had that resulted in what you see before you today. And I point that out because this is a little bit different of an action for you as a board. Because of the way the commission is structured, it is nested underneath the OWEB board, and so all of the work that they do comes to you for final approval. You appoint them as commissioners, they create rules and present them to you for approval, and if the program does get funding and starts awarding grants, the process will work in a similar way. They'll work through a vetting process with staff and technical committees. They will make final recommendations to you to actually award those grants, and that's how it was set up in the statute, and the rules are reflected to operate in that same way. And so I think you've heard a little bit about the goals of the program over the last year or so. As you know, it's intended to recognize the public value of lands that provide both natural resource value and value as working lands in agriculture, which is the second largest economic driver in the state. And there's also a recognition in creating the program that there's a lot of change on the horizon with the median age of working landowners and operators increasing, and a tremendous need for succession planning. So that's a really important component of the program, as well as grant authority to fund protection of these lands through conservation easements and covenants. In addition to those 2 items, the statutory authority also includes grant-making authority for developing and implementing conservation management plans. These would be detailed plans that help an operation most effectively preserve those agricultural and natural resource values in the long run. And there's also authority for technical assistance grants to assist those organizations that might be providing any of those other services to the intended audience. And so, as I mentioned, the commission met 9 times to develop these rules. As we typically do with any set of rules, they were put out for public comment. We had initially posted them for a 30-day public comment period in July, and then recognized that that 30-day period didn't allow time for boards and commissions, such as the Board of Agriculture, who only meet quarterly, to adequately address rules and provide comment. And so we extended that comment period through October 5th. And you'll see as an attachment to the staff report, we did receive a tremendous volume of public comment on these rules. Over 150 comments were submitted, and the commission worked through every one of those comments and made numerous revisions to the initial draft that was posted to create the final draft that was put before you. Again, so that mirrors a process that we would typically follow for OWEB rules, but it was managed by the commission to get to this point. And so what you see in the package before you is a set of rules that looks similar, I think, in some respects to rules that you've approved in the past, where we've got a front section, 698005, that governs the administrative provisions applicable to all of the grant programs. And then the other sections each focus on a different grant offering that's authorized in the statute. And so Section 10 is on conservation management plans. Section 15 is on working land conservation covenants and easements. Section 20 on the technical assistance grants, and Section 25 on succession planning grants. And so I think I would pause there and see if Lois or Nathan wanted to add anything as a matter of background before we head into public comment.
The only thing, Lois Loop for the record, the only thing that I would emphasize is that the commission worked very hard at making sure that both of our goals were reflected in this, and that's the preservation of agricultural land for the use of agriculture, but also the taking advantage of the conservation resources available on those private lands, which constitute the majority of private lands in the United States is farm ownership. So with both of those goals in mind, each rule that we looked at, that was at the back of our minds. Okay, does this work toward both of those goals? Are we inhibiting either one of those goals by this rule? And so there were times that that rule went up on the board in a piece of poster paper, and we went back and forth, and finally it was, okay, we're going to do it, or no, we've got to work on it some more. So there was a lot of time and effort put into making sure that those two goals were addressed on each one of the rules.
And to follow up just slightly on what Lois said, we very much had a recognition that profitability in and of itself for an agricultural operation is a valid goal and is something that we needed to make sure we spelled out in these proposed rules as a valid goal for the program.
For the record, Eric Williams, are there any questions on background before we head into public comment? Okay. If not, we'll vacate the table and proceed with that.
Thank you.
Will Newhouser, for the record, while you're changing over, I would just like to say I enjoyed my trips to Prineville. In spite of the ice, one of the trips was quite tense because it was alternating black ice and bare pavement, which is really hard on the chains.
Randy Labby, for the record. So we have comment from Kelly Beamer, the Director of Coalition of Land Trusts, and she's going to comment on legislative work. I would say, Kelly, come on forward. And I'd like to just say how indebted we are to you. You were so instrumental in the birth of this program and trudging through the halls of the the legislature, talking across the table from legislatures one-on-one and recruiting advocates on both sides of the aisle. And it's a further tribute that this program went through with such a bipartisan manner in an era of partisanship. And I thank you for that work.
Thank you, Co-Chair Labby. I really appreciate it. And I'm sitting up here on behalf of a broad coalition that worked to launch it, and it's amazing. 3 years later, here we are having a conversation with the Commission, which we envisioned this leadership body that could represent both habitat conservation and working lands protection. And I'm indebted to their service and also to Maida's leadership, Eric, and I want to give a shout out to Liz Redden, who did an incredible job facilitating the Commission and bringing all the rules together. So first and foremost, I wanted to thank those individuals for their work in creating the administrative rules. And secondly, I was going to comment on this tomorrow, but just realized to be more offer more continuity, I will provide the legislative update on the bill that Maida referenced this morning, just to give you a sense of kind of where we are with the program. And so on that regard, as staff reported out this morning, that part of the OWEB budget, the Oregon Ag Heritage Funding $10 million request, was not included in the governor's budget. But the coalition that includes Oregon Association of Conservation Districts, Farm Bureau, Cattlemen, Thousand Friends of Oregon, and many others were ready in the wings and had a draft bill for $10 million of funding. And we feel like this is necessary to demonstrate success for those projects we know we need right now. And the letters of interest alone, I think, demonstrated at least $35 million in demand for this kind of work. So we drafted a bill in partnership with Representative Witt. He took the lead. It's a very simple funding bill for $10 million because thankfully the program's already established by the legislature and the fund is established. It's LC 1299, and yesterday bright and early I arrived at Salem to collect the co-signing and chief sponsor signatures, and I'm happy to report the chief sponsors are Representative Witt, Representative Helm, and Senator Hansel from Eastern Oregon. And we have a total of 12 sponsors. So 5 of them are Republican, 7 are Democrat. This is an incredible bipartisan effort that shows leadership from East and West Oregon, from rural and urban, and it's really, it's been an exciting conversation with legislators. Because it's a funding bill, it would normally go right to Ways and Means just for their consideration, but we feel like there's been so much work done between when the legislature passed the program and now, we wanted to get it some policy hearings to have a broader set of leaders learn about it. So we're hoping that this funding bill can travel with the legislation for the fix, the technical fix that you've heard about earlier, and it would give us an opportunity to have it in the House Policy Committee and the Senate Policy Committee, most likely Representative Clem's Ag Committee in the House, and then the Senate Environment Committee on the Senate side. I'm going to say $10 million is needed, but it's a big lift. It's a big lift when it's a climate of, it's hard to find general funds, and we are asking for general funds. The great news is we have this great bipartisan coalition, but we are going to need all hands on deck. And I get to say this because we're a nonprofit advocacy group, but we are going to be really pushing hard, and we would love to have leaders in this room that care about this program join us in that effort. A few things coming up that we've planned. February 5th, we're doing an informational breakfast for legislators in the building, 7 a.m. before committee hearings, and that's really bringing them up to speed, hoping to have some of the commissioners, I think I already roped Will into showing up for that, to provide some information on what's happened up to date and to hopefully build support. We're doing a lobby day. You remember last session we had a 25-foot salmon being pulled by a tractor that was in front of the Capitol building, just to sort of show these two communities coming together. We're doing that March 8th, which is a Friday, and we'll be doing legislator visits all that week. What we're going to focus on is OAHP week in session. coalition. So the stories of landowners are critical. That's what moves our hearts. That's how all of the groups involved knew this was a really needed program, because we are looking at 10 million acres changing hands in the next 20 years, and we want to be there with the tools. So I think that that's sort of the quick snapshot of what our plan is as the coalition. And we look forward, we're open to more groups joining and more folks getting involved. Questions?
Okay, thanks, Kelly, very much. Oh, Jan, sorry.
This is Jan Lee. This question is probably for Maida, but did you have any discussion with anyone in the governor's office as to why they might not have funded this?
You waited until I put a mint in my mouth.
See that?
Yeah, it's all right. I knew the timing was bad. Maida Lofsgarden, for the record. There were a number of conversations that occurred with staff at the governor's office, with other agencies about this program. The feedback that we got, one, is that this is an exceptional coalition that brought the program together, that the commission did exceptional work in order to get the bill up and running, and that this governor, for many good reasons, has a very, very focused agenda. In the natural resources world, that is fire, water, and climate change. She has held to those things since the start. She has the same thing if you move over to the education platform, if you move over to the various platforms. She is very focused and very specific. And we are still in tough budget times. The economy is doing really well, but as we see, there are some rumblings about what that economy might look like a few years down the road, and we still have the PERS reform hanging over our head. And so the feedback that we've gotten consistently is that there were some incredibly tough decisions that the governor's office had to make. It was never that, from a policy perspective, that this is not an important program and a really respected program. It was more a matter of, with very limited budgets and with a very specific policy agenda, those things that the governor wanted to focus on. But they have continued to be supportive and have provided direct feedback that if they would never come in opposition to the proposal that's being funded, which there are times that a governor's office will oppose bills, and that they are very supportive of us looking for other funds, whether they be federal or otherwise, to move forward with the program. So
thank you.
That helps.
Randy Lavey, for the record. Eric, it's yours.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Eric Williams, OWEB staff. What we'd like to do is walk through the proposed rules with you, and I'll walk through them section by section, and we'll just flag items that you want to have discussion about. So we'll go through the whole list of rules doing that, and then come back to those items that you want to have conversation about. And our commissioners and I will be happy to engage in a discussion on those issues or answer questions to the best that we can. So the rules are in attachment A of your staff report in section I of your binder, or beginning in attachment A, I should say. And so that first set of rules is Division 005, which is the administrative rules. And so just walking through section by section, is there anything in paragraph 10, or section 10, I should say, purpose, that you'd like us to come back and revisit? Okay, seeing nothing, is there anything in section 20, the definitions?
Jan?
Yes, I have a question about the conversion definition, if we could come back to that later.
Yep. Okay, that's definition number 6, conversion, so we'll revisit that one. Section 30, application requirements. Okay, section 40, application processing. It's a short one. Section 50, grant agreement conditions. Section 60, another short one, use of restricted funding. Section 70, distribution of funds. 80, funding decision reconsideration by board. 90, technical committees. 100, waiver and periodic review of rules. Okay, moving to attachment B, which is Division 10. This is on conservation management plans. Any interest in discussion of anything in Section 10 purpose?
I think Meg had.
Sorry, I would like to talk about the waiver rule.
Okay. We get a lot of questions about that.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, I had a, Randy Labby, I had a question just on the technical committees, a short one.
Okay. All right. Okay, Division 10, Conservation Management Plans, purpose and definition. Section 30, eligibility.
Mr. Gary, I'd just like to talk about the individual eligibility
Okay,
at some point.
all right. 40, application. 50, matching contributions. 60, CMP activities. 70, term of payment for conservation management plan implementation. 80, conservation management plan components. 90, evaluation criteria. 100, technical review and funding process. 110, grant agreement conditions. 120, CMP mutual modification. 130, CMP monitoring. 140, grant reporting requirements. And 150 is waiver and periodic review. We've already flagged that one. That's the same language that will appear in each section. Okay, moving to Division 15. This is working land conservation covenants and easement. Any discussion items under 10 purpose? 20 definitions. 30 eligible applicants. 40 eligible properties. 50 application. 60 match contributions. 70 use of grant funds. 80 terms of covenants and easements.
Barbara Boyer, I'd like to flag that, please.
Okay. All right, 90 evaluation criteria. Meg?
Meg?
Flag that one.
90?
90.
All right. 100 technical review and funding process. 110 board approval and delegation of authority. 120 public involvement. 130 director funding approval and distribution of funds. 140 compliance and enforcement. 150 grant reporting requirements for covenants. 160 payment relationship between covenants and easements. 170 subsequent conveyances. And 180 is the same waiver and periodic review that we're going to talk about. Okay, Division 20 is working land technical assistance grants. Anything to discuss in Section 10 purpose? Section 20 definitions? Section 30 eligibility? 40 application requirements? Section 50, technical assistance activities. Section 60, evaluation criteria. 70, technical review and funding process. 80, grant agreement conditions. And 90, again, is the waiver language. Moving to attachment E in Division 25, succession planning grants, Section 10, purpose. 20, definitions. 30, applicant eligibility. 40, application requirements. 50, eligible activities. 60, evaluation criteria. 70, succession planning, grant application, technical review, and funding process. 80, grant agreement conditions. 90, grant funding conditions. 100, grant reporting requirements. And 110, we've already flagged. Okay, that's the 5 sections of the rules. So let's go back to attachment A, Division 5. First item we had was flagged to discuss conversion, and this was Jan's question.
Thank you. This is Jan Lee. The reason I had a question about Section 6 on conversion is that there's actually a state statute that applies to subsection 4 of that section, and it provides an exemption to protect a water right while land is in conservation programs. That statute is specific to federal programs and doesn't include state programs, so I'm wondering if we want to consider addressing that in some manner.
I might have an answer to this. For the record, Maida Lofsgarden. So Jan, I'm going to tell you where this came from, and then because you had been very involved in that statute, the development of the other statute, the reason that this was placed here was about the concern about conversion out of agriculture, and the language that was added in conversation with DLCD and the agriculture community was the piece about reducing the long-term viability of agriculture for the working land. And so this is a place, I think, in this statute where in this rule where we may be a bit different than the one that you were working on for the federal programs, where if the goal is for the land to stay as a working land and that removal of irrigation reduces the long-term viability of agriculture on the working land, the concern was it didn't hit the working land goal anymore, which I think, and this is why I'm going to ask you, is different than what you guys were shooting for with the concern about federal programs where you're reducing that water right for conservation purpose. This one is specifically, you did this and now it's not viable for agriculture anymore. So I think that might be the difference, but I want to check that with you, Jan, to see if that was our goal in this, was it was really about making sure it stayed as agriculture land and we didn't take away all the water rights and now it can't be farmed at all.
Right, and I was thinking more specifically about crop changes where you may reduce some of the water right, put some of it in a stream, or change the water right, and I wasn't sure the way this is worded, it would appear that might not be possible.
Go ahead, Nathan.
So Nathan Jackson for the record. The operative piece of this is that long-term viability. So if it's an interim lease or an in-stream lease, then it's not a conversion. We're trying to define conversion so that we can understand what pieces of farm ground are under threat of conversion. If you take away the water, then that is obviously under threat of conversion.
Right, if you took away all the water, that would certainly be the case. I wasn't sure if this restricted.
Well, and it doesn't say taking away all the water. It says taking away water so that long-term ag production isn't viable.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, the next question I had flagged.
Meg, did you have a follow-on?
Well, I guess it seems, I was mulling the idea of talking about a permanent transfer. I mean, cancellation is obviously permanent, but permanent transfer. But I don't know whether it's even necessary given the point that a temporary transfer and a lease, a temporary lease would not reduce the long-term viability of agriculture.
Well,
I don't know whether it's necessary.
For the record, Maida-Lofts Garden, let me give another example. There may be a case where on a property that is sub-irrigated or otherwise, that has some other ability to continue to grow productively without irrigation. So in places in Eastern Oregon where we have severe limitations on the ability to access water, you can have a viable agriculture operation that has converted from irrigation to dry land fully. And that's why this wording was really important, is if that conversion makes it so you can't farm anymore, whether it's partial or full, then we have an issue. But there are cases where you can go fully from irrigated to dry land and still have a very viable operation. So as Nathan noted, the goal here is that long-term viability of agriculture, and that gives you a pretty broad space within which to operate, we hope.
All right, moving to the next question, which is on page 5, attachment A. This is Division 5, section 0090 on technical committees. Randy had a question.
Yeah, Randy Labby for the record. I just wondered, when we had the webinar on this, it was kind of a light bulb for me that our technical review teams and technical assistance is such a different model than we have in OWEB. Is there going to be provision for a budget line item to access outside specialists to help with these evaluations? Or
for the record, Eric Williams, we will set up technical review teams similar to the way we do for current OWEB grants, but adding experts in regional agricultural types. If there are situations where, particularly with covenants and easements, we might want some contractual assistance in looking at the soundness of the real estate transaction, we would use contracted services for that kind of help.
And would have money for that.
Okay, thanks.
Lois Loop, for the record. One of the things that brought this to the fore is we're working in a state that has such a tremendous variety of agricultural pursuits that we felt that it was really necessary to have people in those regions where the application was made to determine whether or not what we're looking at is viability and sustainability of that agricultural pursuit. And so the technical committees in those particular cases would be valuable to those of us on the commission that perhaps are not familiar with that particular area.
All right. The next question was also on page 5 in attachment A on section 100, waiver and periodic review of rules. This is the one that appears in each section, and Meg had a question on this.
Yeah, I just, really, it's incredibly broad. The authority is so broad. It's basically saying if it's consistent with the statute, the director can make any change in any of these rules that would make things more efficient. And do we have other rules that are that broad? I remember talking about one other waiver issue, and I can't remember if it was this broad, but.
Yeah. For the record, Maida-Lofts Garden, this rule mimics the rules that are actually in OWEB's OWEB's rules as well. In every division, you'll find that same piece. And I would give a distinction, and this conversation has come up many times, but I would give a distinction between regulatory enforcement rules and grant making. And in our world of grant making, we have statute that we have to operate within. We have uses of the funds that we cannot get around. They're either constitutionally established or established by statute. However, what we find in grant making is that there are, again, different than what you have in a regulatory context. There may be areas where it just might make sense. And an example that I'll give is around match for programs. So the statute for OWEB programs, I'm stepping out of here for a second, the statute requires a 25% match. The statute requires a match. Our rules require a 25% match. There are instances where it makes a lot of sense when we're working on governor's priorities or other things where you are doing proactive grant making. that we would say, you know what, there's an advantage to us in the grant-making process of moving to a lower match. In that case, we're going to waive that rule in that instance, but with some very strict review and with some very strict criteria around it. Which is very different than when you sit in a regulatory context and say, we're not going to worry about water quality this time. What we've found, the ability to do this in our OWEB rules has actually allowed us to test a few things that we then bring to you in a subsequent rulemaking. So we step outside of the emergency rulemaking place and say, you know, if we are regularly having this issue come up, let's do a little test of it, and then we come to you and our next rulemaking will change the rule so that we keep that to a minimum. What we've included here is one, that any waiver has to be in writing, it has to be in the grant file, and it has to be reported to the commission. Because this is a brand new program, what we want to be able to do is give real-time feedback back to the commission and say, you know, when we did this rule, it's not working, but we want to be able to provide the space to move a grant forward while we get the rule changed. So it's a little bit equivalent to what we would do in emergency rulemaking in some other areas. Right. We immediately, not immediately, but as soon as we can, then come back and say, if this is regularly coming up, let's fix it. But the challenge for us has always been, we do sit in a different place than regulatory rules, and grant making is a little tougher to do under a strict rule construct as a public entity. I don't know if that helps.
Well, if this waiver authority is everywhere and it's working, then more power to us.
Will Newhouser, for the record. So I think, I'll just echo what Meta said in terms of the discussion on the commission, and other commissioners could chime in if they feel a need, is we talked about these specific issues quite a bit, and on the one hand, recognizing they're new rules, so we probably won't get them perfect in spite of all of the public comments, which made terrific improvements. But that it has to be in writing. The commission gets to see them all on a periodic basis, and we couldn't nail down a time exactly because we don't know how often we're going to meet yet, and so forth. So we felt like it carved a reasonable compromise there to give flexibility and yet not have it all be in the dark and so forth. So I think that was kind of our discussion and take on it.
Bruce?
It concerned me when I read this as well, but then I saw the reasonable time reporting to the commission. I'm a little curious about the comment that it was left at reasonable because we don't have a regular meeting. But I mean, was there any consideration that at the next? I mean, we know if a waiver's been given, why wouldn't it be reported at the next scheduled
Commission meeting
and stated that way? Reasonable is open for interpretation.
Yeah, for the record, Maida Lofsgarden, I think that's a very valid point. What we had envisioned in our mind is that we would kind of package these up and say, okay, we're ready. We've got a package of 5 or 6 of these, and they've occurred over some reasonable time frame. So I think you're right. Reasonable is a pretty broad term, and if there's a preference that it be at the next, that I don't think would be an issue. The commission by statute is required to meet twice a year, I think. I can't remember. A statute is either at least annually or at least twice a year. So it could be brought at the next meeting.
And it doesn't need to be resolved. It just needs to be reported.
Yes.
I mean, so that you know that a waiver's been given, and then it can begin the process of resolution or explanation, or we don't care. You know,
Okay.
Right. Moving to the next one, we're in attachment B now, conservation management plans. And on page 1, I would just beg your indulgence to add one in section 20. We need to add the letter S to definition, so it says definitions. Okay, the next comment from the board was on that same page in section 30 under eligibility. Gary had a question or comment on number 2 regarding individual agricultural landowners.
Yeah, this is Gary. So when I first came across this, I underlined it because individual landowners or operators are not eligible, and I see that's common throughout this whole thing. I just wondered what the conversation was about that. I see other nonprofit organizations other than state agencies are eligible. That includes, that can include any other 501c3s or something like that around the state, correct?
For the record, Eric Williams. We did have some conversation about this, and this is consistent with our other granting programs. There was a time when OWEB grants went to individuals, and I think our experience with that was that it led to a lot of unnecessary bumps in the road. But in this context, the development of a conservation management plan is typically done by someone acting on a consulting basis for the landowner, and the eligible organizations that are eligible to apply for grants under this program would be able to provide that service to the landowners. They would need to have a relationship with the landowner to get that done. So if there's a landowner out there who's interested in the service, they would need to touch base with a provider who is eligible under the grants to do that. And it removes the administrative burden from the landowner of managing a grant from a public entity.
And for the record, Maida Lofsgarden, this is actually statute, so this isn't one that you can change in rule. The other reason for it is there was a long conversation amongst the work group when it came into statute that if a conservation management plan, so Eric's absolutely right, the plan is developed by somebody. Now there are some phenomenally savvy landowners who could put together very easily their own conservation plan, but you have to have annual monitoring and management of that plan. The Agriculture Heritage Program and OWEB are not staffed to do that. So what you would have is if it was with us and a landowner, we would have to come out to you every year as staff and do annual monitoring and maintenance. And from the agriculture perspective, they said we're not really interested in a state government entity being that entity. And from an OWEB and Ag Heritage staffing perspective, we could never be staffed to do that. So in all of the cases statutorily, it has to be some local entity that is managing that in coordination with the landowner.
Okay, thank you.
Lois?
Lois Loop, for the record. And the other thing is that an individual landowner may have obviously a very intimate knowledge of his ground and what he thinks it needs, et cetera, but he may not have the broader perspective of what is going on in the area that his project could aid in if done in a particular manner. So a landowner working with another agency, another entity, certainly he or she is going to have all kinds of input. But if you are granting an entity that is working in a broader perspective, then we feel like we may have some more win-win situations in that case.
John.
Thank you. Lois, this is Jan Lee. I wanted to ask you if you also then anticipated that this entity might deal with contiguous properties, so there's more than one landowner. So perhaps like a soil and water district might have 3 properties that were abutting each other, could be one application.
There's no doubt but what that broad perspective that I just referred to would certainly, might certainly also involve contiguous lands, and that's why a broader perspective would be helpful. So a grantee could certainly be someone who is familiar with the area or an entity that's familiar with the area that could include this particular personal property.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item on our list is in Attachment C, page 3 of Attachment C in Section 80, which is called Terms of Covenants and Easements. And Barbara had a question or comment on that one.
Barbara Boyer. So I was talking to Ken Bailey on this particular part of the rules. So you guys chose 20, what is it?
Statute is 20 to 50 years.
So you had to follow statute? You had to?
We try not to not follow statute.
I know, I mean, but I feel like because you're developing something new, you guys could have gone down that avenue. So I didn't know if you guys had discussed that at all. Okay.
So statute said that we had to choose no fewer than 3 terms between 20 and 50 years.
But it had to be between 20 and 50 years.
So we chose
All
any amount of years between 20 and 50 years.
It seems almost the 20-year mark defeats this purpose. Because I feel like it could be in somebody's retirement plan. Oh, I'll just put it as a placeholder for 20 years, and then when it's over, you're pushed up against the urban, the UGB, and you sell it. It seems to defeat what this is about, protecting agriculture land. That was the point. The board really went deep into that, the Board of Ag, deep into that topic. So I just thought I would bring it forward.
For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, I think this, and we've talked about this before, but generally, this piece and the makeup of the commission were the two most, I won't call them contentious because they weren't contentious, but the two most in-depth conversations that the work group had in developing the statute. And were the potential walkaways for a set of different groups. And what is interesting to me is and they would say the same thing, it was strongly the agriculture community who wanted the 20 to 50 year covenant option because of the number of landowners out there who have a concern about permanence. I will say I give a lot of credit to the conservation community who decided to stay at the table in that debate because it was a very involved multi-meeting discussion that ended up with that piece in statute. And I think the reason that the agriculture folks put it in statute is they were actually a little worried that the commission might do exactly that and go a different direction. But you're right, you and the Board of Agriculture hit at the heart of one of the most widely debated components, both with the work group in the legislature and I think with the commission as well.
Well, yeah, we also had a lot of discussion in the commission about some of this topic. Off the top of my head, I think there were 2 things that I recall about that. One is that, it's possible to game the system, perhaps, using this. Also, not very many people are going to try to game 20 to 30 years out. But I think the other thing is that it's also in the context of grant making and an evaluation criteria that will happen, that we'll look at what do we feel, how much bang for the buck do we feel like we're doing for the grant? And so in circumstances where it could be gamed that they can see, that would be part of the evaluation criteria that might rank it lower against other things that are out there and say, yeah, on the one hand it's good, but on the other hand, it's got this downside. And so it gives an opportunity to have that explicit discussion in a way.
I'm sorry, Gary.
Ms. Gary, so I see in here, I read in here that there's an opportunity to convert a covenant to easement. Is there option to continue covenant, extend a covenant period?
For the record, Eric Williams, I think that's a topic we probably need to spend more time on. I think that as it stands now, someone came in and applied for a grant for a 20 to 50 year covenant, was approved. Theoretically, at the end of that period, they could come in for another grant for a termed covenant. Those, of course, each time would be subject to some evaluation process, and that's an area where I think we also need to do more investigative work, is what's a proper way to value that kind of termed covenant. And so the commission has formed subcommittees, kind of as the OWEB board has done, to further develop some of those ideas and concepts and get a little further along. And so I think we need some work done before we're prepared to make those kinds of decisions going forward.
Meg, did you have something more?
Not on the term of the covenant question. No. Thank you.
Okay. All right. The next comment is on the same page. This is page 3 of attachment C. in section 90 evaluation criteria, and this was Meg's comment or question.
Thank you. Meg Reeves. I'm really, this was raising for me, I was trying to get at the question that we talked about earlier of the need, wanting to change the statute so that an easement is not going to require that the land stay in continuous agricultural use. And so I thought that in the rule context, this seemed like the rule that got at that. But it also, it raises for me the question, there are several places that we're hoping to see a statutory change. And I'm wondering, what we did in the rule, like, does this rule represent what we think is the best way to deal with the agricultural use question, and as opposed to the strict language in the statute? Would that be accurate, do you think?
Just a comment based upon agricultural uses of land. To be able to assure a landowner that we're going to work with him as far as what his future plans are for his land. Okay, I'm going to use an example that I see coming down the road even now, is I'm a conventional farmer. I decide that I like that organic market. Okay, I'm going to have to work toward that label, which means that my land or part of it may not be farmed for 2, 3, 4 years. Okay, in that particular case, that's a real life thing that we certainly would not want to make that ineligible. It's still capable of being farmed, even if it is not farmed on a yearly basis. And you run into the same thing with seed crops that demand that land be left fallow for a year or so to make sure that there's no contamination of the seed that you're growing. So we need to have enough flexibility to say, okay, we know you're going to still farm it, so you're going to be eligible, but we're not going to restrict you to have to turn it over or to plant something every single year.
Mm-hmm. And I think I'm tracking that purpose. When I read the rule, it looks to me like the rule reflects what you just described, basically, that it doesn't say the words that are in the statute that you have to have continuous use for X period of time, or in perpetuity, I guess it would be in the case of an easement. So I'm assuming that, am I asking really, is this rule what the commission would like this to say, and in addition intends to get the statute changed to make it perfectly clear?
For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, I think I'm tracking. And I'm going to say yes plus. So yes, the commission spent the vast majority of their meetings around the evaluation criteria, both on this and on the other sections. That was really the crux of how do we integrate agriculture and conservation and make sure that agriculture really means what we're thinking it means. And you'll find that, I think, in the evaluation criteria. The headlines of the evaluation criteria, the 1, 2, all the way to 8, 9, I think was our addition, are actually statute as well. So the statute told the commission these are the categories you must define. Okay. And then within that, the commission added the ABCDs that were here's the meat of what we think the statute means. So the reason I say yes and is the crux of this also actually resides in statute, and the subs underneath are the fleshing out that the commission did to get to that.
Okay.
What is agriculture?
So if you wanted to know how the commission is kind of proposing to frame this question, basically this rule would be a good description of that. Okay. I have one other question, it's not really this. Is it correct that really substantively the difference between an easement and a covenant in this context is the duration?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Otherwise, they're substantively the same.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that was all of the sections that were flagged by you going through. And so as a result of that discussion, I see 2 potential places if you wanted to entertain amendments. One was in Division 10. This is attachment B on page 1, adding an S to the word definition in section 20. And then the other one was whether or not you wanted to address the comment that Bruce made, and flipping through to try to.
Attachment A, page 5, but it would be in all of.
It would be in each section, yes.
Sections.
So the first appearance is page 5, attachment A, and his question was whether or not you wanted to change within a reasonable time to at the next meeting.
If the board wishes, we can modify the motion that authorizes these rules, or I presume, yes?
Nathan Jackson, for the record.
Sorry.
I would suggest that instead, if you do choose to modify that language, not at the next meeting, but instead by the next meeting.
For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, I was thinking the same thing, and there may be some reason that we actually do it sooner. So that gives us the flexibility to get something out to them in writing, to do a call or something else.
Yes, Jason.
Jason Rouse, for the record. I like that suggestion by Nathan with by the next meeting. And then just for clarification, so did we clarify that it's 2 meetings a year, 1 meeting a year? Just, I mean, it seems like there's enough distance there that it makes sense for us to just be more specific. If they were meeting quarterly, for example, I think that reasonable time frame becomes an easier challenge for me to overcome. But
Is it once or twice?
For the record, Eric Williams, I don't believe that is addressed in the statute.
It's at least, I think it says at least annually,
At
but
least
I can't, we had always assumed twice a year given grant cycles, but I think it's like this sub, and I was starting to dig, but I don't, I think it's at least annually, but I'm not.
so we can maybe assume no more frequently than twice a year. I mean, it's not in the statute, but I just want to make sure that staff have enough time then to bring that forward and prepare it. Whereas if there was some sort of clause that provided a meeting sooner, there may not be enough time. So that's my comment.
Randy Labby again. I guess, Maida, we'd be needing guidance. Can we do this now as part of this authorization, or should we have it brought to the April meeting as a?
We are, and I'm looking at the 3 commission members, I would say for this, the commission would be very comfortable. I can't conceive that the commission would have a concern with you all making this suggestion.
I have heartburn with the S.
You brought it up, Nathan.
Yes, Meg.
This is Meg Reeves. Related to the S, one thing you could do, I think it's a good idea to always do, is include in the motion the authority to correct any Scrivener's errors. You might find other places where there's an S missing or something, and then you don't have to worry about it. Just kind of.
All right, well, Will.
I would say we should try to wrap it up and not have it go to another meeting, in part because of the legislative session, so we can get this moved along.
Okay. Are we ready to act on this and find a brave soul that wants to articulate the amendments in a motion? Would be extra compelling if.
I'll give it a go.
Okay.
Oh, were you about to?
No, I want the attorney to do it.
All right. Okay, so let's see. What did we decide, though, about the, are we suggesting by the next meeting, or are we leaving within a reason?
We're going to do it
by
now.
The next meeting. By the next meeting, though, but I meant the language in the rule.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I move the board adopt the administrative rules as revised in response to public comment and recommended by the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission, as specified in attachments A through E in the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program Rule Staff Report, with the additional revision that rules titled OAR 698-005-0100. Oops.
I think you can say "and related."
Yeah, and the related waiver rules in each division be modified to say that any waiver must be in writing, included in the grant file to which the waiver applies, and reported to the commission by the next meeting. And with the additional change that, or additional authority to make any necessary Scrivener's changes that come to light as the rules are finalized.
I'll second that.
Excellent. Any further discussion?
That was a second by Jason.
Thanks.
Seconded by Jason. Any further discussion on the motion with the amendments? Please signify by saying aye if you're in favor of this.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Meg.
Will Neuhauser, for the record, I really want to thank the staff and commission again. This was an unbelievable effort, having been through several rule changes and new program construction in the last 8 years. It really was a masterful job, I thought, by everybody involved. Staff in preparing and distilling our comments for the next meeting, the amount of dedication of the commission members to come to every 3 weeks to a meeting and to plow through so many different sections that were very similar, but needed to be slightly different at times between the different divisions. Really great effort. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, commission members.
Will Neuhauser, for the record, co-chair. Since the commission and staff did such a great job and the board did such a great job, we're ahead of schedule. So we're going to move item J, the development FIP grant awards, to begin discussion now. It's about 11:30. Courtney?
Great. Good morning. For the record, Courtney Schaff, Capacity Programs Coordinator, and this is agenda item J. I have a very, very short kind of opening. I know there is at least one public comment associated with this agenda item. I don't think there's any other. And then after that public comment, we'll give you guys the chance to deliberate, ask questions, and take action, and we will likely get this all done, and then you'll have lunch. So, and we'll be fully ahead of schedule. So this is our actual third offering of the Development Focused Investment Partnership grants. They were offered initially during the 2015-2017 biennium, where the board awarded 8 applications that biennium. We then held an initial grant offering at the beginning of this biennium, where in October of 2017 you awarded an additional 4 grants. And at that time, we had not spent down all of the development focused investment partnership funds, and so you also authorized a second grant offering for this biennium. So these grants are different than the implementation focused investment partnerships, and a development FIP is not a direct line to an implementation FIP. But these are meant to really support existing high-functioning partnerships, folks that are already working together, but want to write a strategic action plan or enhance an existing strategic action plan. They can work on partnership development. They can work on community engagement related to that strategic action plan. And also a newer aspect is to develop a financial plan, which is really a plan to help them understand how they support and sustain and implement that strategic action plan. The development-focused investment partnerships do need to align with the board's FIP priorities. And to date, we have funded development FIPs that are under the oak, woodland, and prairie habitat priority, the coho habitat and populations along the Oregon coast priority, aquatic habitat for native fish, and coastal estuaries in Oregon. So this is the process we used. We made a few adjustments to the application, did some outreach, and then announced this in May 2018. We do required consultations, just like the implementation FIT program, and those ran from July through September. We did a really long window for those consultations, understanding that it was summer vacations, in-water work window, and we wanted to make sure folks had a chance to schedule those. We did do 5 consultations. Applications were due in October, and we received 4 applications, and then we held an expert review team meeting in November. I do want to do a little shout out to my expert reviewers. Those folks met in 2017 to review the initial development FIPs. They stepped up and did the partnership capacity review of our implementation FIP applications, and then met again to do this review of our development FIPs. So they are quite the experts now as we end this biennium. And then today we'll take action on these applications, and we'll work then with the applicants to get implementing as soon as possible. The development FIP applications do follow the rules that the board adopted in 2018 around the FIP program. So here we're looking to the extent which the application addresses the board priority, how they are planning to engage the community. This was a lesson learned from the first development FIP cycle, and the importance of making sure all of our partnerships around the state are communicating with and engaging their local communities. The performance history and composition of the partnership, their ability to catalyze additional investments, and their capacity to partner throughout the course of the project. So this is the funding recommendation that we will discuss and take action on shortly, but first I will pause for public comment.
All right, Sarah Schweitzer from Trout Unlimited Salmon Superhighway.
Good morning. For the record, Sarah Zwissler from Trout Unlimited. Since you guys are on the North Coast, I wanted to take the opportunity to come up and comment today on our development FIT proposal. We're very pleased that it's recommended for funding. The Salmon Superhighway Partnership used to be known as the Tillamook-Nestucca Fish Passage Partnership, but we are now the Salmon Superhighway. We're made up of 15 federal, state, and local partners, and we're focused on addressing a prioritized list of anthropogenic fish passage barriers in the Tillamook, Nestucca, and Sand Lake basins. The projects are prioritized for maximum conservation return on investment, and they remove barriers to juvenile and adult fish migration, restore natural stream processes, such as sediment, nutrient, and wood transport, and upgrade undersized and failing culverts to structures and stream channels that are designed to accommodate high flows from storms and peak events that are increasing with climate change. The result is going to be a sub-basin-wide reconnection of historic habitat for 6 species of anadromous fish, with more climate-resilient stream habitat and transportation infrastructure. To date, our partnership has addressed 20 priority barriers, restoring access to over 60 miles of habitat, and we have 9 more projects planned for construction this summer. We also have a unique partnership with Pelican Brewing Company that has helped spread the word and build enthusiasm for the project. And sales of Pelican's West Coast 5-fin Pilsner help support the Salmon Superhighway, so you can all head over to the Pelican after we're done here and drink beer and save a fish. And though the partnership has been really successful thus far, we do have our challenges that come along with being a collaborative partnership. So to address these challenges, the activities we're proposing under our FIT development proposal will help build the structure and clarity needed to strengthen our collaboration and trust with partners to increase the pace and scale of ecological uplift and the economic benefits across the Tillamook-Nestucca subbasin. Expanding our outreach plan for better engagement with our working lands partners will help leverage investments to increase the impact for our community. And the partnership charter, strategic plan, and financial plan will better position us to attract investment from non-traditional funding sources and private foundations, and provide a roadmap for how to move forward more effectively and efficiently. FIP development funding is going to help us build a stronger and more effective partnership for greater long-term impact. So I respectfully request that you go ahead and vote to fund our funding request. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the board? Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Courtney Schaff for the record. And I just thought I would leave it to see if folks have any questions about the funding recommendations in front of you. So I will clarify that we did receive 4 applications, and 3 of the 4 applications are recommended for funding. And we do acknowledge also that this does leave additional development-focused investment funding on the table and not spending it all. We will talk a little bit tomorrow during the implementation FIP selection about the use of some of those funds. And at the conclusion of the review team, we did spend a little bit of time engaging our expert reviewers, doing some reflection on the partnership learning project, some reflection on the uses of the development FIP funding, and I think as we move towards next biennium, we'll be coming back to the board with some ideas around the development focused investment grant program in order to address some lessons learned from the partnership learning project and the evolution of the needs across the state.
Questions, comments for Courtney from the board? Gary?
This is Gary. Courtney, on this Pure Water Partners, I had just underlined here when I was reading it, under the application strength identified, page 5, I guess, during review, is that these activities involved are not typical of a development FIP application in this particular one. What did that mean?
So these, that's a great question, Gary, and for the record, Courtney Schaff. So the Pure Water Partners came to us with a strategic action plan that they are very happy with, and they are not needing to update. And we anticipated this in the development of the program and how we wrote the application questions, that at some point someone might come in and say, we don't actually need to work on our strategic action plan. We want to work on the other components that you fund under your program. So this is the first application that came in like that, and we did anticipate that that would happen at some point, and believe it is still a good use of the grant funds and aligns well with the program.
Will Newhouser, for the record, I have a little question on process on the review stuff. So in the summary, we get the application strengths identified, and then we get the application concerns identified. Is there a feedback loop on those concerns with the applicant so that they have a chance to address any of those before it comes back to us or anything? How does that work currently in the development FIPS?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, as in all of our review processes, no. So we complete the review. We do then, after we share the evaluations with the board, we share these evaluations with the applicants. Typically, especially with the development FIP, since it's a small application pool, I offer to have a conversation if folks have questions or want some clarification on some concerns. But then the applicant's really next avenue would be to come and provide public comment to the board, whether we missed the mark or they have addressed some of the concerns, and ask the board to consider funding them.
Thank you. Bruce?
Courtney, has the Salmon Superhighway Partnership, do they have a history of projects with OWEB? Is this their first?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, I would have to defer to Katie whether the Salmon Superhighways come in through open solicitation for grant applications. This was the first time they applied for a development-focused investment partnership.
Katie's going to come up and...
Hi, for the record, Katie Duzick, Regional Program Representative for the North Coast. The Salmon Superhighway partners have come to OWEB's open solicitation program with individual restoration projects in the past that have been funded on a pretty regular basis.
My only question is, when I read the application concerns on this one, and as I was reading through them the first time, and then I got to the recommendation, it surprised me. It seemed like those were very strong concerns that were voiced and did not seem to be overshadowed within the concluding analysis. So it did surprise me that we had the funding recommendation, purely based on what your concerns were. What put it over the edge?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, that's a great question. And I think what you see is a little bit of the struggle our expert review team had with them with this application. I'll put in context a little bit with the development FIPS and our expert review team. We feel like there's a little bit of opportunity to take not a huge risk, but a little bit of risk with some of our development FIPS. I mean, we do have an expectation of a partnership that's working together and is committed to work through this process. At the same time, there can be some significant concerns and still put an application over the edge for funding if we feel like there is commitment, there's progress, and there's demonstrated history of the partners working together. So what you see in the concerns is really our effort to make sure we're clearly communicating back to the partnership what those concerns are and what we want them to work on throughout the course of the application. And I'll tell you that we'll be incorporating some of that probably into the grant agreement conditions and how we check in with that partnership throughout the course of the grant.
Thank you. That explains it. I like the Salmon Superhighway, the whole concept. So I was getting nervous as I read it the first time. So I was happy they did make it over the edge, and hope they'll take this to heart and address it going forward. Thank you.
Liza Jane.
Liza Jane.
A question about that same project. I think I heard how many projects were already done, and there's 9 in the works. And then there's acknowledgement that those may or may not be with private lands. Is that the case? And what's being done to engage in them to our satisfaction?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, I'll let Katie speak to exactly maybe where the projects that have been funded are. What really impressed the expert review team was the partnership's acknowledgement in the application that they hadn't been doing as well of a job as they could have been working with the landowners and private landowners, and committing to developing a plan about how to address that and working in that direction with this grant. And that's really what we wanted to see, is that they are committed to doing that and moving that path forward. So I don't really have they don't have that plan yet, but that's something they plan on using these funds to work towards.
Okay, thank you. So Katie Duzick, for the record, I can't speak to the exact numbers of projects that have occurred on private land with the partnership. I do know that the projects that I've seen come through the open solicitation program have occasionally been on private land. The partnership is working really closely with Tillamook County in finding areas where projects might both benefit infrastructure and fish, and that seems to have been a focus of the projects that have come through our program to date. But again, I think Courtney said it well, that the partnership recognizes the need for increased outreach and engagement with private land as well. So we hope that that will be an outcome of this application and project. So.
Will Newhouser, for the record. So following on similarly, so the recommendation in the concluding analysis was that the partnership should think about developing a larger vision for the partnership and developing clearly ecological outcomes for the geography. So just 2 little thoughts about that. One is that, and I could be wrong about this because I'm not tied in tightly to this area, is I can see the value of this partnership for dealing with fish passage, and that it could be difficult to have the same breadth of partnership if you tried to have, here's our restoration plan for this whole thing, of which Fish Passage is a portion. So asking them to change sort of the charter of the organization might be challenging, but it does seem important that we get a sense of how this interplays with the other stuff, so that some way that they've worked with other partners and we get a sense of how those pieces play. And I think one of those is just from a efficiency standpoint, I suppose, that sometimes you need the restoration activities to go along with opening fish passage barriers, and spending $50 million on fish passage barriers might be less productive for fish than $30 million on fish passage and $20 million on restoration elsewhere. And so making sure that there's interconnection between the other parties in the area that are looking at the broader ecological outcomes and making sure that there's a linkage there would be, seems important.
Thank you. That's great feedback.
Any other questions or comments on this topic? Randy, you ready to make it
for a motion? Randy Labby, for the record. I move the board award development FIP grants to the staff funding recommendations as described in attachment B to the development FIP grant award staff report.
Jason Robinson, I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're pretty much on target. So we'll take our break for lunch. Any administrivia and
Jericho? Yes, lunch may not quite be ready, so if it's not, we'll let you know. But
It's going to be at the same room. Okay.
So we should be back here
12:50.
12:50. And we'll pick up with item K at that point.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
This is Randy Labby, co-chair. I'd like to call the afternoon session to order. We have item K in your agenda. One of the main features of the program, and an exciting segment. So we have Eric, and Andrew. Eric Williams is going to be the chief.
Okay, thank you. Co-chairs, members of the board. Again, for the record, Eric Williams, OWEB staff, and we're really excited to be here for the segment today to have you hear from the 6 implementation FIP partnerships that were funded in the initial round of funding. I'm just going to go over a little bit of background before we get into their presentations. Some of this we did cover for those of you who are on the FIP 101 overview. So it might sound like review to you, but hopefully some of the repetition is good. In terms of our FIP program, generally speaking, by definition, it's a program that supports collaborative partnerships in achieving prioritized ecological outcomes at the landscape scale. And this is the nature of the implementation FIP is such that over such a long term, it's really important for our funded partnerships to come back to you and report on progress so that you can make decisions going forward on continued funding over multiple biennia. And so as we heard earlier about the development FIPs, those grants are designed to position partnerships for whatever funding mechanisms might be available to them to implement strategic action plans that they've developed. Our implementation FIPs are high-performing partnerships that have an SAP, strategic action plan, in place that our implementation funding is helping to implement. And again, this is probably a refresher for most of you. A FIP has to be in one of the geographies that are mapped in our board-identified FIP priorities. They're listed here on this slide, and these were developed after a fairly extensive input process from the conservation community. This set of priorities was first approved in spring of 2015. And in the FIP program rules that you adopted recently, we have committed to revisiting these priorities at least every 5 years. And so since these were established in 2015, we've already begun a process to line up for the board to review them and make any changes that you see fit by 2020, so in time for that 2021-2023 biennium solicitation. And there is a memo and a map on our website that describes each of these board-identified priorities. This graphic just gives you a depiction of how the 6-year FIP initiative fits into the work that these partnerships are doing. The largest teardrop here in blue is the strategic action plan, and these will often cover a much more extensive time frame than we're looking at in our 6 years of FIP funding. And that 6 years of FIP funding is depicted in the middle section in purple, what we call the initiative. This is the work that is included in the biennial work plans that you approve and that are awarded through project-level grants to each of the partnerships. And finally, the smaller red area there is the work plan, and those are the specific projects that are funded under each of these FIPs. And just to make that clear in terms of how the funding is provided and actually put to use on the ground, when you award an implementation FIP, the money doesn't go as a block to the partnership. Rather, we set up a structure where the partnerships are responsible for identifying projects to be funded in each biennium. They bring those projects to us. We do a technical review process similar to what we do for our other grants. And the result from that process are project-level grant agreements using the standard grant types that we have for our open solicitation projects, such as restoration, monitoring, technical assistance. We can include water or land acquisitions if that's part of the initiative as well. Most of the partnerships establish a funding cycle where they're looking at typically two grant cycles per year, spring and fall, but it doesn't have to be set up that way. We work that out in the agreement that we set up with each partnership, depending on that partnership's needs and the types of projects that they want to get funded under the program. So this map, I think you've seen this one before. This one shows you the locations of each of the current implementation FIPs around the state, and you'll hear more about these shortly. This table includes the award amounts for the 6 years of each of those 6 FIPs. The first column, the 2015-17, that was last biennium's amount. 2017-19 is the second biennium of funding for which you're going to hear reporting on today. Those amounts are highlighted in gray on this slide. And then as we proceed to the next biennium, you see in the next column the requests that you'll be hearing from each of those partnerships moving forward. And so at this point, I wanted to turn it over to Andrew for a quick comment.
Thanks, Eric. For the record, Andrew Dutter, OWEB staff. I guess unless there are any questions, we could, the first partnership to come forward is the Deschutes, but I did just want to say as a OWEB staff person working on the FIP program, this is a very exciting opportunity to have these partnerships sharing with you, the board, the work that they're doing. They've been very committed to their FIP initiatives and to seen some successful initiatives and have been doing really tremendous work. So this is an exciting opportunity for staff to be able to have the partnership share their progress with you.
Thanks, Andrew. So before we proceed to the presentations, any questions on the introductory material?
For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, Eric, do you want to just quickly describe as they go into each of these how these folks should be answering questions or asking questions? How do you guys picture that?
Sure. For the record, Eric Williams. So each partnership is going to give you a presentation of the status of their work and what their plans are going forward. And then we would like to have you provide you with the opportunity to ask questions of them at the end of each presentation. The purpose here is to help you evaluate their progress and, as I mentioned earlier, head towards July when we're into our next biennium spending plan and making those decisions about awarding the final the final biennium's worth of funding for each of those FIPs. In addition, you will see prior to that meeting detailed project progress charts for each FIP that detail all of the projects that are included in each initiative, the dollar amounts and the status of them moving forward. And you'll see that in a work plan request form as well for the third biennium. Anything else to add from folks at the table? Okay, thank you.
So it's Randy Labby again. We'll have a 15-minute break after the Grand Ronde presentation. And otherwise, you have the time parameters that we're targeting.
Get out the timer. Keep an eye on that.
Okay, we'll invite the first partnership up, which is the Deschutes.
All right. For the record, Andrew Dutter, OWEB staff. The first partnership we'll hear from today is the Deschutes Partnership. They were awarded $4 million in the 17-19 biennium. Their work falls under the FIP priority of aquatic habitat for native fish species. And their restoration actions have focused on restoration in the upper Deschutes Basin in conjunction with the reintroduction of salmon and steelhead in that basin. And they've taken on a very diverse set of restoration actions, so we'll look forward to hearing about that from them shortly. Partners include the Crooked River Watershed Council, Deschutes Land Trust, Deschutes River Conservancy, and the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council. We'll turn to the partners to introduce themselves and do the presentation.
Good afternoon, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, my name is Natasha Bellis, and I'm a program manager with Deschutes River Conservancy and the new partnership coordinator for the Deschutes Partnership. As you know, OWEB's been a long time and critical partner in our work to restore the physical and biological conditions necessary to support the successful reintroduction of salmon and steelhead in the upper Deschutes and lower Crooked River subbasin. And we're thrilled to be here today to share with you some of the highlights and updates on our focused investment partnership programs.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Colleen Miller. I'm the Interim Executive Director for the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council. Thanks for having us. So I'm going to talk about two of our projects that are in various phases of design and or implementation. So the first is the Plainview Fish Passage and Screening Project. This is a project to remove the last fish passage barrier on Deschutes Creek. So it's very exciting. Also, it's the last unscreened diversion. So throughout this project, we've already received a design grant. So the design is currently in the planning phase. It's been a pretty complicated project due to about 40 different water rights holders. So we're excited that it's moving forward. There will be phased implementation. So in 2019, there will be a new fish screen and the new diversion, which will be upstream from the current diversion. And then in 2020, there will be complete dam removal of the fish passage barrier that spans across the entire width of the creek. So it'll be 600 feet of engineered riffle. Our partners in this will be River Design Group and Three Sisters Irrigation District. Yep. So the second project is also on Deschutes Creek. This project is taking place at Creekside Park, which is right in the town, in the city of Sisters. It's a highly visible project, again, because it's right in town. We're working in partnership with the city of Sisters. At this point in the project, we will have permit-ready designs by early February of this year. And then we are planning phased implementation in 2020, which will include riparian habitat restoration and notched fish passage at this basically concrete structure that's covering a utility line. If you can go, thanks. And then also with the City of Sisters, they will be taking the lead on a project to retrofit the footbridge that spans the creek, that also constrains the creek, and they'll be basically making the footbridge ADA compliant. Finally, after the project has been implemented, we'll work with students to collect some of their art and writing that will be used for the interpretive signs at the park.
One of the major projects the Deschutes Partnership is seeking funding for, both towards the end of this biennium and next, is the Mackay Creek Water Rights Switch. This is an ambitious stream flow restoration project that the Deschutes River Conservancy has been working on for over the last 10 years. It will restore the natural hydrograph to the middle 6-mile reach of Mackay Creek. Mackay Creek was historically an important stillhead producing stream. This was prior to the construction of hydroelectric facilities downstream. And it does remain an important spawning habitat for the reintroduction effort. Maybe for those of you that are unfamiliar, Mackay Creek is one of 2 major tributaries to the lower Crooked River. It enters the Crooked River just about 3 miles northwest of the city of Prineville, which you can see to your lower left. Wish I had a pointer. Oh, thank you. Ask and you shall receive. I don't know if that helps you, sorry, board members. So yeah, it enters about 3 miles northwest of the city of Prineville. It originates on National Forest Service land. It flows there for about 25 miles before entering private agricultural land for the remainder 12 miles. And our reach of concern is highlighted there in red. Mackay Creek is a naturally intermittent stream, so data from Oregon Water Resources Department stream flow gauge above all diversions on Forest Service land shows that the creek goes dry mid-July in normal years, earlier in drier years like last year and probably this year. And that is exacerbated by irrigation diversions below that, so in that reach that's highlighted in red there. Mackay Creek is unique in that below that, so from basically the confluence to River Mile 6, right where the red highlighted portion begins, that's part of Ochoco Irrigation District. And so irrigators in that area are fed water that is sourced from Prineville Reservoir and Ochoco Reservoir via canal that's essentially dumped into Mackay Creek, and then irrigators then irrigate out of that. So that stretch is not flow limited, and it's actually even enhanced by irrigation return flow. So our focus is really that middle reach, the reach of concern there, where folks are diverting directly from Mackay Creek. The water rights switch really involves an extension of Ochoco Irrigation District boundaries to include those individual diverters from Mackay Creek. They will then be fed water that's sourced from Prineville Reservoir and served via pipeline. So there'll be a pump station at the bottom of the reach of concern, and then it will be pumped to the top, and folks will just irrigate directly out of turnouts from that pipeline. In exchange, they'll put 11.2 CFS in stream permanently. And there's about 15 landowners total, 700 irrigated acres. And there are multiple benefits to this project. We're returning the natural hydrograph to that reach, but if you remember, the creek is intermittent, so our goal here is not to see water year-round, but really to extend a critical time in Salmonid steelhead's life cycle. So this is the end of spring to early summer, and so biologists think by extending both the amount of water and the length of time that water's in the creek, this will allow steelhead fry to emerge from the red, to transition into juveniles, and then to migrate to more suitable habitat, probably downstream of there where there is less flow limitation. Irrigators in this reach will receive more reliable water. So Ochoco Irrigation District season of use is from April April through October. Currently, those irrigators they're lucky to get one cutting of hay. Again, it typically goes dry at the beginning of July. And then it will also help stabilize Ochoco Irrigation District's base. They're in Prineville. A lot of their patrons live in urbanizing areas, and so they are losing some of that assessment base as Prineville's urbanizing. So yeah, this will be a major focus for the Deschutes River Conservancy and also for our FIP over this in the next biennium.
Good afternoon, Board. For the record, Chris Gannon. I'm the Director of the Crooked River Watershed Council in Prineville. I have two things to summarize for you today. The first one is rather short, and I think we can get through it rather quickly. We are revising our strategic action plan to include habitat work in the lower Crooked River. I think you have a memo to that effect, and the reason we can do this now is we have been able to advance some of the other projects that we had on our schedule, thus allowing Crooked River Habitat to move up on the schedule as well. And when I say schedule, I mean the longer-term schedule for our partnership. So that's really good news. We'd like to get into a long list of Crooked River habitat needs starting the next biennium. Yes, ma'am.
I could interject just briefly. For the record, Andrew Dutter, OWEB. The item that Chris is referring to is we'll be discussing tomorrow morning. It's agenda item N, and that includes the memo that he just referenced.
Right. Thank you, Andrew. And I plan on being here if there are any questions for that, actually. So the second big summary for you guys today from the Crooked, the lower Crooked, is a project that we're very thrilled to have underway, under construction now. It's been in our sort of planning sphere probably for 15 years, not just us, but many, many partners as well. It's a critically important project to our watershed in support of reintroduction. In fact, it's critically important to the state of Oregon because it's the second ranked priority barrier in the entire state. That's a list that nobody wants to be on, so we're thrilled to have your support to remove this barrier from that list. So I have a few photos to show you. This first photo was taken before the project started. The project actually broke ground last May of 2018, so this photo is really a pre-project photo, and I put this up here just to show you what the project looked like before we took any actions. This is earlier in 2018. This is in June. They've started to do some water control. You'll notice on the right-hand side of the photo where the intake is, river left, this part of the photo here. They've really, at this stage of the game in June, put in water control devices, large bladder dams to control water. They've really worked from river left across the diversion dam to river right. So in terms of progress in these photos, you will see progress moving from river left on the intake across the actual diversion to river right. So in this photo, it's hard to make out, but you can see right in here in front of the intake, they actually had to lay in some articulated concrete block mats, and that's because when you move the whole Crooked River over to the intake side, you push the whole river over against the canyon, you increase velocities into the intake, and what they did not want to happen is those increased velocities to erode the bottom of the channel and create a hydraulic jump going into the intake. That would be very, very bad for the facility. So those articulated concrete mats will stay there for the duration and provide stability to the very front of the intake on the stream bottom. In this photo, a little hard to see, we've got 4 time-lapse cameras we've placed around the project to document every single construction move from beginning to end, A to Z. In this photo, you will see progress across the dam. They've actually, in this case, poured the entire new foundation for the diversion of the sill, the dam sill. And you can even see, if your eyes are good, the stanchions that are placed now across that new sill that will hold the new flashboards that really make up the dam. I should note that the dam has been increased 18 inches in height, total height, which means you've also got to increase the wing walls to the same height to control water through the project, directed through the diversion. This is really important because the extra water that we will be able to hold behind the dam will provide for fish flows through the ladder. At times of the year when fish need attraction flows, we're going to have a bank of water that's dedicated to that purpose. Next photo. So this is more of a close-up. You can again see the stanchions in place on the dam sill on River Right, where the current construction activities are happening in this photo in November of 18. You can see the River Right wing wall being poured, the iron being placed inside the forms. If we were here today, if we were all sitting at the site, this wing wall has been extended right down towards the ladder. The ladder's on River Right, below that wing wall. And that is all I have for you. Happy to take any questions.
No questions, I guess.
Is that a good sign?
Okay. Yeah, so made a...
Sorry, you're not getting off that easy. So, for the record, Maida Lofsgarden, and this will come up in more detail tomorrow, but because it's connected to your update report now, could you talk just a little bit about the Crooked and what your work in the basin moving forward is, because that's not something that had specifically come before the board previously?
When we actually, thanks, Maida. And when we do that, well, I was just going to say, maybe we can put the map up also. We skipped over it pretty quickly in the beginning, but we do have a map of the partnership's geography there as well.
Right. So for the record, Chris Gannon, Crooked River Watershed Council. I believe I understand the question, Director. I think you're asking me for a kind of a bigger picture overview of what's coming in the Crooked, particularly around habitat restoration work. We have two major planning documents that have been completed with your support in the past under the SIP program, actually. One is for Mackay. It's called the Mackay Strategy. It's basically a priority restoration plan. We have a similar document for the lower Crooked River, also a restoration plan, identifies priorities for work around supporting the reintroduction effort. I would tell you that the good news is for the lower Crooked Reach, we were awarded in 2018, we were awarded a little over $6.5 million from the NRCS for what's called a Regional Conservation Partnership Program. We are just smart enough to take those funds, combine them with the OWEB FIP funds. We also know that the Pelton Fund at PG is going to open, is actually open right now for its last increment of funding. Our plans for the Lower Crooked, including Mackay, to implement both the Lower Crooked River Action Plan and the strategy are to use OWEB FIP money, the RCPP money from the NRCS, and potentially some Pelton funds in combination to get about $20 million worth of work done over the next 10 years. So that's the quick summary. I'm happy to go into more detail if you'd like.
So this is Randy Labby, and then Stephen, yours next. This is for Chris. Can you, for layman, in layman's terms, can you talk to the obstructions for fish at Opal Springs before, and how those have been modified or mitigated under the new structure to enhance passage?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, for the record, Chris Gannon, the current situation before we opened the project this past year in terms of construction really was one where you had a 22-foot tall barrier to fish, volitional passage sort of fish. These are really the focus is steelhead and Chinook salmon in our area. Obviously, other native fish will pass as well. So with a 22-foot tall barrier, the best solution there, because we wanted to retain the hydropower facility, was a ladder, a sort of tried and true engineering technique that's been used all over the Pacific Northwest and, in fact, some parts of the world to move fish above these kinds of diversions. So the ladder itself, the project is $12.5 million in total. That includes both the pool raise and the ladder itself. Once those are complete, probably this August, this project's actually ahead of schedule. That means that sometime in 2019, second half of 2019, the next runs that appear will be moving up through the project on their own volition. It's critical because right now we have a trap and haul system, but it's pretty much single fish, individual fish is not ideal. It's also not ideal because it's only staffed during the daylight hours. And we all know that steelhead like to move at night when they feel more protected. So it's sort of a bad situation at the moment, trying to move one fish at a time during daylight hours. That gets
Thank you. Thank you.
You bet.
Stephen?
Hi, this is a sort of a broad question. What sort of things are you monitoring to sort of document sort of ecological success of the whole project?
Right, again, for the record, Chris Gannon. I think the question is about monitoring fish movement, perhaps fish presence. The good news is we've got partners who are fully committed to this, in fact, have a FERC license that commits them to this fish reintroduction effort. They, because of that reason, they have extensive monitoring programs. They tag fish. We know where fish are at different times of the year. Pretty much every single fish that returns, adult fish that returns to Pelton Round Butte on the Deschutes, is tracked from that point forward. So we know, for example, even the origin of these fish. So we've done outplantings in Whitechoose, Crooked River, Metolius. We know from those outplantings, smolt and fry, where the source of origin of these fish are. So when a returning adult comes back, we can actually tell whether it should be going to the Crooked or Whitechoose or the Metolius. So we have a pretty good sense of where the fish are supposed to be going. Thinking forward, though, we also have an integrated monitoring plan that's really regionally looking to capture all the different fish-related data that's being collected by many, many partners. Because we haven't done a lot of habitat work in the Crooked under the FIP, we don't actually have a real extensive program at the moment, but we're going to rely on our partners' information. I'll give you an example. We know for a fact that the very first steelhead red under the reintroduction program was in the lower end of Mackay Creek, just as one example of a data point. So one of the things I think about is sort of like the medical profession. The first thing we want to do is not do any harm to these fish. If they're already starting to gravitate to certain areas and starting to have some success, we want to be very careful that we don't sort of undo that success.
Any other questions, Maida?
For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, as I look at you all, it's a very different group than of individuals than we started this conversation with back in 2008, which is a good thing. Not that the other set of partners is a bad thing. Don't tell Ryan I said that. But with this, it is a big shift. So can you guys talk a little bit, not just about the rosy side of it, but how that shift in folks who are here at the table, what impacts that's having, how is the structure going to look different? What's changing as you shift the folks who are involved in the partnership?
For the record, Colleen Miller, Upper Deschutes Watershed Council. Well, so from the Watershed Council perspective, as I mentioned, I'm the interim executive director currently. We are currently in the process of working to hire a new ED, and we've already started talking with our board, taking a close look at our strategic action plan, and sort of planning forward to ask ourselves how this new executive director will basically be onboarded and trained in order to be able to hopefully step in as quickly as possible to get up to speed basically with the goals of the FIP. So I will be working closely with him or her as well as our board. We'll be working closely with him or her. But for the time being, I will basically be wearing Ryan's shoes.
Natasha Bellis for the record. So the Deschutes River Conservancy also just recently went through a transition with its executive director. Todd Heisler was our former ED. He has just stepped away, and we've hired Ron Nelson, who is a founding board member of the Deschutes River Conservancy and also the Oregon Water Trust. So he is going to be leading us for a while. It's definitely sort of a departure and different direction for the Deschutes River Conservancy, but also in some ways, coming home because he was a founding board member of the Deschutes River Conservancy. And so I'd say that he came on board at a really good time in terms of this focused investment partnership. We are following the strategic action plan. Things are well underway, and it's, I don't want to say it's a pipeline of projects, but it's operating really smoothly at this point. And I think a lot of our discussions at partnership meetings are really geared towards, what do we do post-FIP? What does this partnership look like post-FIP? And so, I look forward to Ron's direction in that regard.
Right, for the record, Chris Gann, the only thing I would add really quickly is it's great to have a SAP or a strategic action plan because it tends to galvanize the group regardless of who might change at this table. The other thing I would say in a similar way is the mid-sea recovery plan or conservation plan that lists all these habitat limiting factors that we should be attacking if we're serious about reintroduction is also a guiding document. That's not going to change, and that tends to keep our partnership congruent and sort of connected in that sense through time.
So Randy Labby again. Just one other question for you, Chris. After this is complete, which is a dramatic impact on the Crooked and the overall system, what's your next targets upriver for obstacles?
Right, again, for the record, Chris Gannon, it's a great question. We've been thinking about it more and more. We've got, as you know, two large, very challenging barriers at Prineville Reservoir and Ochiko Reservoir. Through our Connecting Waters program, going back to the Special Investment Program and through the FIP, we've been able to basically address all the, I would call them interim barriers up to those two barriers. So the lower 125 miles roughly of lower Crooked River habitat is pretty much barrier-free. We've got one more barrier that we're working on at Ochiko Country Club. The next big initiative for the Crooked, though, frankly, is to get into direct physical habitat improvements, and part of that is addressing water quality in the Crooked River. As you know, with our FIP, we could not sort of take on all the problems or challenges in the Crooked. We had to sort of narrow it and take on the biggest priorities, which were Opal Springs and Passage. With those items complete, it's time now to move in a deliberate fashion towards habitat and water quality as part of that.
That's terrific to hear.
So we're just about at time. I do want to say, I think, were you all planning to stick around for the reception later? Okay, so if there's additional questions, there will be an opportunity to speak with the partners this evening at the reception. Just one closing thought, too. I did want to just recognize Natasha as for having stepped into the partnership chair role, and big credit to the partnership for having a very thoughtful, seamless approach and making a very strong transition there. It's been great working with Natasha in that role and has really benefited the work that they're doing. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
So the next partnership we'll hear from is the Willamette. So the Willamette Mainstem Anchor Habitat Working Group was awarded roughly $2.45 million in the 2017-19 biennium. They are also operating under the Aquatic Habitat for Native Fish Species FIP priority. The partnership is focused on anchor habitat locations in the Mainstem Willamette, and we'll take a quick look at those in just a moment on the map. And the restoration actions focus on increasing channel complexity and length, floodplain reconnectivity, and floodplain reforestation. And you can see there's a large list of partners, 16 in all, so I won't go through all of them, but it does consist of, as you can see, a number of watershed councils, soil and water conservation districts, other conservation NGOs, and one municipality in the city of Eugene. So we take a look at the map. Thanks, Taylor. Still pretty small, but you can see, or if you can see, these areas in dark green are the FIP geographies. And at the top of the map, Oregon City, and then Eugene is down here at the Basin. The reason that this doesn't include Portland is that the partnership has been focused on restoration actions above Willamette Falls. So I'll turn to the partners to introduce themselves and do the presentation.
Great. Well, my name is Taylor Larson, and I'm with the Coast Fork Willamette Watershed Council and the new chair for the working group. And I think we're just going to introduce ourselves as we go. So I was just going to give a little highlight. Like Andrew said, this is a really dynamic, large partnership, and which is great because the Willamette is a dynamic place full of lots of different people and organizations. This biennium initiated or got funding for 10 projects that was spread around 7 organizations. And something special about the partnership in the Willamette is that we have a funding relationship also with Meyer Memorial Trust and the BPA. And so in addition to the FIP funds, we were able to leverage over this biennium just shy of another $2 million through those partnerships specifically, which really catalyzes a lot of exciting big projects. So it's pretty sweet. One of the partnerships that I wanted to highlight was with OPRD, Oregon Department or Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. They're a major landholder along the mainstem of the Willamette River, and because of that, they've been a really solid partner on a lot of projects. And so we have a bunch of projects underway on OPRD land, and we are designing a few more that are kind of coming down the pipeline over the next biennium as well. And so we wanted to highlight a few of those projects before moving on to some others, and I think Marcy was going to take us through one on the Willamette State Park.
Hello, for the record, my name is Marcy Crass, and I'm the Restoration Program Manager for Willamette Riverkeeper. I've been involved with our partnership since we developed our strategic action plan. I'm just going to talk a little bit about the Willamette Mission State Park Floodplain Reforestation Project. This project is located about 20 minutes north of Salem in the Mission Bottom reach of the Willamette River. It's a pretty exciting project. It began with SIP funding, so during the Special Investment Partnership phase, we were able to initiate this project back in 2014. And at present, we're now into the 5th funding phase for this, which is amazing, because if we didn't have this continual amount of funding on such a large scale, we wouldn't have been able to embrace such a large-scale project. So currently, we are now working across a 500-acre landscape. We're working to treat invasive species and replant natives in floodplain forest habitats, shrub, scrub, and aquatic habitats. So to date, across the 500 acres, we have been able to have 4 consecutive years of large-scale planting. So more than 350,000 native trees and shrubs have been planted, and this February we have plans to add an additional 75,000 plants. So we're kind of working systematically across the landscape in different management units. So as we transition from one to the next, we're kind of adding more land as we go. This summer we broke ground on, not really ground, but we started treating in the water. So one of the issues at this site is aquatic invasive plants are in waterways. And so this year we began to treat in water habitat to address Ludwigia hexapetala, which is a large-scale problem in the Willamette that we'll talk more about with another one of the projects. We were also able to engage students from North Salem High School at this project, which has been an exciting feature. The students have come out for the last 4 years in a row, about twice a year, so we're happy to have that element going. And moving forward, we're going to be continuing to do some landowner outreach and be working in the Windsor Slough area. This photo right here shows the site before we began. This was kind of a pre-project photo, and you can see these brown areas and the green, the bright green were all invasive species within the floodplain, and now the area has all been planted. And so we're just continuing to address across this large-scale area, and we continue to see progress.
Great. And here's another project on OPRD land. This is a project of the Long Tom Watershed Council, and it's at Sam Dawes Landing. And this is a side channel reconnection project, and they're doing log placements here. So this is one of 12 log placements for turtle habitat. And then there's an additional like 25 acres of floodplain forest being planted within the next couple of weeks out here. It's a pretty similar project to something that's going on in the Kalapuya, and so I was just going to kind of lead into Colin here talking about what you guys have going on out there at Bowers.
So my name is Colin McCandless. I've been with the Kalapuya in a couple different roles, but just recently moved into the executive director position. And so I wanted to talk about Bowers Rock. So I don't have a slide, but I'll try to paint a picture for you. So Bowers Rock is about 568 acres, and it's managed by OPRD, and it's about 1 mile due west of downtown Albany, and that put it at around River Mile 122 in the Willamette. So the property itself is pretty interesting, as it's had a bunch of different land uses over time. So currently a significant portion of it is in grass seed farming. And then on the far west end, there's a 40-acre gravel pit that's no longer being used and has no aggregates been taken out of it in about 2 decades. Next to the gravel pit, there's 2 side channels, Coon Creek and the Little Willamette. And on the far east side of the project, there's a series of sloughs that flow through, sorry. And so the project is composed of 3 main goals at this point. It is looking to remove, enhance, or replace 4 different stream crossings that are used in that agricultural area right now. One is a redundant crossing that's undersized, so that is going to be removed. 2 of the crossings are undersized and failing, and so those will be removed and replaced with larger culverts. And then there's a low water ford, which isn't so much of a low water ford because it actually impedes flow there. So that will be lowered and then hardened so we can actually bring in machinery to implement the next 2 phases of the project. So the second part is Little Willamette and Coon Creek have about 10.5 acres of Ludwigia in there, which is an invasive species that we're looking to start treating here this summer in 2019. And then the gravel pit, we're looking to reconnect that to the Willamette River during high winter flows, and also make sure that it's not connected during the controlled low warm water summer flows, so we can hold on to those cold water signatures that are found in the Little Willamette and Coon Creek through that hyporheic exchange that's happening in the gravel pit. But one of the things that I wanted to highlight is some of the work that we've done previously to make this work possible with OPRD, who's been a really great partner for us. So with any large-scale restoration project, there's usually a lot of history, and with history, there's good and bad. And so one of the things we decided to do moving into our first round with the FIP for this project was we thought that it would be important for us to take a step back and think about the stakeholders and the people engaged in the project. And so we held multiple listening sessions with the stakeholders and the people using the land and the neighbors, where we were all able to provide a platform where we could say, hey, what are the things that you're worried about? What can we help you with? And OPRD had the insight to bring in somebody to be a moderator for the discussions and basically hear their concerns and say, look, this is how we can work with you on this project. And so the product of that was the stakeholders that had, the most stake in the game and the most to say, said that they felt comfortable moving forward with the project, and as long as we heeded to the issues that they had. So working with OPRD, I think, is very important for project partners and everybody involved, because they have a lot of very important properties on the Willamette Mainstem that are public, and as the Willamette population grows, it'll be very important for people to be able to go out and recreate in these green spaces and connect with the watershed and become future stewards.
Yeah, and another nice thing, so this is the last OPRD project we were just going to highlight, and so on the Lucky Mute State Natural Area, the nice thing about working with FIP funds is that we maintain a project pipeline that we've vetted the projects, and as a partnership would kind of have a real strategic approach to how we go about things. And so it allows us to do design work. And so over the past biennium, the design was completed here where the Lucky Mute comes in to the Willamette, and there's going to be plantings going in this next FIP cycle. So we completed the design aspect, and now we're moving into the implementation. And so that's pretty exciting. We do also, as a FIP group, do projects not on OPRD land. So this is an example of a project that the Nature Conservancy is doing at the confluence of the Coast Fork and the Middle Fork Willamette. And this is a really exciting project. So they're taking what used to be gravel ponds and sort of filling the ponds and removing levees in order to get some dynamic flow going across the confluence area. So you can see here The pictures that are going to be coming up are from a little bit different angles, but what I want you to notice is that by removing some of the levees and leveling the ponds, we're allowing the river to move in a more dynamic way, which creates really great off-channel fish habitat. So you might want to see it twice. But this is a really, really exciting project, and if you have a chance to visit this one, it's pretty impressive. McKinsey River Trust has been working on the Green Island floodplain forest restoration. This is another really big project. But in 2018, they did a big planting with FIP funds. So they put in over 265,000 shrubs and trees in kind of the rapid riparian revegetation method. So lots of shrubs, some trees planted at really high densities. And this is another really special place. They do a lot of public outreach at this site, and so they have their Living River celebration out there, and this year they had the Get Outdoors Day and had over 500 folks show up to help with stewardship activities, and they're always getting kids and schools out there. And so it's not just the restoration work, but it's also tying the community into the work, which I think is really important for the sustainability of what we're doing. And then Snagboat Bend is another Long Tom project. And so this is the third of four phases going on at this site. And it's what's happening here is they're putting in a bunch of log jams again for habitat and doing some riparian plantings. And then the fourth phase is they're going to remove revetments and reconnect some of these side channel habitats. And they're trying some new planting techniques. So in addition to the tried and true R3 method, they're also thinned a cottonwood stand that was on the site, and we're planting 10-foot long, basically cottonwood cuttings. And they found that they were having a lot of success with this where they'd struggled in the past on similar sites by getting the cuttings 10 feet down into the ground. And even in a really dry, hot summer, they had really high survival rate. And so as a FIP group with so many organizations, we're always sharing best practices with each other, and we just wanted to call that out because it's really helpful.
Marcy Cross again. So I wanted to highlight another new project that began during this biennium. This is at the Gail Ackerman Wildlife Area, formerly known as Hayden Island in Polk County. So this is the Minto anchor habitat, which is essentially just upstream from downtown Salem, a meander bend from downtown Salem, or west of Salem. So the property was acquired by the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife with BPA funds through the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program. And so now it's going to be managed for conservation purposes in perpetuity. It was slated to be gravel pit, but by putting it into conservation protection, we can preserve the forested habitat. So the site is about 290 acres. This whole corner of the meander bend is all the protected lands, and it's been mapped pretty extensively for habitat types and weeds that are on the site. So it's undergoing right now extensive invasive species treatments using mechanical and chemical treatments. We are also targeting Ludwigia hexapetala at the site. This slough right here used to be a side channel connected with the Willamette, and it is no longer connected except for during high flows. It's not connected year-round anymore. So it's only really connected at the outlet here, which is right by Rick Rial Creek. So I guess we can advance to the next slide. So you can see here, this in the winter time is completely flooded. I have actually canoed through here with the group. So the floodplain forest is fully activated during the winter months with the high flows, and then during the summer, the water draws down, and then this whole field right here this looks like a field. It's really supposed to be water, but it's covered with Ludwigia hexapetala. So you can see the problem. This is an invasive species from Uruguay that's invaded in the Willamette, and it's causing problems. The plants are growing at a super rapid rate, high evapotranspiration rates, which is pulling water out. So after this was cleared, you can see there's more water available. A lot of this is dead vegetation matter, and then we're hoping during winter flushing flows that some of that dead matter will move out. So we have plans to treat these areas with high levels of Ludwigia hexapetala for 5 years. So with the FIP, the nice thing is to be able to come back over time and do these longer-term weed management problems, and then ODF and W will continue to maintain in the future. We are doing some trials because the other nice thing about the site is that it does have a lot of wapato. So we just want to make sure not to do more harm than good when we're doing these treatments. Okay, so this is, you can see here the wapato. Can do the next slide. And then one more shot. This is the terrestrial example. So this was blackberry before and then treating after. So this is similar what's happening in a lot of these revegetation projects. So just moving forward, as we look ahead, I do want to mention that the Willamette has a robust partnership called the Willamette Aquatic Invasive Network, and we are working on a strategic action plan to address aquatic invasive species. As Colin mentioned, at Bowers Rock, at Willamette Mission, at Lucky Meat State Natural Area, at Gail Ackerman, this particular plant is a problem. It's a basin-wide problem, and so we are developing a robust strategic action plan. We're working on that right now. We have a consultant working with us on that. And OPRD is doing some complex GIS work to help us identify priorities. So that is coming, and then we'll continue to move forward on that issue. So that's one thing that many partners, and then expanding beyond our anchor habitat working group, is working on.
And I know we're about out of time, so we can take questions on it. But the other things we're doing is we're working on updating our project pipeline and trying to align our work with other strategic actions that are going on in the basin, such as the Aquatic Invasives Network. OPRD has a new strategic action plan. And yeah, so lots of good stuff. Looking forward to your questions.
Gary has.
Yeah. Okay, Gary.
This is Gary Taylor. You mentioned that log jam area you're putting those structures in there. Is there beaver present in that right now? Is there beaver in that area?
Yeah, I don't think so. You want to take that?
I mean, none of us here are working specifically on that project. I can say that there are beaver in a lot of these side channels. At the Gail Ackerman side channel, there have been active beaver that are helping to create pools within these off-channel habitats. So there are definitely beaver very active in many of the side channels in the Willamette, and I think we would need to check with the project manager on that specific site to know about beaver activity at Snagboat.
Okay, thanks.
Maida, and then, yeah.
So Maida Lofsgarden, for the record, the anchor habitats that you guys are working in do have a lot of parks, ODF and W, other lands, but they also have a lot of private land. So could you just talk a little bit about any challenges you're facing working with private landowners and how you guys might be working to address those?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big question. So working with private landowners is it's a exercise in building trust. So I when I'm wearing another hat, I actually run a farm along the coast fork of the Willamette River as well. And so we've been working closely with our watershed council throughout the past, 8 to 10 years. And those relationships take time to build. And along the Mainstem of the Willamette, as Colin was kind of alluding to, there's a history of some mistrust that needs to be overcome. And I think that just it's kind of a slow burn, and we need to keep doing projects, being successful, being good partners, and I think those projects will follow. As an Anchor Habitat working group, we are strategically trying to reach out to private landowners, especially those that are adjacent to current projects, and to look for ways partnering in the future. But it's, yeah, maybe more sealed.
Yeah, so I can say, for example, with our Willamette Mission project, there are about 6 or 7 private landowners that are along the Windsor Slough and directly adjacent to the park. And we used some OWEB funds specifically to do some landowner outreach this year. So we were able to make contact and go visit and meet with about 5 of those landowners. And they all have granted us permission to survey on their property, and we're working towards, we decided to get permission first to survey and develop a relationship with them before asking for permission to treat Lidwigia on their property, which is the next phase of our project. And one of them is directly adjacent, where there's actually some terrestrial property that's adjacent to Goose Lake, which is one of our management units where we're currently working on our FIP project. And so it's Ron Chapin. And this particular landowner is someone who we've had a long relationship with over many years. And at this point, he has granted us just this week written permission to actually treat blackberries on his property, where the Goose Lake bleeds off of the OPRD property onto his property. And so now we are, like, right now working on his property, which is adjacent. So I think it's slow, but yet we're starting to make inroads with the private landowners. And I think similarly, you could speak about your project, so.
Well, with Bowers, there's been the issues that have come up mainly in the time that I've been with the Kalapuya have just been around, what's going to change at the park in terms of, is somebody going to build a parking lot right next to my house? So there are going to be a lot of people, using this place in a way that I'm not used to. And so a lot of the outreach we did was just those listening sessions that I talked about, where people were able to come in and say what their concerns were and see how OPRD could help meet those. And so it was, like we've said, it's a lot about just building trust and telling people what your plans are and how you can involve them in that so people can work together.
Barbara?
Barbara Boyer. I had pretty much the same question Maida did. But was private landowners part of your original, I wasn't around for the first one, was reaching out to private landowners part of your original proposal?
We had a very specific project pipeline going in to our FIP. And so there are private properties that were primarily, like Greenbelt Land Trust has a number of private land. So some of our partners work more specifically with private landowners, mainly Mackenzie River Trust and Greenbelt Land Trust. And so those particular projects are on more of the private properties. And then a lot of our pipeline projects focused on the greenway properties, partly because they were the low-hanging fruit. There's a lot of restoration that needs to happen, and a lot of those properties that were public lands had been neglected and not had any restoration work done. And so as we're getting started with our first phase of work, in the Willamette, $6 million doesn't really go that far, and so we had to be strategic about where we were going to focus. And so we chose kind of conscientiously to focus on the places where we felt like we could get a lot of work done right away, like shovel-ready, easy, off-the-ground projects. And now some of our money went towards outreach so that we could start developing future. And we've been really refining our project pipeline so that we can, continue to do more and expand the scope and impact of our work moving forward.
Randy Labby, for the record. How much more work is there for Gail Ackerman's park? It sounds like it's multiple years.
Yeah, so this is year 1.
Yikes.
And so we have, with most of these, I personally as a project manager like to plan for 2 to 3 years of site prep. So we'll do at least 2 years of any kind of weed control before planting. And then we'll plant, and then we'll do 5 years of follow-up maintenance. And so that gives the chance for the plants to get planted and then kind of reach a free-to-grow stage before we walk away. And so Gail Ackerman will be underway for a while.
Well, I hope you have some communication with her vast group of friends who are waiting for this to happen. I'm sure they would be prospects to help with the project.
Yeah, the Trust for Public Land gave matching funding, and so we have used all the funds that the cash match that we got from Trust for Public Land is specifically around outreach and education activities. So we're building a network with the Straub Environmental Center and Audubon and Salem and other groups who have interest in the park to try to develop a core group of stewards. We have engaged the private farmers that own land all around the park. We had their staff come out and participate in a weed pull for a day. So we are conscientiously trying to build a stakeholder group of support for that property. And the Friends of Gail Ackerman, they did do a lot of effort to put that into conservation, and so we're trying to continue to make good on their initial vision for the property.
Great. Yeah. Thank you.
So we're about at time, unless there's maybe one more quick question. Okay. And for the record, Andrew Dutter. So thank you all very much. I guess in closing, just one thought too. Also wanted to share big credit. Taylor is also having stepped in maybe in November or so, October, November. Is a new partnership chair for the group, so has really done an outstanding job of getting up to speed in short order, and I think your ability to speak to the projects today is a testament to that, so thank you very much. And I would also highlight the project you shared on at the Confluence, the Nature Conservancy project, is one that was featured among the 6 as part of the 20th anniversary outreach campaign with OWEB with Oregon Lottery. And so Courtney, I think, shared that information with you all in October, and there's a nice video and so on about that project on the lottery website. So, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the next partnership we'll hear from is the Upper Grand Ronde Restoration Partnership. So the Upper Grand Ronde Restoration Partnership was awarded roughly $2.4 million in this 2017-2019 biennium. This is the third partnership that is currently working on aquatic habitat for native fish species FIP priority. Their work is focused on improving and increasing habitat quantity and quality for native fish species in the Upper Grand Ronde and Catherine Creek basins, namely listed spring chinook and steelhead in that area. Partners include the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, the Grand Ronde Model Watershed, ODFW, the Union Soil and Water Conservation District, and the U.S. Forest Service. If we click ahead one slide, take a quick look at their initiative geography here. The locations where they're pursuing FIP restoration actions are in the areas shaded in orange. So I'll turn to the partners for their presentation.
Great, thank you, Andrew. Thank you, co-chairs, members of the board. We're excited to be here today and present on the progress that the partners have made in Biennium 2. I just want to start out with introductions. I'm Jesse Steele with the Grand Ronde Model Watershed. Next to me is Jim Webster with the Union Soil and Water Conservation District. Kayla Morinaga with the Model Watershed also. She is filling in for the Forest Service partners since they couldn't be here today. And then on the very end of the table is Ted Siddell with ODF&W. And then we also have Jeff Ovison, our Executive Director from the Model Watershed, with us in the audience. So I want to jump right into some of our results that from Biennium 2. This is straight from our results chain. I apologize for the busy slide. But on the left are 6 strategies that we identified with Bonneville Environmental Foundation and OWEB staff The middle column are 9 of the 16 measurable outputs that we have, and some of the progress we've made in Biennium 2. And then on the far right column are totals for both Biennium 1 and 2. If I could just highlight a couple numbers in there that we're excited about. We're excited about all of it, but almost 3 miles of new channel. This is brand new channel that we've either built or activated. Over 150 new acres of floodplain. Partners have built 240 new pools. Over 7,000 pieces of large wood have been added during the 2 bienniums. And this is working on just over 14 miles of stream. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jim to discuss some of the projects that the Conservation District is working on in Biennium 2.
Thank you, Jesse. I'm Jim Webster, the manager for the Union SWCD, and I'll give you a quick overview of 3 projects that are funded in part or mostly by our FIP. 2 of those projects are located in the Willow Creek watershed, which is on the north end of the valley. And Willow Creek flows into the Grand Ronde. It has steelhead currently in it, and historically may have had Chinook, and they are definitely blocked by the lower irrigation dams that I'll talk about. The first project is the Iowahe Dry Creek project, and this one we implemented this year, designed it last year. It's a short stretch of stream that provides good temperature for steelhead, but habitat has been degraded. You can see in that lower left picture behind the landowners that there's 8 to 10 foot cut banks. The channel's been straightened and simplified. It's been straightened down to about 1,100 feet of length within the project area. And so we took a fairly aggressive design approach to this, and you can see we lengthened the stream channel by about 80% and then increased sinuosity up to over 1.8. We really reconnected a lot of the floodplain, so it went from less than an acre of inundation at a 2-year model to almost 3 acres. And then we're planting it under a CREP contract, and we'll end up planting a little over 10 acres on the property. And then the 2 lower dams in this watershed that completely block Chinook, but they're obstructions for steelhead. The lowest dam is the Huber Dam. It's about a half a mile up from the Grand Ronde. Chinook come up to this dam but cannot make it over because flows drop at about the time that they're coming into the system. Steelhead still can make it over because they're in when flows are high enough. It's, as you can see there, it's a concrete sill that's been worked on so that there's no jump pool or anything. So this year we'll be looking at creating a design for that. And then the second dam is the Royce Dam. And it's similar. It's a similar setup with the channel being straightened, and then it's a flashboard system. And we'll look at a design that probably bypasses that dam. And then the third project is in Catherine Creek, and it's just downstream from the city of Union. And we're addressing that in 3 stages. The first stage is to convert 65 acres of flood irrigation to a pressurized sprinkler system, and in exchange also gain 10 acres of easement in historic floodplain. And then the second stage will be restoration, design, and implementation. And we're doing that design through this year and next year with hopes of starting construction in 2021. And so this is our early sketches for that in-stream design. In the middle section of that reach is at 10 acres, but then in addition to that, there's 5 landowners on this reach that will be looking at implementing a CREP program or some other easement program at the end of the in-stream work.
Kayla Mornaga, Grand Ronde Model Watershed. Sheep Creek is a juvenile salmonid rearing stronghold and so represents a restoration project that is aimed at raising the water table for water retention and mitigating high water temperatures in the summer months. Sheep Creek is a low gradient meadow channel that is in size and has lost engagement with its associated floodplain. It is designated critical habitat for 3 listed species in the basin. The project has 3 major components: in-stream wood structures to restore physical and biological processes and function, 6 miles of riparian exclosure fence to protect the floodplain and wetlands, and placing boulders and dispersed recreation areas to eliminate vehicle impacts to the floodplain and the stream banks. The novel approach in logjam structure design in this restoration project is to use large quantities of small diameter racking material in channel spanning and lateral forcing structures to mimic the effects of beaver dams impounding water. This addresses one of the major objectives of the project, to increase water capture and storage on the floodplain. This method proved to be very effective on a project implemented on Limberjim Creek, a tributary to the Upper Grand Ronde River in 2017, and was also used again on 2 more streams in 2018. This project is on 3 miles of land managed by the Willamette National Forest and half a mile managed by the Bureau of Land Management. The Woodley Reach is an imperiled section of the Mainstem Grande Ronde River and the primary core spawning and rearing area in the Upper Grand Ronde River for Snake River Basin Chinook salmon. It is one of the few stretches of river with lots of deep pools despite historic impacts from dredging and logging. Continued restoration of this reach is producing excellent results in terms of productivity with high juvenile fish numbers and supporting a relatively high concentration of Chinook reds. The objectives for this project are similar in nature to that of Sheep Creek by restoring the physical and biological processes in the channel and floodplain. One major objective in this project is to activate 1.25 miles of intermittent side channel into a perennial flowing habitat to increase available juvenile rearing habitat. This is a unique opportunity at a large-scale restoration in a large river with the ultimate goal in attempting to mitigate high water temperatures through the development of deep pools and side channels and promoting hyporheic exchange. In Biennium 1, Bird Track Springs on the Upper Grand Ronde River was funded and is being implemented currently. The picture in this slide is on private land portion of the Bird Track Springs project, Jordan Creek Ranch. The trees you can see stockpiled back here in the photo are in a location of a former corral and feedlot, which was relocated across the highway as part of the project. Longley Meadows is a reach of the Mainstem Grande Ronde River just downstream of Bird Track Springs and includes 1 mile of river on National Forest land and 0.4 miles on state and private lands. The project sponsor for Longley Meadows is Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. Presently, Longley is close to 30% design and planning and environmental compliance are underway. These 2 projects on the Mainstem Grande Ronde River are large river designs and have required substantial multi-agency support and effort. Longley Meadows is expected to be implemented in 2020.
Okay, for the record, I'm Ted Siddell. I'm a project lead with the LeGrand Fish Research on the Grand Ronde Life Cycle Monitoring Program. This is the last project we're going to talk about and then move into a couple of research monitoring and evaluation projects. The Hall Ranch is in the upper end of Catherine Creek, and no, your eyes are not blurry. Those light red lines show density of Chinook reds throughout the system. So the Hall Ranch is a unique place where there's one of the largest concentration of Chinook and juvenile rearing. This area also historically had 15 feet deep pools throughout the whole system. In urbanization days in 1937, the valley in this area, if you can see those light green lines, that was the main thalweg through the Hall Ranch, which is owned by Oregon State University. It spread out in 5-6 main channels. In 1937, Highway 203 was built and basically pushed all those channels to the north and actually into one single channel by the 50s and 60s. Since then, the river has started to migrate back into the valley, and as you can see in the upper corner, the side channels are now encroaching into the borrow ditch on Highway 203, which led Oregon Department of Transportation to address this issue, and their initial addressing was to, why don't we move the side channels back where they were for the last 50 years. A lot of people said, why don't we try moving the road? That's what we're going to do. In the next couple of years, Highway 203 through the Hall Ranch is slated to be obliterated. The road grade, including all the road material. The road will be shifted to the south along the toe slope there. This is probably one of the most amazing projects, and that it's going to allow this river to naturally restore itself in a passive fashion. And at once, this was kind of an impossibility. About 5 years ago, no one would consider removing a road for the sake of salmon and watershed restoration, and here we are now. The next project that we've been working on for Oregon State University's PhD candidate Matt Kaler, and with Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. We've been adding steelhead carcasses from Wallowa Fish Hatchery up into the upper Grande Ronde to bring back marine-derived carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus back into the system. The most current paradigm is through a bottom-up. You bring carcasses in, bears, eagles, they decay on both the riparian areas and in the stream, feeding macroinvertebrates and riparian condition, which should lead to long-term fish growth. However, there's another pathway that we've been seeing, which is direct consumption of the carcass material and the eggs. And our preliminary results showed these fish are growing faster when they're directly feeding on. Their stomachs aren't full of bugs like you would think. They're actually full of the eggs from these carcasses that we're placing. The pairs here represent 3 areas of control treatment areas before and after. Pair 1's way high up in the system, pair 2 in the middle of the Grande Ronde, pair 3 down low. And as you can see, the dotted line on that right-hand graph shows when we added the carcasses, and immediately salmonid growth skyrocketed. When we started looking at what they were eating, well, their bellies were 60 to 70% full of the egg material. This growth rate is important because we have 30 years of evidence that bigger fish survive out to ocean better than smaller fish. So we hope this is a long-term management plan. Continuing in the vein of monitoring and evaluation, we finally got to install 2 big pit tag arrays on the Grande Ronde and on Catherine Creek. Catherine Creek just went literally online yesterday. These 2 pit tag arrays encompass the whole core current spawning and rearing of Chinook salmon. And we're able to increase our resolutions of fish in and fish out. These pit tag arrays are going to be close to 100% efficient because we've installed them across the entire river at areas where they were able to even detect all their juveniles. So this is really exciting project that we have going for long term.
All right, Jesse Steele for the record. Just wanted to end with a leverage funding slide, mostly because the total leverage funding for Biennium 2 on our slide is quite a bit different than what we submitted back in November on our accounting spreadsheet. I've took the liberty to estimate on a couple projects we anticipate coming for funding this spring, the leverage funding in those. And so bottom line essentially is for every OWEB dollar that's spent in the basin, the partners have brought a little over $5 of leverage funding. So lots of good work going on in the Grande Ronde Basin with that. We can take any questions.
Questions? Randy Labby, for the record, I have a selfish question. How far up the system do steelhead migrate in their spawning migration? Do they go well beyond La Grande, and if so, do you know how far the range is they go?
Yes, this is Ted Siddell for the record. Steelhead will spawn in pretty much every tributary in the Grande Ronde Basin up to, or down to probably 2 meters in stream headed width. So we've had close to 10 years of a random sample across the entire steelhead domain in the Grande Ronde, and there's not many places where they don't spawn. Usually our detection is it's poor and super steep at the very headwater or in very large rivers where we just can't detect them, but we know they've passed by weirs and some other of our temporary pit tag arrays. But anywhere you see water, they're there.
Can change your fishing approach, isn't it?
Gary.
Ms. Gary, I see in here, I was reading in here that this Columbia Habitat Monitoring Program is going away, and what are you doing to compensate for that?
It's falling to me again. The Columbia Habitat Monitoring Program was a BPA-funded program that was supposed to be piloted for 9 years. For many reasons, it was truncated at 7 years. It was a fairly state-of-the-art monitoring program, but very detailed at the site level. In the intermediate years, I've and colleagues have crosswalked multiple protocols for habitat, such as PIBO, CHAMP, the Level 2 Forest Service, and Oregon's Aquatic Inventory Survey. So in the intermediate years, until the Northwest Power Council comes up with a habitat protocol everybody can agree on, we're going to continue using aquatic inventory surveys because it's continuous, it's fast, and it gets all the detail information that all the other habitat protocols have in it. And so I feel very comfortable with using that in the interim until a larger monitoring program comes along, which it will.
Any other questions? Oh, yeah, Barbara. And then Retta.
This is a question for Ted, just a little clarifying, sorry. Pit tag arrays, can you please tell me what PIT stands for? I'd like to add this to my bowl of soup.
Absolutely. I am full of alphabet soup here. Passive integrated transmitters. They're close to 9 millimeters. We insert them in fish with a hypodermic needle. And so anytime they pass through the hydro system in the Columbia River, through the fish ladders or the juvenile fish bypass, we have those arrays in there. We have portable pit tag readers, so we can go out and carry and measure, see if any fish we catch has one of those in it. So what we're putting down is these arrays that will capture the direction of which fish are traveling in, which is actually really important.
Rita? Liza Jane.
Thank you, Randy. This is Liza Jane. I'm really interested in the carcass. Carcass is in the water. There's eye rolling. And I've been told that one of the barriers is because of the way the hatchery fish are treated with chemicals. So we know it works, we know it's missing, but how do we address the issue of getting, fish carcasses that we can use everywhere?
Excellent question, because that was one of the very big roadblocks to being able to pull a study like this off. We originally wanted to use Chinook salmon, but where Chinook are collected for brood stock used to expand the hatchery program, they reside in a system, Looking Glass Creek, and the north end of the Ronde Valley, which has a lot of natural pathogens in it. And so those pathogens can be carried from the carcass into juveniles. So we scuttled using Chinook salmon and went straight to the steelhead, which from the Walla Fish Hatchery, which is only one small population over. They don't have any pathogens that would be unique and spreading. We are concerned about Whirling's disease and moving those around. So we take those carcasses from the hatchery and we put them in a walk-in cooler, basically a freezer. Freezing the carcasses actually eliminates close to 95% of all the pathogens, both viral, organic, or bacterial. So that's one of the things that we've done to mitigate that. And we do the testing of the fish as they come into the hatchery and then again after freezing for 6 weeks.
Maida, did you have?
Yeah. For the record, Maida Lofsgarden. Jesse, since you pointed it out at the beginning of the presentation, you guys are going through a leadership transition as well. So first, big recognition to Jeff Ovison in the back of the room, who has been a wealth of experience and wisdom. Courtney mentioned yesterday that she would like to receive more smart aleck emails from Jeff, even though he's retired. So if you could please continue that. Could you talk a little bit about your transition and how that leadership transition is going for the partnership? And congratulations to you, Jesse, as well.
Thank you, Jesse Steele, for the record. Currently, our board of directors has made the decision to allow me to be interim executive director on a 6-month basis. So tomorrow I start that position. This is actually Jeff's last day with us, so he chose to spend it with you guys here on the coast. So yeah, that's our plan for now, and the 6-month period will give the board of directors time to group up and come up with a strategy for advertising and hiring. So, yeah.
Okay, any more questions? Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break. So we'll be back at 25 to 3.
Everybody that's involved. And the map includes the Harney Basin wetlands shown here. And with that, I will turn it over to the partners to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate the introduction, and OWEB co-chairs and board and staff. Thanks for having us. I'm Brenda, for the record, Brenda Smith, Director of High Desert Partnership. And I recognize some familiar faces from our last meeting in Harney County. And we're really happy to be able to present to you all today on our progress on the Harney Basin Wetlands Initiative. Our presentation today is a team approach, and really we're going to highlight the 3 goals of the Harney Basin Wetlands Initiative FIP project. We do have quite a robust group of partners. And High Desert Partnership is really the support mechanism to kind of make sure all this comes together. And so in addition to our presenters today, I do want to recognize the backup team. In case we fall over, they'll stand in for us. But Marla Poland, who is a communications coordinator for High Desert Partnership, Becky Graham, project coordinator, primarily our grants coordinator, and Robert Esquivel, who's our aquatic health coordinator. And this is a great backup team. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and let our first presenter take off on sort of our first goal. So James Pearson, who is a student at OSU, because U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is not working right now. That's what he is today. And we also have Esther Lev with the Wetlands Conservancy. So, and then we'll come back around to me. So thanks.
All right. Yeah, my name is James Pearson. I'm a graduate student at Oregon State University in Dr. Jason Dunham's lab. I'm going to describe to you guys what we've been doing over the last 2 years, and how we're implementing on-the-ground studies. These studies are then feeding into the models that we're building, and eventually will lead to restoration alternatives for the Harney Basin. So like I said, we're looking at a modeling approach. Over the last 2 years, we've kind of implemented this systems modeling approach because we want to better understand the entire system, not just one aspect of it. To do so, we've started to understand the basics of the hydrology, because we need to understand how, what drives the lake, Malheur Lake, to fluctuate up and down. We also want to know what that lake fluctuation does to the subsequent carp population, the invasive common carp that are in Malheur Lake, and also how those lake fluctuations will affect our ability to affect that invasive carp population in Malheur Lake. And we've also been looking at how the wind and sediment dynamics in Malheur Lake affect the turbidity, and subsequently how the light will penetrate through the water column to spur aquatic vegetation growth in Malheur Lake once the restoration is underway. This wind and sediments dynamics is important because wind can exacerbate the already poor water quality conditions in Malheur Lake, maintaining or resisting a shift back from this turbid state to the clear state. So it's important for us to understand this. And I put a graph up here, some of you guys cannot see it, to show the turbidity level and how it corresponds to our wind, our wind speeds at Malheur Lake. And as you can see, turbidity goes where the wind goes. And also you can see that there's really no non-windy days at Malheur Lake. It's always windy. So it's definitely driving the turbidity in Malheur Lake, and it's kind of continuous throughout the year. So we've built, so I just told you about 4 different types of areas that we're looking at. I'm going to focus in on one of the areas, the wind dynamics model, because we're short on time. The wind dynamics model is investigating sediment resuspension in the lake. There are 10 governing equations to this model, and those are the circles in the conceptual model that you see there. We also have the square inputs into the model are our model parameters that we feed into the model. These last model parameter coefficients that are being fed into the model are extremely important to how the model functions. And for this, we have Dr. Tammy Wood for USGS, who's doing the on-the-ground studies to help us feed into, or to parameterize the model based off of her studies. In this image, you can see the 13 different sampling locations that Dr. Tammy Wood's studies are looking at. She has 11 spatially explicit sampling locations that are checked once a week, and she has 2 stationary sampling locations that are continuously sampled when we have no ice on Malheur Lake in 15-minute intervals. So I'm going to show you a visual representation of how we conduct these studies and how we parameterize these with our partners. If we're looking at sediment concentration, we've gone out and we've built these platforms out in Malheur Lake that are continuously collecting this data. We go out in airboats with our partners and we go and download the data that is being collected out there while simultaneously collecting water samples. So we can say that this is what the sensor is seeing out there, and this is the subsequent water that we are collecting out there. So we can correlate the turbidity to the sediment concentrations and factor that into the model. We also, another critical aspect of the model is this critical shear stress for erosion. So this summer we've gone out with our with Dr. Tammy and her crew. We've taken sediment samples, we've taken them back to the landing, and we put them into these containers in which we initiate the water velocity. And we can ramp up the water velocity to find out eventually at what speed or energy does the sediment get resuspended into the water column. Once we have this figured out, that can be directly entered into the model as well. And for those of you who can see the images, the bottom left image is an actual image of Malheur Lake. That's only about a foot deep. However, you cannot see through that water at all. It's very, very turbid. So all this is being factored into our model, and you know, how will that eventually lead to restoration? Well, we're coming up with these restoration alternatives with our partners. We went out there and we're kind of trying to determine what are feasible things that we can do at Malheur that will actually potentially show us a positive result. One thing is there's a positive correlation between light availability during the time of early growth, May, and annual maximum biomass of sago pondweed. Sago pondweed is the #1 rooted aquatic vegetation that we want to get back at Malheur. So obviously we want the water column to be clear during that critical time period so we can promote those favorable growth conditions for the aquatic vegetation and get that aquatic vegetation back, which is so important for the waterfowl productivity in Malheur Lake. Unfortunately, some of you can't see this, but this is what our...
I can't make them see it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. This is what our water column looks like now. By 20 centimeters, we have complete light extinction. We actually thought our instruments were broken when we were doing the analysis of the water column because it was just reading complete zeros. So Malheur Lake, on average, is 14,000 hectares of degraded habitat. It's on average 0.75 meters deep, or 75 centimeters. Right now, the light only reaches 20 centimeters. So 14,000 hectares of habitat that has no chance to grow aquatic vegetation right now. So we need to find restoration alternatives which will allow the water column to be clear during this important time period. During this important time period, the spring months, the wind at Malheur Lake comes from the southeastern direction. And we didn't know this before we put up the Met station. And we put it into a model, and this is what our model looks like when the wind is blowing from the southeastern direction. You get 12,000 meters of wind fetch, which is roughly 7.5 miles of wind fetch. And as your wind fetch increases, your wave height increases. As your wave height increases, your wave shear stress. The shear stress along the sediment increases your turbidity, decreases your light availability in the water column. So this is a positive feedback that is directly relating to us not being able to promote those favorable conditions. So what are some things that we can do? Well, we can use this model to quickly and effectively assess restoration alternatives, such as what happens if we put 3 windbreaks in? What happens if we put 6 windbreaks in? You can see that we definitely reduce the wind fetch out there. This is important because we don't have to go out and actually build the wind reduction barriers and spend $1 million to find out if it will or will not be effective. We can simply use the model to effectively assess this. The next steps would be to finish up with our data with Tammy to be able to say this much wind reduction gives us this much sediment. It clears this much sediment from the water column. We'll be able to get this much light to the sediment. So that's where we're at right now, and that's where we're going with taking these on-the-ground field studies, putting them into the model, and then eventually being able to show restoration alternatives in which we will be able to bring back the pristine habitat of Malheur Lake.
Thank you. For the record, Hester Lev of the Wetlands Conservancy, and I'm going to be talking about our flood-irrigated wet meadow portion of the project. So you can see there that, our goal was 10,300 acres. That's a lot of acres. And if you think about the number of people in Harney County compared to the number of acres of wet meadows, the ratio is pretty skewed there. But the coolest thing about these wet meadows is in 15 years of working out there, I've yet to meet someone who doesn't love the wet meadows. And because of that common love of the wet meadows, this project has turned into one of the most integrative projects of bringing together ecological, social, and economic together in one project of just looking at the value of these wet meadows and where we go forward. So in the early days of starting this wet meadow work, the subheading might have been cows versus birds. That doesn't exist in our vocabulary anymore. It's all about water and plant expression. And that's what we've all come together and what we've been working on together. So for the last 6 years, we've been trying to understand what is that relationship between water and plants. And out there, the flood irrigation really helps those plants, and it's both the birds, the cows, and everyone who's using it. It's really about that dynamic of when there's water, how long it's around, how it's managed, and then what plants come forward. So we've been doing this for 6 years now, both on the refuge and with private landowners, and then throughout the basin and the Sylvies, in the central part of it, and down in the Blitzen. It's kind of a good thing that we've done it for 6 years, because it turns out there's no normal water year out there. And the plants and everything else actually always is. We love to think that everything's about, we've come up with adaptive management and resiliency. And that landscape there is all about it, because there's water sometimes and sometimes there's not. And then when there's water there, these plants come forward. If there's that water there and these plants, and the birds will be there or not. And so we've been doing it for 6 years, and we've moved through the basin, but we've been able to go back to the other places each year. And what we're trying to do is we have some shallow wells to just see, what the water and when it's coming, and then what plants are there and who that are using them. And the idea of it is that we're moving towards coming up with a state transition model, because it's really about management of that water. And it's not one individual person, it's everyone. It's the refuge and it's individual landowners, but it's collectively water moving through that basin and those type of things. So that's been a lot of what we're doing, and moving towards coming up with a state transition model that will be a tool that everyone can be using to kind of go, in those years when it's this might happen, so maybe I might use this management or another. So then along the way, it's like, we got to protect all these wet meadows. Everyone loves them. And so then there was all these ideas of, in the second biennium, we were going to have all these easements. Well, it turns out that, in other parts of the state, the threats in Harney County are not about development, or they're not about changes of land use. It's really, again, about the water element of it. So we start talking to landowners, and they weren't quite ready to sign up for easements, but everyone is really ready to have a community conversation that everyone wants to make sure that these wet meadows are around in perpetuity. So we've been having a series of one-on-one conversations and group conversations with private landowners about what are the things that they need to know, where do we want to go from here, and then also collecting information about how everyone's managing these meadows and going forward. And then the last thing that we've also been doing is on-the-ground stuff, because as we're just learning about this water plant expression, is that we're seeing that there are some different management techniques that can be used on the ground. So then we've been working with private landowners on the ground to implement some of that water management.
So just quickly, I want to touch on the third goal of our FIP, which is communications and stakeholder engagement. And as the FIP has developed in the Harney Basin's Wetlands Initiative, we really have recognized the critical importance of stakeholder engagement and what that actually is. It is multifaceted and engages a number of different audiences. First of all, it's important for Harney Basin Wetlands Initiative to have a strong internal partnership. There are over 20 partners in Harney Basin Wetlands Initiative. And so we have instituted some things in the past biennium to help our partners kind of be on the same page. We've also found that it's been really important to increase local community support. Interestingly, because we are on public and private lands in Harney Basin, and particularly a wildlife refuge, there's a number of people that are out of the region that are interested in our work. But the folks that are in our community, the 7,400 residents in Harney County, really don't know a lot about the refuge. And so we've been working really hard and realizing that we need the support of the local community, particularly if we're looking at some really big things that are going to happen with Malheur Lake. And so, how's my time? We're up? Okay. So I'm going to just so we've been doing a number of things around the local community. And then we've also been engaging our regional folks that are interested in audiences that are interested in the work we're doing, primarily through some of our partners. So Portland Audubon has a big support system in the Portland area on the west side. The Wetlands Conservancy has a big support system. And so that really helps us bridge the gap around stakeholder engagement. So this is a concentrated part of our project. And just to kind of finalize, we are really seeing a continued, our partnership is growing. It is getting stronger, and there's just amazing dedication in the partners. We've also realized that the capacity that has been provided through the FIP funding has been instrumental in providing the needed support so that we can see projects implemented on the ground. There's kind of an important piece around the FIP investment and that impact on our rural economy, and I don't really want that to go unnoticed, but it is important in every dollar that comes to our community, there is a ripple effect around that. And then I just want to recognize that we really have appreciated the active role that OWEB has taken in this work and this partnership. It's been invaluable. So we're committed to long-term solutions, and we do recognize that future funding must be sought to continue this work. So thank you very much.
Okay, any questions of this group? Will?
Will Newhouser for the record. You noted early in the summary that you had not achieved the goal of establishing the geographic range of carp. Is that something you still feel you need to do, or that you've decided based on other information you don't need? And then somewhat related to that is, when I looked at the projects sketched out for the next biennium versus this one, that the science stuff pretty much all ended in terms of funding from FIP. That's not to say they went away, but just so raise the question for me whether there are things that need to be addressed in the second biennium or change in priorities of what's in the second biennium, if you need that science in order to proceed.
Yeah. I'm going to let our scientists talk about that.
For the carp distribution, for FIP 1 and 2, it wasn't necessarily that important to understand exactly where the carp were. We have moved forward enough that we have made that a priority once again, and that we are planning on potentially looking into ways in finding the end of carp distribution via eDNA, because that will be important to us for eradication suppression methods in the future. The science funding, there's still science necessary, and I think that we are working with our OWEB partners to ensure that we have the couple scientific studies that we need to finish up, ready to go for potentially FIP 3.
Biennium 3.
Sorry, biennium 3. My mistake.
I'm okay with FIP 3.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Further questions? I have one, Randy Labby, for the record. When we were down in French Glen, we heard about the wind dams, which sound like you're getting closer to validating that strategy. But there was also a problem with the fertilizer plant grinding carp, and also the netting that was making the plant uneconomical. Have there been any developments on that part of the?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so they are definitely struggling with turning the carp into fertilizer, and they are not going to be moving forward with the carp removal from Malheur Lake moving forward because of that problem.
Okay.
We as a group are coming together and thinking of different methods of still using suppression techniques in the future, and we will need to address that. First, we would like to get the models finished, because then the models will tell us how hard do you have to fish for these fish, how do you have to suppress them, whether it's targeting of embryos, juveniles, or adults, because as of right now, we were just catching carp to be removing invasive species, but there could be a more targeted restoration effort in which we go after certain types of carp via different methods to get the suppression to where we need to be to see that ecological recovery. So it's unfortunate that they were not able to do that, but once we finish up the model, we'll be definitely thinking about how we can target the ones that we need to target in the future.
Okay. Yeah, Jason.
Jason Robinson for the record. So as we talked about communications with the local community and really trying to do that outreach, I was curious to see how have things changed from the original intent and development of the partnership to where you're at today, and then what do you see the opportunities moving forward in terms of getting more community support and buy-in as you move forward with the process?
I don't think it has changed a whole lot in terms of where we started, but it just became clear to us that it's sort of elevated if we're going to have success, and particularly around the local community. I've heard in town before, it's just a mud hole out there at the lake. Why do we need it? Let's just divert it all and not put any in it. And so they just don't really understand. One of the things that we did this fall, we went to the county fair, which is a big deal in Harney County, and we raffled off an airboat ride. And so at any rate, the person that won it was a woman in town. She's a nurse at the hospital, lifelong resident, born and raised, 4 little kids. She'd never been to Malheur Lake. And anyways, so she got a tour with Ben Kate, who's also part of our ecological coordinator at High Desert Partnership. And really came away with her eyes wide open and a deeper appreciation for what's going on. And, a lot of times it is kind of that one person at a time. She's going to tell her friends. And I just think that, when we talk stakeholder engagement, we've got to have our community behind us. So.
Liza Jane, no, go for it.
Liza Jane.
Thank you, Randy. This is Liza Jane. In your initial I think proposal, you were looking for conservation easements, and it's been a challenge. I'm hearing that you're doing education and that. What were those, what challenges are you facing, and what are you doing about that?
Great question. Esther Lev for the record. So what was happening is that conservation easements have always just been the tool that people have thought about. And so that's what got put into the application. And all of a sudden, just sometimes sitting in rooms, there was landowners who weren't ready to go there. And so then when we stepped back from it, and again, I was the one, along with Gary, and then Dan Nichols, who some of you have met, took me around and introduced me one-on-one to landowners to just kind of go, you know, what are you thinking about? What do you care about this land? What's your next? And they were all very happy to talk about it. And so what we've been just trying to do is just figure out what's the questions, what's the next information that they need. And then we've been having these group meetings. So the wet meadows are kind of interesting because we're, you know, the work that I'm getting to do with whether it's this easements or the state transition models, it's all the landowners. And a lot of the same landowners who are ranchers on their own property are also permittees on the refuge. So it's not that big of a group of people. So we've really created a community and a community dialogue on that. And so at the end of each of these most recent meetings we've had, I've kind of thrown this question up and said, you know, I think if someone came in this room right now and they put up an aerial photo of this area 20 years from now, and 15 or 30% of these wet meadows were not here, is that we'd all have a universal, pretty distressed feeling, and everyone says, yep. And so then the next step is, okay, then how can we come up with a wet meadow community vision for keeping these in perpetuity, and then what's the toolbox of things that we might want to do, including easements or those other things. And then we work a lot with the Eastern Oregon Range and Experiment Station, who's always been the group of people that have disseminated information, and there's a lot of trust there. So this winter, with them, we're going to be putting on some workshops just about financial planning, about some of the things that landowners have said, oh, I don't understand that, to just keep that dialogue going. But at the same time, what we're really working on together is a collective community vision for these wet meadows in the future.
Did you have a question, Maida?
I do have a question, but I was just checking with Hartstein. How are we on time?
We're good.
Okay. Maida Lofsgarden for the record. You talked about the like windbreaks as an example, and I think one of the challenges, although you guys were all great to host us down there so that we could see a little bit more directly, but talk about when you talk about things like those windbreaks, it's a very different construct than any of us could ever imagine. So could you just talk a little bit about, as you're moving forward, what some of those conservation measures actually look like? Not just here we model it, but what are those structures? What are the conservation measures that you would actually be implementing down the road?
Yeah, as of right now, there's no set in stone way in which we would be implementing the wind reduction barriers. As of right now, it's will these work? Should we even take ourselves down that path? There's other methods we'll be looking at as well. Those were just the first ones we came up with in a brainstorming way in February at one of our meetings. It was, anybody have some ideas for these? And people brought up a lot of ideas, things that are used in harbors. The cypress trees that are being cut down throughout Eastern Oregon, they're just sitting by the sides of the roads.
Juniper.
Sorry, juniper, my bad. Could we use those to build some kind of barriers? And there have been construction projects at Malheur before. We're going in the history and we're trying to find out how did they build stuff out there. We also have our partners at Ducks Unlimited doing core samples. Is there material around that we could use or do we have to source it? I've heard of other projects where they needed material and they looked around and then they found it. So Chesapeake Bay is a place where they found material. So it's more of a construct right now of here it is in the model, will it work? And other people are kind of looking at if it does work, what could we use? And it's only ideas as of right now, sorry.
Yeah, well, that's great.
Will Newhouser for the record. So this is more of an observation and I guess a thank you for you guys making this FIP proposal. And observation on this project sort of feels to me like it helps address priority 7 about bold and innovative actions, because we normally fund on-the-ground, ready-to-go stuff. And I think the value of doing the science, because we need to know what to do before you go do it. And it's a little bit riskier than most projects, I think, that we funded in terms of the percentage that's going to the science to figure out. We got these ideas. We think they might work. We're not sure. We need to figure out what's really going on.
I think we're...
This is Randy Labby again. The Nature Conservancy is trying to build a fund to undertake these kind of innovative studies. It'd be great if you could, if they don't already know some of the challenges you're facing. The fund hasn't been built yet, but it would be a great thing for Oregon, so that the research that you are doing could be leveraged by other chapters of the Nature Conservancy and other sources around the country. Well, thanks again.
Thank you all.
You've come a long ways, both to get here and in your work.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Eric.
For the record, Eric Hartstein. Next up, we have the Oregon model to protect sage grouse. The Oregon All-County CCAA Steering Committee has received $2.355 million for the 2017-2019 biennium. Proposed outcomes include developing and implementing candidate conservation agreements with assurances with private landowners for the protection of sage grouse habitat. The partners include Soil Water Conservation Districts, Oregon Association of Conservation Districts, ODFW, NRCS, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The map of the area in which they are working includes some of the core sage grouse habitat across the range in eastern Oregon. And with that, I will turn it over to the partners to introduce themselves and provide their presentation.
For the record, this is Sarah Mundy. I work for Harney Soil and Water District as a range specialist and CCAA planner. And our main goal is to reduce the threats to sage grouse, to expand their habitats and prevent fragmentation. And as far as our goals that we've reached over the second biennium, we've done 5,051 acres of juniper removal. And 4 generator-powered pumps have been converted to solar pumps. And we've done 2 off-stream watering developments, and 13 escape ramps have been installed in watering troughs. That's basically it for Harney County.
For the record, my name is Derek Burkhart. I work for the Malheur Soil and Water Conservation District as a range specialist. Some of our goals that we've met for this FIT biennium number 2. Or do you want to go through your slides first?
Oh, sure.
We could do that.
Well, you can see here, this is one of our cuts. It's not the best photo because we have public land in the background, so there's still trees here, but we work together with our partners, the BLM and Forest Service, to combine our projects so that we can create more contiguous habitat for sage grouse. So you can just see the trees in the foreground that have been cut. Here's another before and after picture. You can see this is quite a bit bigger area. More juniper pictures. kind of opened up this area quite a bit. Very substantial change in the landscape there. And between the FIP 1 and FIP 2, I included those numbers too. So we've cut, close to 9,000 acres of juniper. This was just for fun, but we also, in the first round of FIP, I know we're just reporting on the second, but we just wrapped up this fall our 2,500 acres of Medusa head spraying in the area, and that's going to really change the landscape. And here's our example of our solar systems, our spring developments, and this will help reduce the concentration of the cattle in the riparian areas where the brood rearing habitat is critical for the sage grouse. And now here.
All right, for the record, Derek Burkhardt again. So our main goal as well is reducing the threat to sage grouse habitat. So what we've received out of our share of the FIP 2 biennium funding is around $640,000+. Some of our goals that we've achieved are 3,500 acres of juniper cutting. We've established 36,000 feet of wildlife-friendly cross-fencing. All of that includes wildlife-friendly markers so the sage grouse don't run into those fences that we've used to cross-cut. 15 different water developments, all including escape ladders for the sage grouse if they do happen to fall in. A mile of buck and pole enclosure fencing around one large spring head. Keep the cattle from degrading that riparian area, so there are late season mesic habitat for the sage grouse to have access to. 500 acres of upland range reseeding. Some of that could be after juniper cutting or invasive grass treatments. 200 acres of invasive annual grass spraying, where most of that focus is Medusa, is the grass that we are focusing on. Some pictures. The funding was broken down into 7 different projects we were able to get done. Here's one project where we did one springhead development going to 6 different water troughs that are 1,000 gallons apiece. Basically keeping the cattle out of the springhead so they aren't degrading that, giving them alternate water sources away from the riparian area so they aren't degrading. Another section where we were doing juniper cutting, we focus on phase 1, 2, and 3 juniper. All the densities trying to open up the corridors to where sage grouse can travel and have access to more and better upland habitat. This is an example of the buck and pole enclosure that we did. At the top end of it, we were able to do a solar development where we are kicking the water up above it to a cattle trough. All the overflow of that cattle trough is returning back to the springhead where it can be utilized by the vegetation. Watering juniper project, this one's kind of a mix of everything. We're doing juniper cutting, 6 water developments, including 10 troughs, really expanding across the landscape to get the cattle to well utilize the areas versus focusing in the riparian area. All of those water developments do include escape ramps. We are breaking up some of the pastures for better control from the landowner. Mill Boulder, this will also be a juniper cut. This is about to happen, so here's some kind of pre-pictures of what kind of juniper densities we're dealing with. Cut above, this was also a juniper cut where we're also involving some invasive annual forbs. White top mainly is what we're focusing on getting rid of. There's quite a high density, so trying to decrease that. Strutting, this is actually located pretty close to a lek, so we are trying to kind of break up that pasture to where the cattle are keeping off of the lek area while also supplying them with alternate water locations. So yeah, that's kind of what we're focusing on. Some of our partners match from the area. From NRCS, in the FIP area, $730,000 worth of juniper cutting, which is just sort of 6,000 acres. Also from U.S. Fish and Wildlife, we received about $41,000. That also went towards juniper removal and the creation of that buck and pole fence. Thank you.
Justin Farrell for the record, manager for Lakeview SWCD. Bear with me, I knew I was presenting to you guys since lunchtime. So in Lake County, we had the smallest share of the funds, and we worked on the 12-mile sage grouse project. About 8,000 feet of new fence construction that with some pasture division to allow for some rotation and rest within the pasture. 47,000 feet of collision fence marking that it's kind of, you can see it in the picture. It's not the greatest picture, but the marker there on the fence. 1,400 acres of phase 1 and 2 juniper cut on the ranch, and 139 acres of decadent bitter brush treatment. 2 spring developments, 2 escape ladders, all serviced by 1 solar well. And the end of the slideshow.
So for the record, my name is Marty Suter-Gould. I manage the Harney Soil and Water Conservation District, and I'm kind of going to wrap this up. I don't know how we're doing on time. But the main driver, as you all know, is the strategic plan. And how are we staying on target with that strategic plan? And I'm extremely excited to report to you we've exceeded 2 of our major goals that were part of our 5 drivers. And those are critically important to us as a partnership because as we know that we're kind of wrapping up that biennium, but it was also important to report back to our partners of where we needed those funding gaps filled, and NRCS and U.S. Fish has really risen to the occasion in helping us to achieve those things. And so the biggest challenge, I think, going into the 3rd and final biennium for us is to really revisit that strategic action plan and come back to you guys and talk about long-term sustainability of the process. But also in this legislative session, these projects and this process has really set up the discussions for the cap and trade, and really these healthy rangelands and what we're going to be offering ecologically to the state of Oregon for opportunities for these vast rangelands that you guys have helped invest to restore, not only for sage grouse but for that cap and trade discussion.
Questions from the board? Okay, I have a very important question. Randy Labby, for the record. You mentioned treating white top?
Medusa.
Huh?
White top? Medusa head.
Yeah, so what is the treatment?
So we apply a herbicide. Generally, I believe the herbicide is 2,4-D across the landscape, focused on forbs.
At a critical
base of annual.
time in the plant's growth?
During the critical time, yeah, usually spring when it's just growing, but it also takes 2 applications to get about 100% kill. Usually first application is about 80%. So it takes 2 applications to actually achieve success.
That is terrible stuff.
It really is.
Any other important questions like that?
I have a question made off garden for the record. I'll start with one related to that. I was actually really curious how you deal with the decadent bitter brush. What's the treatment for that? And then I actually have a real question.
I'm sorry. They went in there and brush beat it, removed it, beat it down. Yeah.
I was curious about that. All right, so my real question, this was, as is in the title of the group, a program that's largely tied to the candidate conservation agreements with assurances. And there was a lot of push early on, a lot of interest early on, a lot of letters of intent. And so I'm wondering, I know this varies by county, but can you just talk about how that's going, landowner signups, what that interest level continues to be around the CCAs?
I'll address for Lake County, Justin Farrell for the record. The interested parties we have that sent letters of intent, they're all done. All of our CCAAs are written, and we hold that permit, and we're addressing conservation measures daily as funds allow.
Derek Burkhart for the record. For Malheur County, we still have a long ways to go. We're probably directly dealing with 15 to 20 landowners in our FIP area. We have 64 signed up, so we still have some leaps and bounds to go to address and work with all these landowners, but we are kind of taking top priority of people that really want to be involved that are in the FIP area as we kind of trickling down to those that maybe won't be as involved.
For the record, this is Sarah Mundy, and we have written 18 CCAA site-specific plans, and we have 72 signups, so we have a constant workload to address that, but the ones that we have done, we've almost addressed all of their threats. So they're almost in maintenance mode, and then we'll move on We have a few left in the FIP area, and then from there, we go outside of the priority habitat to the general habitat and work our way out.
Jason.
For the record, Jason Robinson. So quick question on monitoring. So as we look at these activities being out in the landscape, obviously there's some inherent benefit that we're going to see in sage-grouse priority habitat. Do we know to date if there's some immediate benefit we're seeing on the landscape, and what might that be? And then what are some of the additional challenges we face in those same habitats as we start kind of picking the low-hanging fruit and getting those taken care of first?
The most immediate effect, this is Sarah Mundy, is to see the change in the landscape when you cut the juniper. And you almost have that instant change from what we call state C habitat to the state A that can be year-round habitat for those sage grouse. So, and it removes the threat of those predatory birds and stimulates the perennial grasses that they need also. So that's a really instant gratification.
Justin Farrell for the record. The second part of your question, kind of the longevity of it. You know, anything we can do to keep these ranches viable lines up a lot with your Oregon Ag Heritage program, keeping them viable and keeping large tracts of land in our counties tied up and not divided or split up. And by that, I don't mean subdivided, but split into smaller ranches, managed differently. If we can keep the same management on the ground that's allowed the bird to be at the levels it is and look for that uptick, that's a big benefit long-term.
And I'll speak real quick, Marty Suter-Gould for the record. The anecdotal piece that we're seeing, ranchers are calling us and telling us almost immediately after cuts, they're seeing birds flush into areas where they haven't seen in 15, 20 years as they've been managing the property. We still are trying in Harney County to look at a pilot project with Lee Foster with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife to radio color some birds in that Druzy area, because really, at the end of the day, for us, a big goal for us was to work collectively with the BLM and NRCS Sage Grouse Initiative and using these FIP dollars and RCPP to treat 90% of the habitat in that area, sir. And we're going to get it. We're going to report back to you in Biennium 3. But it's really, it would be nice to know what those birds do after those treatments and what that looks like. We just haven't gotten there. We chose as a group to go with the database piece as our highest priority. And then secondly, I'm hoping that Lee and ourselves can work to get some telemetry data on those birds, because as you guys saw from the Roaring Springs Ranch, it's really important to have that data to influence management and to understand a lot more about that bird.
Gary.
Ms. Gary, thank you, Marty, for that, because that was my question, if we were seeing any response from any bird populations out there. So that answered that. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Liza Jane.
Liza Jean, so from my understanding of cutting juniper, it's a wonderful thing, but it comes back. And spray Medusa head, awesome, comes back. So what part of your plan is sustainable? Are you addressing the reasons that we have juniper encroachment and Medusa head to maybe help support the long-term healthy?
This is Sarah Mundy. We do have a long-term plan since the CCAA is a 30-year agreement. So once they apply for funds and we cut the juniper, then they're responsible for the next 10 years to maintain that, at least 10 years. I'm not sure beyond that, but, and we'll do monitoring. That's our plan anyway, and it's all built into the CCAA and the guidelines that are in that document. What's CC's? The Candidate Conservation Agreement with Assurances. That's our agreement with the Fish and Wildlife Service.
And for the record, Marty Suter-Gould, Eliza Jane, that's a great discussion, because a lot of these ranches that we're dealing with cut juniper 25 years ago. They're within the CCAAs, we're working on new technologies. A part of one of the objectives within our candidate conservation agreements is managed grazing systems, but there's a lot of education that needs to happen. Fire is a big issue, and we're trying to do some really strategic, innovative processes to address those, but it's hard within the confines of what the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is bound to by regulation. So we do acknowledge those concerns that you just addressed, but we continue to work on the landscape and looking at new technologies and fuel breaks, and it's time. And I know we have time, but not a lot of time, and it's important to all of us to look at those technologies and what caused that site to be the way it is, and really those landowners and dedicated folks are looking at new technologies, new ways, resting and rotation, and giving people management tools that they didn't have before that may have contributed to the problems that we're seeing on the landscape.
Well, thank you very much. It's very interesting, and thank you for being here. And this gives us some perspective for our work tomorrow. You're gonna.
Got one more day.
What do we have? Oh, Ashland, that's right.
Okay, and last but not least, we have the Ashland Forest All Lands Restoration Partners.
Getting dizzy.
Okay. So for the record, Eric Hartstein. The partnership is the Ashland Forest All Lands Restoration Initiative. The 2017-2019 FIP award is $2.34 million. The Ashland proposed outcomes include creating a balance of open and closed canopy habitat conditions and providing landscape resiliency to mitigate the threat of catastrophic wildfire to a variety of habitats and drinking water for the community of Ashland. So the partners include the City of Ashland, Limacotsi Restoration Project, Nature Conservancy, the U.S. Forest Service, and the Natural Resource Conservation Service. And here is a map of the FIP geography. It includes the area mainly to the west and a little bit to the north of the city of Ashland. And with that, I will pass it over to the partners.
Good afternoon. For the record, Chris Chambers, Forest Division Chief for the City of Ashland, and I'll let my partners introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. I'm Darren Borges with the Nature Conservancy.
For the record, Marco Bay, Executive Director of Limacotsi Restoration Project.
A recent headline over the weekend in the Medford Mail Tribune was "All Eyes on Salem." And that was in reference to the wildfire and smoke dilemma that Southern Oregon is facing, probably the most serious issue in the region in quite a long time, that's having lasting and fairly detrimental impacts on the economy and our way of life. I do apologize, we're missing one of our partners. Donna Mickley, our forest ranger, is not working, surprise, so she couldn't be here, and she apologizes for missing the meeting. We are very excited and very grateful for the OWEB board and staff for funding this FIP project. It has become indeed a model. You've invested in a highly functioning partnership, and that has not changed over the first and second biennia of the award. We are very grateful for the opportunity working from ridgetops and connecting the watersheds from top to bottom in Southwest Oregon, and particularly as regards to forest health and managing wildfire on that landscape. Next slide. The FIP AFARI FIP partnership is between primarily the city, the Forest Service, Limacotsi, and the Nature Conservancy. This was a partnership that started back in 2010, and we were quite a long ways down the road before we applied for the FIP. We had received funding from the Forest Service and several different grant sources. We'd also had investments from the Natural Resources Conservation Service, who you see as a partner, along with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for species of concern such as the northern spotted owl. Jackson Soil and Water Conservation District is helping, along with Oregon Department of Forestry. And although we had a pretty well-oiled machine, the FIP has been a tremendous shot in the arm to our work, and has also, I believe, brought some notoriety to the state of Oregon for making an investment in wildfire fuels reduction and dry forest restoration, something that I don't think gets a lot of press, but could use a lot more press as Southern Oregonians are grasping for straws about what to do with the wildfire and smoke problem. And OWEB has bravely stepped forward and put a lot of money toward that in the Ashland area, and I think we're creating a very viable model that can be expanded to a greater landscape, not only in the Rogue Valley, but in all of Oregon in our dry forest areas.
Someone's got that.
Yeah, maybe just
there we go. For the record, Darren Borges. So I've got just 2 slides here by way of introduction. I think some of you have seen this map before. It's from a publication authored by the Region 6 of the Forest Service and the Nature Conservancy that assessed the restoration need, particularly for the dry forests on the east side of Oregon and Washington, and including those forests in southwestern Oregon as well. And you can see how this map of restoration need paints a bullseye, a very large one down there in southern Oregon, and our project at Black Dot, Ashland, in that area of high need. These are forests that have, in the absence of a naturally recurring mild fire system, in the absence of that, have grown overdense and are now prone to uncharacteristically severe fire that puts the nature dependent on those dry forests at risk, and it adds risk to the communities that live around those forests. And that risk to communities is captured in this slide, which is a new study prepared by Region 6 of the Forest Service and contractors that did a quantitative analysis looking at the last 30 years of fire risk and where all the homes are, where people live, and where our infrastructure is, to show where the risk to communities come from and just how large is that risk, down to how many homes might we lose in one of these communities on an annual basis to the potential from fire. And it's not just the risk of fire being delivered to the communities, but it's also the problems with the smoke and the high level of concern and consternation over the impacts to people's lives and their economy. So we have this very severe intersection between restoration for nature and restoration that works for people as well. We've highlighted a couple of the towns that made it into essentially the top 20 for risk in the Northwest, including Ashland, Oregon, where the Ashland Forest All Lands Restoration Project is centered.
Marco Bay, for the record. So to address that departure that Darren Borges mentioned, and back to what Chris Chambers spoke about with the initial partnership, the Ashland Forest Restoration All Lands Initiative began with the AFR project, and the 4 key partners you see here on the project, organized under a stewardship agreement under the Farm Bill Stewardship Authority, gave us an opportunity to really perform collaborative implementation after the record of decision. The partners were able to come together, bring significant non-federal matching funds to the table, and each bring a skill set that are complementary to the project, with the Forest Service being Forest Service administered lands across 7,600 acres was the NEPA footprint, with the City of Ashland having the municipal water shed, and then Nature Conservancy as the multi-party monitoring partner, and providing science delivery, implementation, and effective monitoring that influence the treatments on the ground, and Lomacatsi as a nonprofit providing workforce capacity, the triple bottom line of ecological, social, and ecological treatments for the effort. We accomplished 6,500 acres to date, and then this expanded onto the adjacent private lands through the Joint Chiefs and now through OWEB Focus Investment Partnership. And that was integrated by design from the beginning in the planning of this project, looking at municipal watershed protection, northern spotted owl and Pacific fisher protection for that late successional habitat, and then the community protection and community infrastructure to restore the open dry forest system in a really sophisticated integrated approach to restoration.
Chris Chambers for the record. So this is the Ashland FIP area map. As Marco mentioned, it started around the city's watershed, the source of Ashland's municipal water supply for 22,000 residents, plus students and visitors. The middle of that map is, laser pointer, excellent. Middle of the map there is the Ashland Municipal Watershed, and so this design is actually surrounding that, what we call the moat around the castle, in order to protect not only the water supply, but critical habitat for northern spotted owl and also Pacific fisher, a candidate species. We've expanded that out to 50,000 acres from the original 7,600 acre footprint, reflecting that fire is working on a larger landscape more and more, and even 58,000 acres these days would be a maybe a small wildfire, but we hope that doesn't happen. So looking at where fire could be delivered to that critical habitat in the municipal water supply, but also treating areas on private property adjacent to homes and also in key watersheds on either side of the Ashland Creek watershed. And there's a significant amount in the dark green that's federal ownership in that footprint. And what we've been able to do in Biennium 2 is to put more of that OWEB funding to the federal footprint on the USDA Forest Service part of the project. And I think that's significant because that represents a significant state investment on federal forests, something that has been lacking in a lot of people's minds. In order to expand that footprint, we needed a lot of private landowner involvement, something that was already happening and the city had been able to do starting back in the early 2000s, but we really ramped it up when we got the OWEB FIP. Now we have 35 is actually wrong. We're up to 48 private landowners that we've worked with in Bienniums 1 and 2. That's over thousands of acres. That's also let us have tours and volunteer events to get people interested and have them learn about what dry forest restoration is. We've involved local media. We've actually engaged in a media campaign with some added funding from the Nature Conservancy. And also, the project speaks for itself. When neighbors have the work done on their property, their adjacent neighbor sees that work and says, wow, I really want that to happen over here. And then they go and talk to the Lomacotsi crew that's working across the fence, and pretty soon they're signed up for the FIP program. So word of mouth still works and is actually one of our best advertising and outreach strategies.
Workforce training and jobs, Marco Bay for the record. A big part of the initiative is building that regional restoration workforce. That not only benefits the AFR-RI project, but also other dry forest restoration projects across southern Oregon. 17 full-time equivalent jobs have been sustained, over 200 personnel employed at any time. Just the last month, 5 weeks, we were able to burn just under 1,000 acres of hand piles with really good conditions, setting the stage for future prescribed fire. And supporting the service providers, other contractors, 15 contractors hired on the project, over $25 million infused into local communities. So building programmatic, technical, administrative, and labor capacity through this initiative is a huge secondary benefit that benefits forests throughout Southern Oregon and the region.
Again, Darren Borges for the record. A key element of the project has been multi-party monitoring, actually engaging the community and helping to determine what we need to track and how we need to report. And by enabling the community to be engaged this way, we have built a level of transparency on what's going on and what are the effects and the outcomes. And we believe that that has really helped us increase trust in the partnership, and it has built support as well. And these are a variety of photos from a number of the ongoing monitoring projects. We'll talk about some of our immediate results from OWEB investments. Those are being integrated with a lot of other monitoring that was established with Forest Service dollars to begin with, and we're operating at multiple scales, and both spatially and temporally, and we'll come back to that.
This is a photo that shows the pre and post treatments. So essentially what we're doing is uncovering those key architectures, those ecological anchors, the large old trees, both across private and federal lands. So this isn't just fuels reduction, clearing of brush and vegetation. There's a lot, that's where the workforce training piece comes in. There's a lot of species in our Klamath-Siskiyou region, a lot of diversity of hardwoods and conifers. So a lot of decisions have to be made in these treatments. Spatial heterogeneity, that kind of ecological thinning has been implemented across the project, not only to reduce fuels, but to hang on to these large old trees like you see on the federal land side here, where we've done some commercial removal on these projects that have been reinvested into the efforts of the initiative. So a lot of boots on the ground, a lot of hands on the land to get this work done.
So when we do this work, we're focused on the fuels that create the problem, both for the natural system, but also that will deliver fire to the surrounding communities. And this is actual data from OWEB-funded treated plots, pre and post, and they're side by side. On the left-hand side is where we're doing mechanical work with chainsaws. You can see in the white bars how we have significantly reduced the percent of the canopy or canopy cover in the sort of the low strata. Those are about 30 feet high, or 30% canopy closure being brought down to about 10 in post-treatment. And in the gray bars, you can see how we're retaining the overstory canopy. There's some minor reduction as we pull the ladder fuels out, but we're retaining that. And then we've also done some burning, and where the different plots here on the right-hand side, pre-burn and post-burn data. In the white bars, you can see the canopy before we did the underburn, and then you can see how we have benefited from further reduction in those sort of ladder fuels post-burn.
One of the core concepts is that we're going to reduce wildfire intensity. We know the fire is going to come, and we know what we do beforehand dictates what will happen when the fire arrives. And this bit of monitoring right here describes both our anticipated fire behavior after we do the thinning and the pile burning treatments, our initial round of work, and then also the anticipated effect on fire behavior when we come in and we actually reintroduce fire under a broadcast or an underburn to an entire area, both in two measures, the flame height and then also looking at the availability of the fire to get into the canopy and to negatively affect the canopy that Darren was just talking about. So the important takeaway from this is we're affecting fire behavior in our initial injury from pre-treatment to pile burn. You can see the graphs go down there, but a significant effect from pre-treatment all the way to post-underburn. And that confirms what a lot of research says on this subject, which is, yeah, it's great and needed to go in and thin trees, but if you don't follow up with prescribed fire after you do those treatments, it's almost not worth doing the treatments in the first place. And that's exactly what our monitoring has been able to show, is moving from a fire that is going to need to be controlled from far away via indirect firefighting tactics and aerial suppression to something that hand crews could handle directly.
Again, Darren Borges. There's our results chain, and I'm not going to drag you through all of those connections, but It turned out to be a really valuable process for us. Robert Warren with Bonneville spelled out the results chain based on reading our application. It was an excellent job, but then we were given the opportunity to dig into it, and we were able to tease out those temporal and spatial scales, clarify some of that, and then elevate. Well, we really need to understand what's going on at the larger scales around Ashland, and is this project that OWEB is investing in going to have an impact on levels of support and understanding for this kind of work at a regional scale. We also want to look at the delivery of ecosystem services, things that people really care about, water delivery. What about carbon sequestration and the effects there? So we're really excited about the opportunity to dig in deep and have a proposal in front of the board now. We've been approved for this supplemental monitoring. Very pleased with that. We thank you very much.
Real quick, as we're addressing 150 years of fire exclusion from this ecosystem, as we do our thinning and we prep with hand pile burning, we're setting the stage for the reintroduction of ecologically beneficial fire to this piece of ground.
And of course, with that fire comes smoke. And there's a bit of smoke fatigue in Southern Oregon, as you may have heard. So the idea that we would come into the shoulder seasons and winter months into spring and make more smoke is something that's not all that popular with everybody, although there may be a resignation that is, yeah, we have to do this. So our smoke outreach has become increasingly important as we have smoky summers to then follow up with putting more smoke in the air in the wet and cold seasons. And this has been a really important piece of what we do and getting public support, because we could not do this work without it. Just a last summary here from our Biennium 2 accomplishments. We've got 48 landowners now involved, 2,700 acres in Bienniums 1 and 2 together. And that adds to the NRCS side, where we had 54 private landowners on 3,100 acres of work. And when you look at the whole package together with Forest Service funding and the Joint Chiefs, we extracted 14 million board feet of byproduct, ecological byproduct from our thinning work. The city itself has put in $700,000 during these 2 biennia. That comes directly from people's water bills. There's actually, it says right on your water bill, AFR surcharge. And then also during that time and post-FIP award, we were able to capture $1.2 million from U.S. Forest Service state and private forestry. That also goes right into the program.
And last, again, Darren Borges. The AFAR project has really catalyzed a broadened partnership. The board will hear about it tomorrow. The whole Rogue Forest Restoration Initiative uses the Ashland model as the template and proposes to initiate a 20-year program of work that restores dry forest in a way that works for nature and will benefit people.
Thank you. That was an excellent report. And questions from the board. Gary.
Ms. Gary, you guys are doing really great work here. It's, and it seems reasonable to me that community could accept the idea of some smoke in off-season versus some huge threatening wildfires and things like that. It seems like a good trade-off. But how is this working with the like the Department of Environmental Quality, the DEQ, or how are they responding to this off-season smoke threat?
Chris Chambers, for the record. That's a great question. The mayor of the city has stepped forward to advocate for loosening the current standards under the Oregon Smoke Management Program. He's been involved for the last year and a half. I've had the pleasure of attending a lot of those meetings in Salem and other places in the state. And it looks like right now the Board of Forestry has endorsed changing the Smoke Management Program guidelines that would allow more flexibility for prescribed burning. That is really important to this project. We're routinely routinely held back by the current smoke management program guidelines from completing all of our work. And in fact, it's the one drawback in the FIP is that we haven't been able to complete the amount of acres of piles that we need to burn in order to get all of the billing done for the end of the biennium. And so we end up having to swap thinning acres for burning acres and just put those off for another biennium, which we can't keep doing until the end. And so we look forward to a resolution to the smoke management dilemma, and I think that will come. There's one more vote of the Environmental Quality Commission next week, I believe, and we might see relief by March.
Well, this has implications for all other places around the state too, so I hope that's successful. Thanks.
Yes, Meg.
Thank you, Randy. Meg Reeves. You mentioned the numbers of landowners that you've brought on board with this program, and what does that look like? Is that meaning landowners allow you to go on to their land and do the work? It's not the landowners with advice from you doing the work themselves?
Well, actually, through the initiative, there's a landowner outreach strategy and a communication strategy. With AFR project on the public lands for so many years, the community sees it. They see the smoke, they see the operations, but there's a collaborative strategy through the partners. We recruit the landowners, and then we send out our forester and forest technicians to advise on prescriptions and look at the treatment opportunities for the landowners with the landowners' input. So these folks are really excited to have some opportunity to treat their property. And that Tom Sawyer effect, the next door neighbor sees it. And so we're dealing with properties from smaller acreages to larger acreages across the footprint.
And Darren Borges here. Lomacatsi crews do a lot of the work. A couple of the landowners have hired other contractors to fulfill the prescription that Lomacatsi has developed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Maida?
Maida Lofsgarden, for the record, similar to the conversation that we were just having around juniper, you do the removals, you control the stands, and the darn things come back. So what's kind of the ongoing management for controlling additional conifer seedlings and getting to that really great multi-stage approach?
Well, Darren Borges here with the Nature Conservancy, and I, along with colleagues, Carrie Metlin of our staff in particular as the lead author, just published a study that shows that historically these fires or these forests had returned fire on an 8-year interval. And for a lot of these forests, that returning interval stopped back in the 1850s. That's 160 years ago. But our approach is designed to set the stage for the return of mild fire, beneficial fire on a periodic basis. We figure roughly decadally, and there's a funding source that the city has established. I'll let Chris tell you about that.
Chris Chambers for the record. So the money that I mentioned, the $700,000 over 2 biennia from the city is in part meant to be a perpetual fund in order to maintain the gains that we've made in the watershed. And that right now doesn't apply to the private landowners who have engaged in the program, though in the future it could if the city council would consider that. And I'm up for suggesting that. So I think that's a change that we could be making soon going into the maintenance part of this. And Biennium 2 is important for us because we burned on federal land, we burned on city, municipal forest lands, and we did that maintenance. These are all maintenance burns, and we did that maintenance burning on private land also. So we hit 3 categories of landowners there, federal, municipal, and private individuals, to demonstrate that we can, in fact, do all lands prescribed burning that's going to be needed in order to keep the landscape gains that we've made over these years.
Marco Bay for the record. One other thing to add to that is we're really creating this culture with landowners, that awareness that they live in this fire-adapted system. They have to become stewards. The heavy lifting, the heavy cost is that initial thinning and hand pile burning. And treatment costs go down quite a bit when it's maintenance. So similar to maintaining your home, maintaining your vehicle, that consciousness of maintaining your lands, that's promoted in the forest plans, in the restoration strategy to landowners.
And one more for the record. I'm Darren Borges. In that vein of educating private landowners, there's work ongoing with the OSU Extension, and the Nature Conservancy annually hosts the Prescribed Fire Training Exchange. We do reach out to landowners, and we've had a few participate and get their qualification to actually drag a torch. Of course, they'll also need a prescription written by a professional, and they'll need a lot of equipment and resources. But we do want to elevate that community's awareness of and knowledge and skills to actually work with fire. That's going to be the necessary change, cultural change, to really make this system work.
Very good. Thanks again so much.
Thank you very much.
Eric, are you coming for a conclusion on this or just for the next item? I didn't know if you guys had a conclusion. Okay. Well, we're trying to unblind Meg and a few others. For the record, Maida Lofsgarden. So just to close up on this item as a reminder for the board, this is part of the preparation around the spending plan. This is part of the preparation around the spending plan conversation, because part of what you all are going to need to be deciding in April is those fine FIP presenters that you heard. Are we going to continue with that funding in April? So one of the things I would just ask you to think about, there were questions that you asked today. If any of those that left you feeling unsettled or uncomfortable, we should know about that. We'll have a little bit of that during the spending plan conversation tomorrow. If there are additional questions that you felt were unanswered for you that we need to answer in April, because again, what you heard today ties directly to what you will be providing in funding next biennium. We don't make that decision today. You'll have some conversations, and we'll have some recommendations for you in April. But anything after this point in time that you leave saying, there's some more that I want to know here, please do let us know. And a huge thanks to the partners who are still here for their presentations.
Liza Jane.
This is Liza Jane. So one question I had, being new, I think, and maybe that I bailed on the FIP presentation, but did these groups come together? Did they form to access the FIP dollars?
Yeah, for the record, Maida Lofsgarden, generally no. Generally these kind of, I'll say two pieces. In large part, these FIPs that come in for implementation funding exist prior to the funding. There are cases where a number of funding sources were coming together in a similar time period. And so I'll give the example of the sage grouse folks had a lot of work going on. There was our funding and the NRCS funding and BLM funding and the listing that all came together around the same time. And a set of counties said, hey, there's a big issue here, but we want to focus. Even in that case, they were working on this work extensively beforehand and decided this was the set of counties that were going to come together for the FIP proposal. But largely, one of the requirements of the program is that you have a high-performing partnership. So it's, again, I think sage grouse is our one exception, that the partnership was not actively formed as that specific partnership prior to the funding. So they had to prove particularly how that newly formed partnership was a high-performing partnership.
So I'm asking because this, Liza Jane, it seems like the group itself then is able to receive so much more money, and that would be a good thing for this program if it's contributing to that.
Yes, for the record, again, Maida Lofsgarden, I would say that it is not necessarily that they receive more money, because most of them were coming through open solicitation before. It's that they receive that money more consistently. And that's where the real advantage that you'll hear from these folks comes in, is they may have been successful, the Deschutes and others, in receiving that much funding through open solicitation, but they know it's coming for that set of biennia. And so what we want you all to consider as you think about we're going to be talking about the new implementation FIPS tomorrow morning. And as you think about more funding for these FIPS that you heard from today, is do you feel like that partnership is the right vessel to be inserting? Because there is a definite distinct advantage to being able to have that consistency of funds over time. And your question is, do you feel like that partnership has the structure and is at a performance level that you're comfortable saying, yeah, we're going to commit a biennia worth of funding, not just grant by grant, to those groups?
Liza Jane, and to clarify, the more money is from other sources, not us.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification.
Hearing that they got this work going, and then they got another pot. It's recognized as successful, so there's more funding available to them.
Yes.
Not more from us, yeah.
Even if you want the sun, it's being taken away from you.
Thank you.
Will Newhouser for the record. So just an observation, a number of these went through leadership transition changes during the last biennium or two. And I'm just wondering if staff has had any reflection on that or thoughts about where places we might be able to help or think about the way partnerships are structured, such as a formal chair in waiting, kind of thing, so that there's a succession plan mechanism rather than everything each time being now we've got to suddenly find a solution, or a co-chair like we do here. You can hand off if somebody's not available.
For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, and I will also ask if Andrew or Eric Hartstein or Erica Williams or Courtney want to provide any additional feedback to this. I think, so we started with a proposal that they're just not allowed to leave, and that apparently doesn't work. I would say what you'll find, and I think Andrew or Eric or Courtney could speak to this, is that in some cases they've already formalized that in their own way, and that we don't want to necessarily prescribe this is how you have to do it. And I think they've each had I think it's been a huge growth opportunity for each of them as they do this. And I think you'll see that some of the new FIPs have learned from some of that existing work. The Willamette is one example that comes to my mind. They've been through a couple of transitions in their who is leading, who is being the chair for their program, and now I think have a system set in place for how to have those conversations, but they're not easy. From my perspective, and again, I'll look to staff, I think the most important thing that I've learned is if the partnership has a culture of being a partnership, they will figure out how to transition in a new leader. If the partnership is not a high-performing partnership, when they hit a leadership change, it's a challenge. And so that's one of the reasons we push very hard on what that performance level of the partnership is, because it then leads to whether you get good restoration done or not. And I hand it to you guys to.
For the record, Eric Williams, I think that captures it really well. They all have provisions in their various MOUs and agreements with each other about how they select the chair. I think maybe where there's some variation is how intentional they are with succession planning. And I think we have seen that in action over the last 4 years. And I think it's something that we do need to keep in the back of our minds. Will, I think it's a good point as we work with new partnerships coming on to maybe for us to be intentional about them being intentional about succession planning would be a useful thing for us to do.
Drew, come on.
For the record, Andrew Dunner, OWEB staff, thank you both. I totally agree with everything that's been said, but just a couple of thoughts too to add to that. As Eric mentioned, a lot of that transition planning is captured in their governance documents, and just to highlight that reviewing those is an important part of the expert reviews that we do both in development and implementation FIT program, and specifically this year added a review for the partnership capacity side within the implementation FIP. So that's something that is getting vetted in our review process when the partnerships are applying. And the other thing I would say is that for those partnerships that really are high-performing partnerships and are being funded through the program, I think it's important to keep in mind that they're envisioning their partnership work in the context of the strategic action plan, or that 10-year plus vision, not just the 6 years of the FIP. And so with that time period in mind, they are thinking about the longevity of the partnership, and I think as such value that succession or transition planning as equally as much. And so we do see that typically in those MOUs or governance documents.
Anything else on this topic? And then we'll move on to the next agenda item. All right, Will Newhouser for the record. So next is item L, land acquisition conveyance. Eric Williams will be taking the lead. We are a little ahead of schedule, so we're probably going to move in item Q from tomorrow after this, just for a heads up. Eric?
Okay. Thank you. Eric Williams for the record. This item is on a possible land acquisition conveyance. We have almost 100 properties now in the portfolio of properties we've invested in, either for fee simple acquisitions or for land trust to purchase conservation easements. Occasionally, the owner of the property, the land trust, the owner of the property or of the easement wishes to transfer ownership. And you saw one of those at the last board meeting, transferring a property from TNC to Yamhill SWCD, which you approved. This one, we wanted to have a bit of a conversation with you before asking you to make any decisions, because it's quite different than anything that's come before, and has some intriguing possibilities. And also, I'll note that Ann Schmeier from Wild Rivers Land Trust is here to listen to your conversation and see what kind of guidance she might be able to get from you regarding next steps on this. So, with that as lead-in, I'll give you some background about this particular inquiry that we received. This is regarding a 163-acre piece called the Keystone property that was acquired in 2005 with OWEB funds, $212,000 for some habitat along the Elk River in Curry County. And you can see on the map that's attached to the staff report, attachment A, where this property lies in its regional context. It is directly abutting Forest Service land, and in particular, this is land that is designated as roadless area within the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. And the Forest Service is interested in a parcel that is adjacent to the parcel we invested in. On the map, it's called the Becker parcel. In the write-up, it's also referred to as the Teaching Trees parcel. That parcel, the Becker parcel, has some critical habitat along the Elk River and would present the ability to connect two important habitats in the Grassy Knob roadless area that you see labeled in purple on the map. So here's where the inquiries started. The Forest Service cannot acquire a piece of property that is not adjacent to property that they already have. The Wild Rivers Land Trust Keystone parcel is in between the Forest Service property and the Becker parcel. And so the Forest Service and the Wild Rivers Land Trust have been discussing potential options here, alternatives for acquiring both, the Forest Service acquiring both the Becker parcel and the Keystone parcel. So if the Forest Service acquires Keystone, they can also then acquire the Becker parcel. And with the Forest Service regulation that's referenced in their letter in one of the attachments, their regulations already say that any land, additional land that's acquired, gets the same designation of the land that it's contiguous to. So if properties are added to the Grassy Knob roadless area, they would also automatically be designated as roadless areas. And so in terms of how such a transaction would proceed, one key piece of information here that's different from the conveyance that you saw last time is that with the potential owner being the federal government cannot acquire a piece of property that's burdened with a conservation easement. So if this transaction happens, the conservation easement that we hold on the Wild Rivers Land Trust property would be extinguished. And so as our rules would provide, if we entertained this kind of conveyance, we would seek repayment of the value of the Keystone parcel, which the parties are aware of. And as a potential outcome of this, in talking about this with MEDA and staff at OWEB, we thought that in addition to receiving repayment of those funds from the initial investment, we might want to entertain using those funds for similar activities within the same watershed so that we can increase and leverage the habitat benefit from this potential transaction. In the staff report, you've got letters from both the Forest Service and the Wild Rivers Land Trust explaining their rationale for at least pursuing this potential transaction. In the case of the Wild Rivers Land Trust, they see a potential for increased habitat conservation because this transaction would allow acquisition of that Becker parcel or Teaching Trees parcel, which otherwise is likely to get logged or be converted to some other use if it remains in private ownership. And so this, of course, is not an easy decision, was not an easy decision for the Wild Rivers Land Trust to even pursue it, but looking at the balance of potential benefits and the fact that the Keystone parcel and the Becker parcel would be added to roadless area, while that is not the same as a permanent conservation easement like OWEB holds currently on the parcel, it is a fairly strong level of habitat protection for the property. And so this potential transaction is on the agenda today to essentially get a sense of the board on what you would think about such a transaction. And the reason for bringing this to you now is that part of the process to get to the end line, if it does go forward, is that, of course, OWEB would need to be repaid current value for the property. That requires an appraisal. The Forest Service is in a current situation where it would take them years to be able to fund an appraisal, and so the Wild Rivers Land Trust would be willing to pursue this, but it's challenging for them to do that with a lot of uncertainty over whether this is even possible or within the realm of something the board would consider. So while we're not asking for a decision on it today, we just wanted to have some conversation with you about this, given that it's a different kind of arrangement than we've entertained in the past. Certainly there are, as the Wild River Land Trust letter indicates, there is potential for increased habitat conservation benefits if this goes through. There is also the loss of guaranteed perpetual protection through a conservation easement, and the idea here was that that would be compensated by the funds coming back to OWEB and then reinvested in the watershed for additional conservation value. So I'll stop there for questions.
Bruce, then Gary, and then Randy. Go ahead, Bruce.
Was the $212,000 the total purchase price?
It was not. There was a 25% match requirement, and I believe that is what they provided. And so I believe the initial purchase price was in the range of $250,000 to $260,000.
How many other pieces of property does Wild River have in their portfolio?
I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head. There is someone in the audience who does. If you'd like me to invite Ann to the front, I can have her answer that.
Even a rough number?
Rough number, I would say probably a dozen or so.
Okay.
No.
Nope.
No. Very few, right? Go, just tell us the number.
Right now, we have 3
Okay.
active.
Less than a dozen.
Quarter of a dozen.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. So, I mean, there's a certain amount. This boils down to, can we do something with that money equally as good? Probably. Do we trust the federal government? Okay.
They're not here to speak for themselves.
Hey, Gary?
Miss Gary, actually I have several questions here. So is this Keystone Becker roadless, it'll be attached to the roadless area, but is it roadless now, or will there need to be roads decommissioned?
I believe it is roadless now, but I'm going to look at Ann for confirmation. Yes.
Okay, that's one of them. And is there provisions in here to compensate the county for loss of property tax on this one? It's because I assume right now as an easement, it's paying it's paying property tax at the county as well as this other parcel, of which it won't once it gets into the Forest Service ownership.
I think we can speak generally, Maida Lofsgarden, for the record, that conversation with the county probably has not yet happened. So those are conversations that happen in nearly all of these transactions, but we don't have the specifics on that piece yet.
And how much money would actually be coming back to OWEB?
So what we would, for the record, Eric Williams, what we would receive back is the appraised value of the property. And so your guess is probably as good as mine about what a $250,000 property in 2005 is worth today. I think it's likely to be somewhere over $300,000, but we'd have to wait for the appraisal to come in to determine that final value.
Okay. And this, Gary, again, I just have one other thing here. The letter that was received by the Forest Service, Forest Supervisor here, he cites this code, federal regulation in here that says lands acquired by exchange that are located within an area having administrative designation established through the land management planning process, so automatically become part of the area. So this one is not an exchange. It's actually a monetary transaction, number one, and it also is not, it is not within an area. It is contiguous to an area, but I was just looking at that language, thinking about maybe a parcel that is a private piece that's held within an area.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. For the record, Eric Williams, yeah, so you're talking about a situation of an in-holding or like a donut hole inside an area, I think is probably more typical. In conversations with the Forest Service representative, my understanding is that their interpretation of this regulation is that this area would become automatically designated roadless area. So I don't know if that means that the word exchange could mean for exchange for cash or land exchange.
Okay. Thank you.
Randy, then.
Barbara's over, Liza Jane.
So Randy, I already had on the list. Then Barbara, Liza Jane, and Jason. Bruce?
I'm next?
Yes, you're next.
Randy Labby for the record. So, Eric, the Keystone property now is timberland, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And this is, I have two things, just a question and a comment. This is a rather vague question, but what's the community reaction to something like this? Can you estimate that? I mean, is this something that will be readily applauded in the area there, or are there complications on that?
For the record, Eric Williams, I have not done investigation into the community's attitude toward a potential exchange like this.
Yeah.
We would do that as a part of the process.
Great. And my second is a comment that I perceive that there are a number of opportunities along that river for critical habitat acquisition. So I think that the timing of this would be fortuitous for reinvesting in on that river.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
For the record, Eric Williams, I think that's the intent of setting aside the fund is a recognition that there are opportunities down there. As to whether there are opportunities for additional conservation acquisitions rather than traditional restoration projects, I don't have a sense for that now. I think our concept would be that we could go either of those routes
right.
if we did establish a fund.
Thanks.
Thank you. Liza Jane, then Barbara.
Okay, yes, sir. It's Liza Jane. How long has this easement been in place that's blocking things, hanging things up?
So we, for the record, Eric Williams, we funded the project in 2005, and so as soon as that property closed, which would have been within, well, actually, I think it was in 2005, that's when our easement was placed on the property. So almost 14 years.
And did I hear that the potential for logging was necessarily bad?
For the record, Eric Williams, what I had commented on regarding the Becker parcel was that if it's not protected, the likely outcome of the disposition of the property is that it would get logged. Not that logging is bad for logging's sake, but it would impact the habitat value that is there.
It could impact it in a positive way.
Logging could impact the habitat value in a positive way? Is that the question? I think on balance, the sense is that the better impact to habitat would be if it's not logged.
Okay. And is there possibility to do habitat work without the Forest Service owning it?
For the record, Eric Williams, I'm not aware of any conversations between the current landowner of that parcel and whether or not they'd be receptive to any type of restoration projects on their property.
Okay, thank you.
Barbara, then Jason.
Barbara Boyer. Boy, I have so many questions. So you say the current value, you just threw out a number of 300,000. But would that be minus the 25% because the original easement was, because there was a 25% match, was it? So would it be less 25%?
For the record, Eric Williams, that's a good question, and we have not done a transaction like this. I think our preliminary conversations were that we would recoup the current value less any expenses involved in the transaction, which would be similar expenses to what we might currently fund in a conservation transaction, such as the cost of an appraisal. So that might be deducted from the current value, and I think what you would end up with is something very similar to that kind of an arrangement, although probably more on the OWEB side of the ledger than on the match side of the ledger.
Okay. What was my other question? So you say it would be reinvested in that area, and would it have to be that way if this was to go through? I mean,
no.
Okay.
For the record, Eric Williams, you could authorize, the conveyance of this parcel, recoup the money, and just end it there. That money would then go into our fund as recaptured dollars, the same way that any grant project that either finishes under budget or gets canceled for some reason.
I have two more quick questions.
Can I respond to that really quick? For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, and I'll take a little bit of fault for that proposal. The initial thinking when I talked with one of the folks connected with the land trust down there was that amount, that 200, 300, whatever that amount is, in a budget of $100 million gets lost really quickly. But in a watershed like the Elk, when we're losing that permanent piece, to Bruce's point earlier, may help us to kind of come to this, we're losing permanence, but we're gaining restoration in other areas. So that really was something that came from a staff conversation, and at the end of the day, you, the board, have the ability to make the decision. But I just wanted you to know that was the why of it, because there is a piece of permanence that gets lost in that.
Again, I've added you to the bottom of the list.
Okay, I had two more quick questions. Sorry. So I don't see acreage on either one of these. Do you know the acreage amounts?
For the parcel that we invested in that's the subject of the conveyance, it's 163 acres. The Becker parcel, I don't think I have that offhand.
It's not anywhere. Okay. We want to be good partners, but it also makes me a little nervous that we'd be opening the door for the other 99 properties for something like this. That's just my first thoughts.
Jason, then Bruce.
So I think fundamentally when I look at something like this, if I'm looking at adding some ecological uplift by making this decision, then I need to know what that ecological uplift is. So as we move forward, I think breaking down the ecological uplift, what does this add and what does it detract from based on what OWEB's currently invested in? I think that's important. And then the comparison of the protection measures under the different scenarios. So right now we have perpetual easement protecting those lands. How does that change under Forest Service ownership? How does that change if the Forest Service doesn't end up engaging and it's strictly managed by the trust? And what does that look like? So, you know, to kind of look at those. And then kind of that overall, I think it's come with that value cost proposition. So what is the true cost going to be and what is the true exchange going to be for the value that we're getting out of this? And then the other question for me is that sustainability and certainty piece. And with the way that the information is presented today, I don't have a lot of sustainability certainty around the Forest Service coming in and really doing what they can do on this property. So those things would need to be answered as we move forward. And then the last question I have is, has there been any discussion with the Coquille Indian tribe on this? This is in the lower portion of their ancestral territory. They do have lands within the Sixes watershed, their Sequetza Forest. And this could be a partnership opportunity to engage the tribe as well in the conversation. So,
okay. Thank you. For the record, Eric Williams, on some of your earlier points about ecological uplift, I think there really is an unknown there because it is what faith you might have in the permanence of that roadless area protection, and that's not really something we can put on the ledger. We could draw up some parameters around how you would like to see recaptured dollars reinvested, potentially. On the question of the tribe's involvement, I don't know the answer to that, if there have been conversations.
Can I respond?
Yeah, made a response. Meg, I'll put you at the bottom of the list here.
Okay. For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, I do want to speak, the piece that you raised about, and Bruce raised earlier about the Forest Service, I think is something that the Land Trust struggled with as well. One thing, I'm going to throw two pieces out there just for you all to think about because we do want to be incredibly thoughtful. One is we put a call out to both the Land Trust Alliance through Colt. Actually, it was Colt and the Land Trust Alliance, just to say, is this something that you don't do, right? We're extinguishing an easement. That's a big deal. And what we found is that this actually does happen, not regular occurrence, but this does happen around the country where there's an opportunity for Forest Service or a state agency or others, and the LTA is comfortable with that. It would be very different if we were saying, hey, we got an issue here and we just want to run from an easement. That we don't get to do. But this has happened in other instances in other places. So unique for us, we've never done it before, not unique nationally for this to happen. And the other thing that I would just put out there, and this will, I guess you know our cards because we wouldn't be proposing this to you if we didn't think that there's some value to you considering this. But I also, I think sometimes we need to compare apples to apples. There's an expectation that we tend to have of the federal government of perfection, and they don't achieve our perfection. But when you look at land trusts across the country, that is the same, right? So I think we have to be careful about necessarily by virtue of the federal government being the federal government, holding them to a very different standard than we would hold a land trust to, who also needs to have a succession plan and needs to have a management plan. So the one thing I would, again, we want you to make the decision informed. What we know from the Forest Service is that when they bring it in, they'll bring it in as roadless. They cannot hold an easement, so there is no opportunity for an easement to be placed over them. But I think our comparison needs to be, what does that look like if a land trust or conservation district or somebody else holds it? Do we, perpetuity is a long time for any entity, Forest Service or otherwise.
Bruce?
So moving forward, just looking roughly at that, the Becker parcel should be somewhere in the 30-acre, I would guess. Have we, moving forward, I would ask the questions at a future date, have we explored the possibility of acquiring the Baker parcel? It just, rather than doing it the other way and achieving the same thing. The idea of putting it into a federal, the roadless designation seems pretty idyllic, but as I look at the highway here, I would like to ask the question on what are the uses approved for the current tract, hunting, fishing, et cetera. What uses are available, and would those change? And then lastly, is there a piece of property within that watershed that we'd like to have that might be as good or better than what we look at with the Keystone parcel? So those are just questions for the future.
Great. Randy, I'll put you at the bottom of the list there. I actually had my hand up, so I'm going to do mine, and then it will be Jan. So the discussion is appropriate about the risks on it. I think it's probably also worth noting that there are potential benefits if the property does not get logged or turned into some other usage, and we designate the funds to go into the Elk River area. We've actually gotten sort of 2 for 1. We got this land set aside without it costing us anything, and get to do this other work. So, assuming that if the other things are satisfactory, then we actually might end up with a very positive outcome. The only question I'd have about that is how we designate that, so that it's a net plus to the area, as opposed to just being essentially folded into the open solicitation, and it wins and gets funded from this pot, what it isn't really adding to that area's. So Jan, then Meg, and then Randy.
For the record, this is Jan Lee. Bruce stole my question because what I really thought we should do is purchase the Becker property and put both of them in permanent easements.
Where am I? Oh, Meg, and then Randy.
Thank you. Meg Reeves. I agree with the points that Will made about this. When you take into account the Becker property, it looks like this could be a real net gain in the basin. Also noting the potential question marks about the Forest Service designation. But I'm also, I think the fact that the entity that currently owns the property thinks this is a good idea and it's a land trust is worth taking into account as well. If we were going to move forward with this, I feel like that exchange language in the Forest Service statute or regulation, whatever it is a little worrisome, and I would want to get something more robust from the Forest Service than this letter. Recognizing they can't guarantee something, I think they could say something more comforting than what they said in that letter about why they think this designation, at least for the present time, that the designation is a done deal, or would be. And we know that designations can come and go because it's administrative, but what we really want to know with more certainty is that this would end up as part of that roadless area. So I do think personally, I think it's worth pursuing this, and because it could be a net gain if we can get a little more certainty from the Forest Service. I don't know about if we do pursue purchasing the Becker parcel, then those 2 parcels are protected. We have spent more money and we haven't protected some other parcel that we might have been able to do, basically. So it's a trade-off. Worth pursuing, though.
Randy, then if Stephen would have a comment, everybody would have made a comment.
It's getting hard.
Randy Lavey for the record. Just to add on to what Bruce was saying, it might be worth exploring whether there are other groups and or organizations that would be interested in the Becker property. While the Western Rivers Conservancy is an example, and there are a number of private individuals up and down the coast that are interested in conservation purchases to restore the property or enhance the riparian value of the property and then convey it to somebody else that will protect it permanently.
Any other thoughts or comments from the board or Maida? And Eric, are you getting what you need out of this? Jason?
I want to keep this going. Just a quick question for Eric. This is Jason Robinson for the record. Eric, have we ever done on an acquisition rather than an easement or some sort of covenant, an intergovernmental agreement for protection of resources? In situations like this where we may not have an avenue because of statutory authorities the Forest Service has, there may be some way to do an agreement with the Forest Service for management and protection that might, it doesn't solidify it as well as a conservation, but maybe there's another vehicle out there, another legal vehicle we could pursue, and I don't know the answer to that, so it's just a question.
For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, I asked that question very early on in this process, and the federal government has no interest in the state telling it how to manage. For many, I mean, let me say that differently. That is not fair. In an official governmental agreement that locks the hands of the Forest Service, so whether it's an easement or otherwise, at least as the conversation started, they will take it into a designation like a roadless area, but nothing that ties their hands. And so even if there was something, it would be something that they could undo.
So to that point, if that is the case, I would just recommend reaching out to the tribes as another opportunity.
That could be a very unique conversation.
Stephen.
Yeah, listening to all this, I just don't think we have enough information on the other property and so forth. I've worked for the federal government, so I don't know how much I trust them, but I think in their own letter, they say the Forest Service can't make any long-term assurances. And, changes in administration can change how the Forest Service deals with forestry land, same with national parks and things like that. So I think they're, when we have all the information, then the question would be is what's the relative security in the long-term sustainability of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that discussion. It has been very helpful. I know it's a challenging conversation to have, and we've got a property owner who's trying to decide whether to start expending significant resources to pursue this. So I think this discussion is really helpful to, at least in my mind, to help move that thinking forward. So thank you.
Yeah. Got time for Q?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, it depends on how the group proceeds. Yeah, it's 50.
Okay.
If you keep them better online than I am.
This is Randy Labby. The L got a little carried away, but we're going to try for Q. Eric?
Thank you. For the record, Eric Williams. Item Q is an action item to amend an existing agreement that we have with ODOT on a fish passage program. Some of you who are on the board might recall that a couple of years ago, you authorized us to enter into an agreement with ODOT for fish passage projects. And the reason that we did that is ODOT has had a fish passage program that goes above and beyond regulatory requirements where they see the need for additional fish passage work to the tune of something like $4 million per biennium. They have authority in their statutes and regulations to provide those funds to governmental subdivisions. They do not have authority to provide those funds to watershed councils. Watershed councils are often the ideal partner for some of these projects to happen. And so they approached us initially to enter into the agreement. We decided to do $250,000 to see how it worked out. And as you can see in the staff report, there have been 3 projects to date that have allocated all those funds, we feel, in a successful manner. And it provided us with another tool to help watershed councils achieve goals that they have in their areas. And so you can see brief summaries of those 3 projects that have been funded. This item would request that we amend that agreement with ODOT to increase the value from $250,000 to $500,000. And I believe the term of the existing agreement is 10 years, and so that term would still be in effect.
Questions from the board?
Gary?
Gary?
Yeah, this is Gary. So Eric, my question there is, as I was reading this, wondering why they needed to why ODOT couldn't contract directly with these different entities to get these projects done, because they're all going to be contracts, whether they run straight from ODOT or run through the Watershed Council. So.
For the record, Eric Williams. My knowledge of ODOT's statutes and regulations is quite dubious, but I think that the rationale for this is that they simply ran into a barrier in their own system to being able to do that. They have a lot of requirements regarding procurement. They have systems in place to, in typical projects, run procurement to then engage with a contractor to do engineering construction services. That's routine for ODOT. They do have avenues, as I mentioned earlier, to provide funds directly to governmental subdivisions, but they don't have a method to provide funds directly to watershed councils without going through their standard procurement process, which they would have to open up to any contractor to do that work.
There's a very unique, they get caught, and so they would have to go out to bid. They have no grant authority like we do.
Okay, so I mean, like, for instance, this culvert, they can't contract that out, this retrofit of this culvert. They can't, ODOT cannot contract out a retrofit of a culvert?
Go ahead, you want to?
Eric Williams for the record. The idea here is that there is a project management need as well as the contracting to get the work done, and they feel that in these cases where the primary goal is fish passage, the Watershed Council in these situations is better positioned to be the manager of that process to engage the consultants to do that work. Whereas if it's just strictly replacing a bridge, then yeah, ODOT would handle the contracting directly. The Watershed Councils in these cases do engage contractors. They also can have a relationship with ODOT's stable of contractors that they have on board. So it just gives them a lot more flexibility to do it, and it takes that overall project management responsibility out of the hands of ODOT staff and puts it locally with the Watershed Council.
Okay, thanks, Eric.
Okay, Bruce and then Jason.
Does this agreement give OWEB any latitude in selecting projects?
This is Eric Williams for the record. The way that the agreement is structured is that ODOT puts together a task order for us that we then approve under the agreement. And once we're comfortable with it, we sign it, and the funds get transferred from ODOT to us.
So who decides the project?
ODOT.
That's one of the advantages, I think, to the deal between OWEB or ODOT and ODF and W, in that it's a blanket, a grant from ODOT, but ODFW has more ability to put input in on which prioritizing projects.
I might speak to that for the record. Maida Lofsgarden. So two very different mechanisms, and so the ODOT ODF&W Fish Passage Program is a mitigation program, and it is a test. And actually, we're starting this conversation around a whole broader suite of things. It's a really cool test of how you can take mitigation dollars from one project and say, but Opal Springs is critically important, and we're going to take the mitigation dollars that were designated for a fish passage project with low value and move those to a fish passage project of really, really high value. It's a very unique arrangement, and we're thrilled with it because it's starting to open the door for a lot bigger conversation. These funds aren't allowed to go through that yet. And the reasoning is these are places where an in-kind, in-place project is actually available. And so that's why we don't have the flexibility to be able to say, we want this one over here like your program. This is in the place where that location is actually matters. So they've identified the project, they know it meets all the mitigation requirements, they just don't have the technical vehicle to get it to the council. But the hope is, and again, we're just kicking off this conversation with a whole suite of agencies, that the fish passage model that you have becomes a larger model in the future, and maybe this actually isn't needed. So this is just really, it's to fix the clunky issue with the current mitigation system.
So this, as it sets, is really just a efficiency issue, a cost benefit to getting the project done effectively?
Yeah, and Eric, remind me, do they go through the RRTs, or do they get a technical review before final sign-off?
Yes, we do provide technical review typically through the regional review team for each project.
Thank you. Jason?
So my question was very similar to Bruce's, so I'll go ahead and just defer at this point.
Okay. Will?
So so the issue on the table is to raise it from 250,000 authorization to 500,000. Given that the pilot was successful, why do we care what the cap is? It's not coming from our funds. Does that matter?
The specific number of the cap may not, Maida Lofsgarden for the record, but you have to actually delegate monetary authority to me. You can't, I mean, you could give me unlimited authority, but I would not recommend. So I don't know, does $500,000 matter, Eric?
The number, it could be any number. It's what ODOT felt comfortable with, and we feel comfortable with. If we got a really large number, then we might bump into issues with our budget limitation approved by the legislature. So this fits within what we typically have in our budget limitation. So administratively, it's fairly straightforward.
Well, this is Will. If they want to keep it capped, there's no problem with us agreeing to that, certainly.
Right.
Any other questions from the board on this? We seem to be ready for a motion.
Will Newhouser, I move the board authorize the executive director to amend the interagency master funding contribution agreement number 217901 with Oregon Department of Transportation by increasing ODOT's contribution from $250,000 to $500,000, and delegate authority to the executive director to enter into appropriate agreements with grantees under the terms of the agreement.
Is there a second?
Second.
That was by Bruce.
Bruce seconded. Okay. Any further questions? Please say aye if you're in favor of this motion.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, thank you. I think we're ready to adjourn. This has been a very busy day, and we've missed our colleagues.
Yeah.
But we have a nice reception to go to, and we'll be thinking of them.
Erica, do you want to talk about logistics?
Logistics. So we will be back in this room at 5:30 for a partners reception, and then OWEB board and staff will move across the street at 6:30 to the Wayfarer for dinner.
And one last thing for members of the public, we start tomorrow with public comment, so don't forget to take advantage of that opportunity.